It's easy to be overwhelmed by the world. There's a lot of minutia, a lot of details, a lot of devils in the details, and a lot of world out there. It can often feel like you're alone, no one to count on, forced to depend on yourself, and forced to fight a never-ending war that never gets easier. Life is often overwhelming. It's easy to forget all of the little heroes out there in the world. Sometimes, though, it takes a little bit of perspective to realize not just what others do for you every day, but also all of the little things you do for the world as well. The world is often filled with many different villains and many different heroes, sometimes in battle with each other, and sometimes the hero and the villain are the same person. A vile old woman who makes a cashier cry can be the same kindly grandmother who bakes cookies for her grandchildren. The man who always makes his coworkers laugh can also be a monster who torments his wife and children every night. Someone who drinks themselves slowly to death every night can, in the morning, be a firefighter who runs into fires, refusing to let anyone die on their watch. Our world is complicated, and so is good and evil. People are neither purely good nor purely evil. It's easy to ignore your own shadows if you're only blinded by light. And it can be impossible to see the light if you're always looking for shadows. It's easy to listen to someone who would offer you an easy answer to a complicated problem. It's easy to hope that all of the evil of the world is done by one person or group, to separate into us and them. The us being your friends who would never harm you, and who would always protect you and all that is right. And them being a distant threat, smoking cigars in shady rooms while they endeavor to make the world a worse place to live in. To understand the fact that even your closest friends can be capable of great evil, and to understand that even your worst enemies deserve kindness. What kind of person would you need to be to understand this? Would you need to be an impossible hero? A platonic ideal that could never be achieved even by the best of humanity? Or maybe you just need someone who would turn away from the gates of heaven just so they can pull the damned out of hell. I wasn't the best person in the world when I died. I was jealous. I had selfish moments and choices. I did work that paid well, even if I knew it wasn't good for the world. I was lazy. I walked by the beggars on the street, not even sparing them a passing glance. I walked the world, often hoping to myself that no one around me would speak to me. I didn't speak with my family. I had no idea if anyone was even alive anymore, and I don't think they knew either. I wasn't the worst in the world when I died. I had a few selfless moments. I saved someone's life when I was at work, just happy to help them. I didn't even know who they were until much later. I always threw away my trash, and I always had a kind word for my friends that I saw every day. I tried to remind myself to smile because I hoped my smile would make someone else's day better. I don't remember how I died, and I don't think it matters. I remember closing my eyes, and then I woke up in front of a very long bridge over a tumultuous river. I was naked, no clothes, no tools, and no shame. My emotions were not gone in death, but they were suppressed. Even when I saw other naked people, I felt no lust, no desire to hide myself. In that place with no sun, I could see them, and they could see me. Really see me. I saw a young man's first kiss, and his last kiss. I could see the first time he broke a promise, and the millionth time he broke the same promise. It was so overwhelming, so it was easier to just avoid looking at people too closely. And you also hoped they avoid looking at you too closely as well. We were all burdened, all in the same storm, but none wanted to address it. We all waited for our turn on the bridge, a bridge that seemed to change shape as each person took a step on it. When an old woman teetered on the bridge, it was practically made out of termite pulp and sawdust. She traveled across the bridge. I could see in her past that she died last in her family because she had poisoned all of her children's spouses to keep them living with her. And when her children tried to move out without spouses, she had poisoned them to keep them ill and dependent on her. Sometimes she would poison them too much and they dropped into a coma and to death, but she did not care. She just wanted someone to count on her, and for her, their entire lives, her children loved having a mother like her, a mother who would care for sick children even as they grew into adults. Below the old woman, in the torrent, were the faces of her children, and the faces of those she had murdered. They whispered their hate, their anger, all of their pain up to her as they reached out of the water to try and pull her or the bridge down. And despite the poor quality of the bridge, it still held as the old woman made her way across. I don't know if she made it to the other side. She disappeared on the distant horizon. She still hadn't made it across by then, and those she had hurt were still trying to pull her down with them. A trial I would never know if she succeeded or not. The next person to step on the bridge was a young girl who stepped on a bridge of white marble that could weather any storm. Beneath her, where she stepped on the bridge, the river calmed and silenced its rage, but just beneath where she stepped, where this young girl stepped, there was serenity, and in her arms was an infant. This young girl's life was long, far longer than the old woman, so long I could only see a few flashes. I could see her chasing a white rabbit across a field. I could see her saying one tearful goodbye to her mother, only to disappear down the rabbit hole. I saw her embracing her mother many times. Each time her mother only grew older and older, while the young girl remained the same age, until one day there was no mother to embrace, but still the young girl was chasing white rabbits down rabbit holes. I don't know what any of that meant, but I did see this, and I knew deep in my heart that the young girl would be back to carry more infants across the bridge of trials. I felt deep in my heart that was the name of this bridge. It was something fundamental to existence, something that I knew once, but forgot only to know again. As I waited for my turn for the trials, and I knew more about what awaited me on the other side of the bridge. The bridge of trials was a test of sorts. The more virtuous a life you lived, the easier the bridge would be to cross. A bridge that would lead to our final judgment after death, where we would stand before our God or gods, who would examine how we lived and decide where we go after death. We could argue our case before judgment and hope for a better ruling, but ultimately the judgment would be theirs to decide and ours to accept. And as for those who fell into the torrent before ever making it to the other side, I looked at the shore where I saw people slowly climbing out of the surf, waterlogged and embarrassed, but no worse for the wear. Apparently, if you fell into the torrent, you would get as many chances as it took to get across. This wasn't hell, it was a test, a purgatory, a place to reflect, grow, and get better, but not a place to wait forever. And as I got closer to the bridge of trials over the Styx, I saw the bridge wasn't the only way across. There were a few boats that were making their way across the Styx. Some boats were full of people's earthly possessions as they sold it by themselves. Others were small gondolas that had a single ferryman push a single passenger across the water. Those passengers looked so sad and so scared as they huddled up and tried to keep themselves warm. And those were the kinder ways that people were brought across the Styx. I also saw people who dared to swim across the Styx in a desperate attempt to try and get to their judgment quicker. Swimmers who were struggling to keep their heads above water, with hundreds of thousands, or maybe millions, of desperate grabbing hands trying to pull themselves out of the water by pulling others down. Even in death, drowning people would drown others to try and breathe. And on the shoreline, I could see people reaching into the surf to try and pull some of these desperate souls out of the water. A tiny drop in an endless sea of people, but I could see them pulling others out. A patient siege against the tide of eternity. At the time, I couldn't comprehend why anyone would spend any time helping other lost souls out of the water or helping them across. There were so many who needed help, and the helpers were so few. There was no way they could make any real impact on the number of lost souls, especially with all those hungry, desperate hands just beneath the surface of the Styx. I was still so selfish when I thought that. When it was my turn for the bridge, it reminded me of a pier back where I lived. Splintery, old, and it would wiggle with tide and current. However, it was strong enough for my weight. As I stepped on the bridge of trials, and I began to make my way across. In less time than I expected, I could no longer see the shore, but I could still see all of the ferry boats. Most of the boats were either making their way to Judgment or from Judgment. A few boats I saw were reaching their nets into the water. I didn't know why until I saw the ferrymen pull up lost souls onto their boat. Dozens of lost souls pulled onto the boat, and with his small boat full, he began to make his way back to the distant shore. Of course, some of these boats weren't for ferrying people across, but for people pulling people who fell into the river out of the water. The numbers were still overwhelming, and there was no way there could be a difference, except for those who were pulled out of the water. I thought for a moment, what if my bridge wasn't strong? What if I fell into the Styx, and there was no one who bothered to try and pull me out? I would have to struggle to get back to shore, just to try to cross the bridge again. I might be stuck in that cycle forever, always trying to cross the bridge and never getting across. The ferrymen and the fishermen allowed people to have a chance that they never would have before. Would I have been where I was in life if I didn't have my own ferryman? As I crossed, I remember the struggle of finding a job. Everyone wanted experience, and my resume was blank with no experience and job to call my own. I was given a chance because someone was a friend of a friend. They gave me my first job, and that opened the paths I needed just to start my own career. Something I needed so much in life, but now in death it felt meaningless. What good was money or career now? All I had was this bridge and my own steps. On the distant shore, I could see many boats pulling in, dropping off passengers, and I could also see a massive marble gate. A gate with many lines of people going inside for their judgment. As I got closer, before I stepped off the bridge, a strange man, still in clothes and with a clipboard, stopped me. I could tell he was still living, but I couldn't tell you how I knew. He made me an offer. He told me I could continue on to judgment, I could face whatever came after, or I could stay here in the shadowlands between the soulful and the sunless lands, helping others get to judgment. If I chose to stay, my path back would never get any easier, and it would never improve my ruling and judgment. And whether I did it for a day, or if I did it for a millennium, I would have to face judgment eventually. I made my choice easily and quickly. It's easy to see your own challenge. It's a lot harder to see everyone else's. There are always going to be more people who have died. There are always going to be people who need help. There is always a world that needs saving. It can be overwhelming. It can be daunting. But that doesn't make the good you do any less helpful. Even against something as daunting as eternity, a simple act of kindness is a beacon of light brighter than the sun. How many chose kindness because it is the right thing? How many chose to help others even if it never would have helped them in the end? How many beacons do you think were lit in the sunless lands against the darkness of the Styx? Even a single person helped is an infinity greater than none. How many infinities have been helped before eternity? This story is a common one on exoteric Earth. It reminds people that even when everything feels like too much, that you can make a difference, that you do matter even when you feel like you don't. How many people do you inspire every day? Are you a beacon to others? Are others a beacon to you? How many people have ferried you? And how many people have you ferried? Inanna was one of the strongest gods of the Kangar pantheon. Her twin brother Utu was the sun. Her father, Sin, was the moon. Her mother, Ningal, was Sin's attendant. Her older sister, Erishkigal, was the goddess of Kur, the underworld, and Inanna had two different titles, goddess of love and goddess of war. Being the goddess of love, one of Inanna's many treasures she collected was rings. Whenever a spouse cheated, Inanna would take their wedding ring, which was easy to do when cheaters tend to remove their rings just before they cheat. And with Inanna possessing the ring, usually they would give up anything to get the ring back. From kings to peasants, from heroes to monsters, few wanted to explain why they lost a ring that symbolized never-ending love. So many owed Inanna a debt, from the kings to the peasants, from the divine to the mortal, and every single ring she carried represented every favor owed to her. Being the goddess of war, one of Inanna's many triumphs was her many victories over other gods, both grand in the battlefield and subtle in their lives. Whether it was driving back the Argivian gods west, or failing to anticipate that their brother would always be on her back while the battle was fought, or if it was her inspiring entire clans, tribes, and nations to take to the sea and wipe out Kemet. She was well known for her massive battles, and what she was less well known for was her subtle victories over gods, such as whispering to an archer's apprentice where he could find immortality, and if that just so happens to separate a divine archer from his true love, well, Inanna would sleep well while a goddess mourns with her jade rabbit. Or if Inanna could convince a god king that he could prevent his own downfall by eating his children, well, his downfall would only be hastened. And as Inanna's power and domain grew over Kangar, so did her confidence, and with it was her chance for failure. It was so subtle that Inanna didn't recognize it as a challenge, especially because it came from her husband, Umizid, god of shepherds and milk, a god who was envious of his wife's wealth and power. Whether the battle was in a person's heart or across an empire, she had power. Umizid's power began and ended in the herds, and he knew of only two ways he could gain Inanna's power: by having her willingly give it to him, or by inheriting her power after her death. And he knew his wife well enough to know all it would take was a single sentence, something so subtle that his wife's death would never be blamed on him. "Your older sister's kingdom is very impressive," Umizid mentioned to Inanna one time over dinner, and with that the seed was planted, the seed that would grow every time Inanna tried to sleep or tried to count her treasures. Every time she counted her rings, she would think about how full of treasure Gamzir was. Every time she counted her victories over gods and men alike, she would remember that Ereshkigal had victories over every man and every god. For every soldier Inanna slayed would lay in Ereshkigal's realm, and so would the soldiers' friends, the soldiers' spouses, the soldiers' ancestors, the soldiers' descendants, and would all be subjects of Ereshkigal forever. And Inanna now could never forget that. No matter how powerful her kingdom or how impressive her feats, Ereshkigal was always greater, the older sister who would always be better. Unless Inanna took Ereshkigal's kingdom, or even part of it herself. Inanna had never challenged Ereshkigal before, but she had taken down other gods of death. Ereshkigal would be another name, another title that Inanna took into herself. So mere days after Dumizid mentioned that Ereshkigal had an impressive kingdom, Inanna began her trek to Kur, just her attendant and what she could carry, leaving Dumizid behind to manage her kingdom until she returned. A journey that Dumizid knew that no one had ever returned from before. Inanna's first part of her journey to Kur was by traveling further west than the sun could set. Behind her, her brother waved goodbye as he sat beneath the horizon to rest, and Inanna began to trek into the sunless lands. She saw many paths, many different afterlives that existed, some of which were familiar. She saw the frozen halls of Helheim, the towering flames of Gehenna, the maddening horror of Tartarus, and then she saw the afterlives that were not familiar to her. She saw a river with a ferryman asking for coins. She saw a bridge over that same river, a bridge made out of rotting boards, and a little dog by the river offering help to cross the river. The sunless lands were incredibly vast, each domain a different afterlife for different people, all beneath a starless, sunless sky, with only a single black moon looming in the sky, a moon that had no god from any pantheon on earth to rule over it, a moon that had something behind it, something that even Inanna was careful not to look at for too long. As Inanna wandered, she eventually found Kur, a vast desert below the ground, only a single tunnel that Inanna could follow, a trail that Inanna's attendant dared not to follow. Her attendant was told if she does not return in 3 days to rescue her. Before Inanna traveled down the trail, her attendant told her the rules for traveling through Kur safely. Do not steal from the dead, whether it is food, clothes, feathers, or even gold. The dead do not own much, and they will follow you as long as it takes to get their property back. Every gate of Kur has a price to open it. Leave one of your clothing or something you carry to each gate guardian. If you cannot pay the price, the gates will not open. Do not eat any food from Kur. Do not drink any fluids from Kur. Do not have sex with anyone from Kur. If you carry any part of Kur with you when you leave, Kur will follow. You are Rule 4. You are in Ereshkigal's domain. You follow her rule and the rules of Ganzir, the palace, while here. Just like how on Earth you follow the rules of heaven. Keeping these rules in mind, Inanna traveled through the outermost wasteland of Kur, the graveless graveyard, a freezing cold place that instead of sand, there was ash. Not just ash on the ground, but as far as Inanna could tell, the ground was entirely made out of ash. Every step Inanna made with bare feet, blood pooled beneath each step. Out here, before the first gate, was where all the dead who died with no clothes were stuck. No funerary gowns, no death shrouds, not even a blanket to give to the gate guardians. This is where those who died in fires, who died in the wild torn apart by animals, or those who died with no possessions on their body, forever trapped outside the gates of Kur, unable to enter the afterlife. Here they would be ground into dust, their death rattles forming the cold breeze around Inanna as she stepped towards the gates of the first hell of Kur. The walls were made of polished marble, miles tall enough to reach the distant roof of the cave that Kur sat in. Near the gates, Inanna could see the many souls desperate to get in, souls clutching at their possessions to give to the gatekeeper, infants clutching to their blankets, or beggars clutching onto their rags, and even the royals clutched onto their jewelry. Inanna did not care, though. She was a goddess. She was a conqueror. She was a queen. She was a princess. She did not wait in lines alongside the poor mortals who chose to die. She marched up to the gate, sealed behind mighty bolts, and Inanna pounded on the gates. Let me into the kingdom of Kur. Let me into the palace of Ganzir. I am the goddess of war, and I will not be denied. Let me inside, or I will tear these doors down, and let all of the hungry dead out of Kur to devour the living, and the dead will outnumber the living. Nana threatened, and behind the gate a voice called back. What business do you have in Ganzir? What business do you have in Kur? The gatekeeper called out to Inanna. I am in Kur for the funeral of Ereshkigal's older brother, our older brother. And I have business in Ganzir because my sister has a meeting with me, and I have brought gifts for the gates. she said, showing her rod, a symbol of and an embodiment of her power. Every piece of clothing, every ring she wore, even her hair and makeup represented and held power. The gatekeeper was silent for a moment before he called through the gate. I will open the gate a crack, just enough to let you through, but no one else. Be sure to leave a piece of clothing for me, the gatekeeper called. Why should a goddess leave anything here with you? She yelled back at the gatekeeper. Because that is the way of Kur. You have to leave something of yourself behind to move forward, the gatekeeper said as Inanna sighed, and she offered her rod forward, an iron core staff covered in lapis lazuli. It was as much a weapon as it was a walking stick, a weapon strong enough to smash through bronze armor, and expensive enough that kings could bankrupt themselves trying to afford it. Back in the days of Kengur, your weapon, your tools, your staff was as much a part of you as your hair and clothing. I will offer you my rod, she said as the gates creaked open, and she squeezed between the two gates. As she squeezed through the gate, it slammed shut. Before her stood the gatekeeper, one of the many Gala of Kur, all servants of Ereshkigal, demons who resembled people, but unlike people, they did not hunger, they did not thirst, they did not tire, they did not love, they did not hate. Any children they had were stolen from people. So from a distance they could resemble people, but up close there is something uncanny about them, sets them apart from both the mortal and the divine. Your rod, the gatekeeper demanded, as the goddess entered the next area of Kur. She sighed as she handed her rod over and stepped towards the next gates of Kur. In this hell of Kur, it was even colder than the wasteland. This was the frigid fields of Kur, for those who died to the elements, of freezing to death, and of illness in the wilds wound up, where they could give up some clothing to move out of the wild wastelands. But here they were freezing and struggled to move forward, unlikely to ever make it out of the frigid fields. There Inanna passed by many frozen children. Many of them were once beggars on the street, trying to sell mere trinkets so they couldn't be arrested for begging. They watched Inanna pass by them, their eyes the only parts able to move. Inanna passed by large frozen groups who huddled together for warmth, only to freeze solid, never dying because they were already dead. Nothing for them to burn, because anyone who carried anything that could burn would move on to the next gate, giving it up for a better hell in Kur. And even if there was a soul kind or heroic enough to burn something of theirs, it would not take long for the fire to fade and for them to freeze again. If Inanna cared about the fates of those in the frigid fields, it did not show it as she continued the next gate. At the next gate, those who still had clothing to keep themselves warm huddled near the gate, as this gate was also sealed shut while the desperate, damned dead pleaded for mercy from the gatekeeper, a demon. Inanna did not care. She slammed her fist against the gate and demanded to be let in. There was silence for a second before the gate cracked open and Inanna stepped through, leaving the freezing dead behind to wait for the next time the gatekeeper would decide to let open the gates. When Inanna stepped through, she glanced toward the gatekeeper, identical to the one before, including the same hand which held out for one of Inanna's clothes. Inanna removed her sword, tied to her waist by a sash that helped tie her skirt and tunic together, leaving her sword with the gatekeeper. A bronze blade that severed hundreds of necks, thousands of hands, and millions of hearts. the sword so soaked in blood that it was now more iron than bronze. The Gala was careful not to touch the blade. Clever demon. Inanna turned from the gatekeeper and saw the next gate further inside as she began to trek towards the gate. Here she passed the cemetery cave. She passed by stalactites that dripped down across the miles to reach the stalagmites on the bottom of the cave. Resembling the teeth of a hungry beast, Inanna passed by the rocks of the cave, and she saw her first dead soul here. Standing directly below a clay pipe that dug through the many miles of rock, the damned dead stared directly up into the pipe, mouth open. A few drips of water from earth dripping down the pipe, most of it falling into the dead's mouth, a few drops falling where the dead stood, where the dead were buried in the soulful lands. Clay pipes were dug to allow for water and libation to pour into the mouths of the dead. The only thing that the dead would have to drink was libation from their living descendants and from rain that would fall into the clay pipes. But there were minerals in both the water and the libations that would drip down clay pipes and gradually, so gradually that it would seem like forever, the minerals formed the stalactites and stalagmites of the cemetery cave. And given enough time where the dead stood, columns connecting the cave floor and ceiling together, each one containing a dead soul that was still hoping for just a little taste of something other than the dead dust of Kur. It was here in the cemetery cave that most of the dead of Kengur wound up, buried with enough for a more comfortable place in the caverns of Kur, but not so wealthy at death that they would be closer to the gem of Ganzir. Still, Inanna could feel love flickering among the columns and stones of the cave. Love from the living who wanted to ease the suffering of those who had long passed. Some of the dead here had been cared for generations, their legacy on their families so bright that even generations after death they are shared in stories and legends, and libation offered even now. Inanna wondered for a moment when she did die, which happens to gods but not often, if she would leave a legacy great enough that libation would be offered for her. She knew she was feared as the goddess of war, and she was even more feared as a goddess of love, but she was still certain that she had those who loved her in her palace. At the next gate, the wealthy, the powerful, the noble, and the celebrated alike stood at the gate, hoping to get in. Wealth and power meant you could be buried with more, and the noble and the celebrated would be loved enough that their friends and family would offer parts of their own clothes to the dead, especially common among the religious of Kengur. Those who died heroic deaths, or parents who survived to have many children, who all offered more for their dead parent. Here Inanna paused before pounding on the gates. Here heroes waited among everyone else. Even Inanna recognized Gilgamesh and Enkidu, standing together, arm in arm, someone that even Inanna owed a favor to. Still, though, after her pause, Inanna decided to step towards the gate. She was a goddess, and even if Gilgamesh was a hero, she didn't need to wait. She didn't need to worry about hurting Gilgamesh. Hero or not, he was dead, and the dead didn't have needs, only wants. At least, that was what she told herself. This time the gate cracked open before Inanna needed to knock on it. This time the dead did not try to break through the gates. They waited patiently. They knew they would make it through, eventually. And eternity may be hard, but they didn't get to where they were in death by being impatient. As Inanna stepped through to the gatekeeper held out his hand, and this time Inanna offered her skirt. Her kanaki was a long skirt worn by both men and women alike in Kengur. The longer the skirt, the greater the wealth. Most of the common rabble wore kanakis that went down to their knees. Those with reasonable wealth would slide halfway down their calves. The wealthiest kings and queens wore kanakis that covered their ankles. Inanna's kanaki was long enough to cover her feet and drag behind her, a level of wealth that was greater than even the wealthiest mortal could afford. Now, with only her tunic and sash to cover her naked skin, Inanna adjusted her seal on her sash as she continued her journey. Past the cemetery cave was the Mausoleum of Memories, a hell of dust and dirt. More clay pipes lined the ceiling, no longer merely dripping water and libation, but a trickle of steady liquid that the dead could feed on at any time. This is where the priests and priestesses of Kengur spent their afterlife. They would take the libation and water from the world above, where they would mix it with the dust to make clay. Here they created clay tablets to what was. Little tablets with memories of life before, prayers to the gods of heavens, offerings to Ereshkigal. Here they could shape the tablets and clay into simple jewelry, such as rings, armbands, or necklaces braided with their own hair. New clothing to offer to the gatekeepers to help others get closer to Ganzir. Never for the priests, though. They chose to stay behind here, to remember, to know, and to help others get to the next place. In a way, it was a perfect place for survivorship bias. If a priest was selfish enough to need jewelry to continue, they wouldn't be here making jewelry. Still, though, there was plenty who had enough to make it to the Mausoleum of Memories. Those who weren't priests had all moved on to where Inanna was making her way. Before Inanna made her way to the next gate, she could hear screams behind it. Blood-curdling screams that chilled even the ichor that flowed through her veins. The screams of those who were already dead, but wishing they could die more. None waited at this gate. It was just Inanna and the gatekeeper who opened the gate. And when Inanna made it through, she could see the gatekeeper wasn't watching her. The gatekeeper was watching the residents of the awful orchard. Desperate screaming masses that wanted to escape from this place, even willing to return to the Mausoleum of Memories, just to escape the horrors of the awful orchard. Most places of Kur had no life, just the dead, the damned, and the demon. The awful orchard was not one of these places. Petrified trees stood throughout the cavern, trees older than the earth, with stones so strong it would shatter even iron, trees that still grew, just grew slowly. It was here that the residents of the awful orchard decided a long time ago that they would continue forward by any means necessary. They would strike down at any dead below them, if they carried anything that could be used to continue forward. And while the dead cannot die again in Kur, they could still bleed, and when all you've eaten for blind eternities is dust, blood is sweeter than nectar. Here in the awful orchard, it was rare for the wealthy to continue. They carried a lot, which made them easy targets for those that exist among the stone trees, all desperate to get closer to Ganzir. The theft never helping them get closer, that didn't stop these dead bandits from trying, and trying, and trying again. The stolen items would return to the dead, or the dead would return to their items, leaving the awful orchard a never-ending war zone. If Inanna cared about humanity, she may have led the weak against the strong, helped them find justice in an uncaring system of tribalism that had no place in the Sunless Lands. But it wasn't her nature. All she cared was when the first mortal touched her, he lost a hand. When the second mortal touched her, he lost his tongue. And when the final mortal touched her, he lost a head. By then, the awful orchard knew to leave Inanna alone as she continued. The many clay pipes above shattered by the never-ending battles, leaving the hell with a near-constant drizzle, making it impossible to make clay jewelry and making those trapped in the awful orchard perpetually miserable. Still, it was better to be wet and dragging yourself through cold mud than frozen, ground to ash. So Inanna continued to the gate, and it, too, opened for her, blood trailing behind her from those who tried touching her. After stepping through the gatekeeper asked for another piece of her clothing. So Inanna offered next her seal and sash. The seal was a bronze cylinder marked with her name and title. She could roll it with wax or clay to show that the message was written by her or done with her permission, a sign of her own authority and support, a sign of her name and title, now left behind at the gate as Inanna stepped into the tombstone thicket. Closer to the gem of Ganzir, the tombstone thicket was full of stones carved out of the cave walls, tombstones carved with the names and years of the dead, each one carved by the one who sat on it. Though it was warmer here than everywhere else, the dead here, who were still naked, were frozen not by cold, but by the paralysis of being so close and yet so far. By this point, few ever made it here, and those who did were either able to move on, or they would be stuck here. All they had now was their names and memories that they carved into the tombstones, names that gradually, so gradually, ground away by the clay pipes above, and by the gentle breezes of their own breath, pushing dust and sand across the stone. So gentle that even across millennia on Earth, it never would have been noticed. Here, though, in Kur, when eternity was as much today as it was yesterday, as much as it was tomorrow, gentle breezes and drops wipe away even names carved into stone by flesh and bone. Inanna passed so many shades, who the only thing they had left was a tombstone with nothing written on it. And when the shade didn't even have the memory of what they once were, they faded. Little more than an echo in a song, little more than a shadow in the darkness, little more than a spark in a flame. Still, they waited here, nowhere else left to go. Far from the tombstones and where the gates to the paradise lay, the gate opened for Inanna as she stepped forward. Her steps heavy, seeing the shades with nothing left, unsettled the goddess of war, even more than the awful orchard. As cruel as humans are to each other in the orchard, she could understand violence. She could understand anger. She could understand drive. She didn't understand ennui and depression. It wasn't in her nature. And seeing so many shades who could have been heroes, kings, or even gods themselves, just content to spend all of eternity sitting in the dark doing nothing, it shifted something in her heart. What kind of people sit content with second best, with nothing to work towards? Someone who did not deserve love, someone who did not deserve to be called a warrior. Inanna pounded weakly at this gate. Wasn't it open just a moment ago? There was silence on the other side. Please let me in. I have business with Erishkigal. I have business in Ganzir, Inanna called out. Only there was silence. Inanna could feel exhaustion settle into her bones. She knew about exhaustion through stories from her cultists. The gods didn't get tired, did they? She turned and saw a libation drip from above. Wine from above meant for a dead queen. Surely she could sip the wine, allow herself to restore her strength from the exhaustion. Wait, that wasn't her. Inanna was a lot of things, but she was not someone who was so easily felled. So Inanna turned and she saw that she wasn't alone at the gate. There were shades, millions, maybe tens of millions clutching onto her, each of them desperate to escape the tombstone thicket. Inanna shook off their hands as she knocked on the gate again. Please let me in. I can't stay here. The goddess of war begged the demon gatekeeper. There was something in here, something inside of Kur that was snaking its way into her. Something that wasn't demonic in the way the Gala were, but a far more subtle demon that affected even her. The gate cracked open, and on the other side there was light on the other side of the gate, a bright light that drove back the shades. For a moment, and a voice echoed on the other side. Only one will be allowed into paradise, it said, as Inanna processed what it said. Then she sprinted towards the light with all of her speed. As she ran, she could feel the shades mere steps behind her. Whatever they were in the past, they were beyond desperate. They had nothing to lose, so they gave everything, and she gave everything she had left. She was Inanna, and exhausted or not, she was still a goddess. She ran into the light, panting as she made it to the other side, and the gatekeeper held out his hand. After catching her breath for a few seconds, Inanna offered her last piece of actual clothing. Her tunic was the only thing keeping her from being bare, and while she was no stranger to exposing her breasts to the masses, it was her milk that helped bring fertility to humanity. Here, so close to Ganzir, she felt like she was exposing all of her secrets. Like her nakedness meant she was vulnerable to the demons, dead, and divine alike. She was not used to feeling exposed. She did not like it. Now she stood naked at the paradise of the palace, and she could see the most unique domain of Kur so far. The paradise of the palace grew actual plants. Roses, apples, dates, olives, barley, and wheat. The ones who worked the fields worked either naked or cloaked in feathers. Feathers that fell from the many birds that flitted among the gardens, eating nuts and berries and dropping feathers for the dead to cloak themselves in. Here, the strongest and the wealthiest of the dead were allowed to exist. They worked the fields, they slept in homes they had to build, and they would never be allowed into Ganzir. No matter how powerful the human, Erishkigal was picky about who she let into her palace. Only her demons, or gods, who attended her, were allowed into the palace. Still though, from the paradise, the dead could see the golden palace walls, not so tall that they reached the roof of the cave. The palace shone with silver and gold alike, a golden disk built into the tallest tower that beamed both warmth and light into the paradise. It was for the plants, but still it allowed for those who worked the gardens to enjoy the warmth themselves. Inanna enjoyed the warmth on her bare skin, and she felt an urge to take a nap beneath one of the trees. maybe bite into one of the fruits. She shook off her temptation and made her way to the next gate. This gate was the closest gate yet, mere minutes away. Here, no humans waited to get into Ganzir. There was no point. But they did fill the baskets with their grain, oil, and fruits that were grown and made in the paradise of the palace. The fruits of the dead, made for the goddess in the center of it all. This gate was already open. Divine attendants, slaves of Ganzir, servants of Ereshkigal, but still gods, carried the goods into the palace. Here Inanna stood in line behind Ereshkigal's slaves. Dressed in their fine linen and leather from the world above, golden patterns sewn on their clothes made it clear to Inanna just how exposed she was. When she made it to the gatekeeper, who held out his hand, not even bothering to look at Inanna, all she had left to offer was her crown, made out of golden leaf and as much her laurel as her crown, a mark of her leadership as a general and her leadership as a queen, her last piece of clothing, her last symbol of power. Her hands shook as she reached up to her crown, and she offered the crown with both hands to the demon. The demon took it with ease, and Inanna felt weaker as she walked with unsteady legs towards her sister's throne room. Ganzir was a gem among the dust and decay of Kur. The walls were covered in gold leaf, gemstone, and precious cuneiform in silver. Ereshkigal was wealthy in her domain, and she was not afraid to show it. In her throne room, Ereshkigal sat in one throne, the one on the right, while the equally ornate throne on her left sat empty. Both of the thrones made from gold and silver, carved to resemble bone, as further sign of her wealth and power. Above the thrones, among columns that held up mosaics of the night sky, sat 7 masked judges, each mask carved into different grotesque shapes. These figures stood while the queen sat, their clothes simple white tunics and kanakis, offering advice to the queen goddess when asked. But these divine judges were more slave gods to Ereshkigal, powerful in their own way, but in Ganzir they answered to Ereshkigal and to no one else. Ereshkigal, on the other hand, looked little how one might expect a goddess to look like. Instead of a tunic and kanaki of Kengir fashion, she wore a long black dress that went up to her shoulders, or at least her left shoulder. Her right shoulder and arm were exposed, but her left arm was covered by the dress's sleeve, her hand covered by equally black gloves. Her tufted and hooded shawl covered her face and head alike. Instead of a crown on her head, she wore elaborate ribbons on her head with beads and pendants that were tied to the ribbons. In other words, Ereshkigal was dressed like a widow in mourning, even though both of her husbands had been dead long before Inanna was born. Ereshkigal still always dressed like a mourning widow. "Welcome to Ganzir, stranger. What hospitality do you expect from death?" Ereshkigal asked Inanna. "Older sister, it's me, Inanna," she said to her sister, stepping forward, only for 2 guards to step forward from the darkness. Their shadowy armor and horned helmets hid their faces beneath. What they could not hide was the silver collars around their necks. More slave gods to Ereshkigal. "I have come to Ganzir to demand a tribute of earth and water, to show all of the pantheons of heaven and hell that you answer to me, that death stands subservient to love and war in Kengir, Inanna said in her most confident voice, only for the Queen of Ganzir to laugh at the naked woman's request. You've come to Kur to demand tribute of earth and water? You've traveled below the earth for dust and water? I'm afraid the only water here comes from libation, and the only earth here is dust that the desperate dead eat. You're welcome to both, but I promise you that if you take them, then it'll be Kur that you answer to, not the other way around, Erishkigal said with a laugh, and all of the slave gods echoed her laugh. In that moment, Inanna became aware of how many gods Erishkigal had enslaved. Dozens stood in the shadows, the 7 judges above, and Anu only knew how many more Erishkigal had working for her in Ganzir. You stand naked before a queen. You have no weapon, you have no seal, you have no title, you have no domain, you don't even have a scrap of cloth to cover your secrets before me. What right do you have to demand that I kneel to you? You come into my domain seeking wealth and power? Do you think you are powerful enough to defeat death? Erishkigal asked Inanna, who was speechless before she squeaked. I am the goddess of war. I am the goddess of love. Humanity lives because of me. Humanity has heroes because of me. Erishkigal leaned forward. Humanity dies because of me. Humanity has a place to go because of me. You are not the first to try to enslave me, but you are by far the most foolish, challenging death inside her court, challenging judgment before the judges. Tell me, my judges, tell me, my slaves, what is this woman before me? Erishkigal asked her court, and the judges spoke as one. She is a dead woman, they said, and Inanna fell forward, her heart stopped and her lungs struggling. Mere minutes of life left without her heart beating, and the judges produced chains and hooks from behind their backs as they threw them at Inanna, binding the hooks into her flesh as they pulled her above. You're not even worth me enslaving. You are far more valuable to Ganzir as a corpse. After all, you're a goddess of nothing here. Erishkigal sneered, but Inanna, in her final moments, knew one last thing she was the goddess of, something she did not give up at any of the gates. I am still a goddess of women, and as powerful as you are, Queen of Ganzir, goddess of death, my older sister, you are still a woman, and I can make you answer for my death, Inanna said as her curse was laid and she breathed her last breath. Her body hung above the throne room, her soul trapped within her cooling corpse, her divine golden blood dripping down, forming more of the gold that made up the palace of Ganzir. After Inanna's last breath, Erishkigal was struck by a great pain in her body. Her body tensed and tore at itself as she begged for help from her physicians to identify the pain. And the physicians told her that she was going through all the pain of childbirth, but she herself was not pregnant. So the pain would have no relief, only a continuing pain that would last as long as Inanna was dead, an act that even the goddess of death could not undo. For 3 days Ereshkigal was in great pain and exhaustion, in too much pain to sleep, too exhausted to move from her throne. None in her palace could offer her relief from the pain. And on the dawn of the 4th day, 2 messengers from the gods above approached the palace. They told Ereshkigal that they could offer her relief from the pain, but they needed to have Inanna return to life and return to the soulful land. Ereshkigal agreed, but warned the genderless messengers. She has been judged dead, as if she is to live, another will have to take her place, or else shades will follow her onto Earth, and Earth is haunted enough, Ereshkigal warned, but the messengers agreed still. They offered food and water of life to Inanna's corpse, and with the food of life she came back to life. Now alive, Ereshkigal's curse ended, and near collapse. She ordered her demons to escort both the messengers and her younger sister back to the soulful lands. Each gate she passes through, have her item returned, and remember to take a soul back to Genzir, a soul she has chosen, Ereshkigal said before she fell asleep from exhaustion. And through Kur, Inanna was escorted through with the messengers. Each piece of her she left behind was returned. She grew stronger. She grew more self-assured, as she was once again back to herself. But the demon followed her like a shadow as she made her way back to her palace. The first to greet them was her attendant, the one who told her the rules of Kur, and called for help when Inanna did not return after 3 days. Her eyes were red from crying and mourning for Inanna, but when the demon saw her, he grabbed the attendant and asked, "Is this the soul to take back?" He asked Inanna, who shook her head. "No, not her. She mourned me when I was dead. She deserves to live," she told the demon who let the attendant free. Not upset and not caring, because it wasn't in the Gala's nature to care about anything except obeying. It didn't have enough will to care about getting it done quickly, as long as it was done. Next, they stepped into the palace where Inanna found her Butation, her own slave god, burning incense before a painting of her, even with his eyes dry of tears. The Gala grabbed the Beautician and asked, "Is this the soul for your soul?" It asked Inanna, who shook her head. "No, he was a free god with my death, but he remained behind. He burned incense for me, and even though his eyes are free of tears, I cannot consign him to hell when he did what was expected and proper for him to do. He is my slave, and he will stay," Inanna said as the Gala let the Beautician go. He remained silent and his angry eyes downcast, likely conflicted between wishing he found freedom and grateful that he burned incense so he wasn't trapped in Ganzir. Finally, Inanna traveled to her throne room, where once she sat on the throne and her husband sat on the step below where she sat, a place where she ruled as both a queen and general. When she arrived in the throne room, it was not as she left it. Wine was spilled across the floor, sweets and meats alike were scattered all around the throne room, once a divine and regal place reduced to a mess. And that was before all of the mortal women she saw dancing in the hall, all in varying degrees of undress, but even the most covered of them were so exposed she would be considered a prostitute on the streets. All mortal women, and on her throne sat her husband, Dumezid, his cock inside of a slave girl who was turned away from him as she bounced up and down on him, both of them too far distracted to notice that the queen of the court had returned. "Is it her soul?" the Gala asked Inanna. "No, not her soul. His," Inanna said as the Gala leapt forward with all of the speed of the wind. grabbing Dumizid and pulling him out of the slave girl, leaving the human girl sprawled on the floor. Inanna did not care if the girl got out of the way or if she was crushed beneath Inanna's steps. She only had one focus: her naked, cheating husband, his wrist held by Ereshkigal's demon. As Inanna spoke to him, "You didn't mourn me. You didn't try to save me. You didn't even act the way you were supposed to when your wife dies. You were the one who wanted me to head into Kur. You wanted me to die, and you were quick to replace me with a slave girl. But now I have returned. Your soul for mine. You said my sister's kingdom was impressive. Now you will serve in her court," Inanna told Dumizid. Before the gala dragged the naked god of shepherds to Kur, where he would serve as Ereshkigal's newest slave god. The story of Inanna's descent into the underworld spread among the known world. Many people heard the story and thought the story was a lesson about how dangerous Kur was, about how powerful Ereshkigal was, about the arrogance of endless conquest, or even a warning about the foolishness of trying to conquer death itself. Dumizid's twin sister, Gestiana, heard of her twin brother's fate and offered to take his place for half of the year, and Ereshkigal agreed. So when Gestiana, goddess of spring, was in Kur, the world would cool for autumn and then winter, and when Dumizid leaves Kur, he brings with him many shades who visit the soulful lands for a short time. Shades who get a chance to eat food from the soulful lands, a chance to see their descendants, or to at least see the sun again. Whether it is a kindness of Dumizid or simply a side effect is not known. One of the hardest parts of sharing a story like this is that you cannot always tell what people will interpret from the story. Some people will hear the story about how even a goddess of war struggles in Kur and assume that they are stronger than her, that they are smarter than her, or that if they had the chance to do the exact same journey as her, that they would make it through Kur with treasure or with Ereshkigal conquered. Ereshkigal's court and domain grew with many souls, both divine and mortal, who thought they were more capable than Inanna. Ereshkigal freely shared these stories, because whether or not a mortal tries to enter Kur, they make their way there eventually. Divine souls, on the other hand, had to enter Kur of their own free will for Ereshkigal to conquer the divine. Still, these stories spread far and wide, and another god of war, one who twice fell in battle to Inanna, once in war, once in love, a distant god with dominion over war, a distant god with dominion over disease, a man who heard the story of a woman failing in her quest and believed he could do better, even if that same woman defeated him twice. He assumed he was better. He had heard Inanna's story, and all he heard from the story is how wealthy Ereshkigal was, and what to expect from the seven hells of Kur. So now, this god of disease would conquer the hells of Kur. He would take all of the gold and gems of Ganzir, and he would conquer the goddess of death, not by fighting her, but by marrying her. At least that is what this god told himself. And the name of this god? The name of this god of war and disease, who would travel through seven hells to take a bride in the name of conquest and power? A minor god in the kingdom of Bola, a kingdom of exiles. A god named Nergal. As we approach this year's Hearts Day, or St. Valentine's Day for the Christians out there, I see effigies, idols, and image of Cupid and cherubim all over, pasted over boxes of delicious chocolate, plastered over cardstock, and all over online, all over the airwaves, and even on the screen. While the cherubs are something else entirely, I think most of the modern world has forgotten the tales of Eros and his bride Psyche. They are happy to use a simple image of the old god, happy to show the golden arrows, but refuse to talk about the red or black arrows. Happy to have a smiling archer on their cards declaring their love, but they also forget the trials that Psyche had to go through for her husband. They forget that Eros isn't simply a symbol of desire. He is desire. He is the son of both love and war. Born out of wedlock, born from an affair, born because of lust. A primordial god whose siblings are death, fear, terror, harmony, longing, and avenging, whose arrows could pierce the night and even cause the heavens to fall for the earth. People also forget Psyche's part of the story entirely. They forget the mortal woman who was so beautiful that mortals would pray to her and give her tribute over the goddess of love. They forget the princess who was fated to fall for a beast so terrible that all of the gods of the heavens and all the demons of hell fear this beast. They forget the mortal woman who found her wings in pursuit of her love, one of the only mortals to ever travel to the underworld in pursuit of her love, and to return. A mortal whose love for Eros was strong enough to reward herself with immortality and divinity. A tale I think the Seven Cities needs to remember this Hearts Day, especially with the reminder that the Ragnarok games are coming for us all. Psyche was once a princess of a kingdom that bordered the Central Sea. Even though she was youngest of three sisters, she was the youngest, she was considered the most beautiful in all of her kingdom. Her eldest sister, Cleo, caught the eye of the Pharaoh of Kemet, whom she married, and she soon found herself in charge of her husband's armies, securing glory for both Kemet and her parents' kingdom. Thalia, the middle child, who studied poetry, and through poetry fell in love with a Roman senator. Through her marriage to the senator, she secured writings from all over the known world and beyond. She lived a happy life, increasing the knowledge and the writings of her kingdom, and that of the Roman Republic. And then there was Psyche. Even though she didn't have her sister's talents in warfare nor words, her beauty was said to be so great that people of her kingdom stopped leaving prayers, tribute, and worship for Aphrodite, and started praying to Psyche, started leaving their tribute to her and worshipping her, bowing wherever she traveled, covering their eyes, and hopeful to catch even a glance of her beauty in the puddles of the streets. This further strengthened the king's power, who had one daughter leading the armies and priests of Kemet, another who led the poets and politicians of Rome, and a population that worshipped him as the father of a goddess. But he had a growing problem with Psyche. Those who tried to marry her had tragic fates before they had a chance to marry. The first fiancé was a nomadic king with trade routes as far east as the Middle Kingdom and as far west as Hibernia. He was found suffocated beneath a ton of rose petals while in the desert. His kingdom, with no heir and no spouse, was left torn apart between warring generals. The next fiancé was the hero king of an island kingdom, whose steel was stronger than any in the known world, whose forges and blacksmiths would be the envy of any kingdom. Soon after his proposal to Psyche, though, he was found dead in his privy, molten iron poured into his mouth and permanently rooting him to the privy seat by passing through his body. Final fiancé, a great seer and rumored necromancer, a black blood prince of distant Adytum, took one look at his bride-to-be and told the court that Psyche was destined to be loved not by any mortal, but by a monster so fearsome that it only was discussed in hushed whispers by the gods. A monster so frightful that all of the damned denizens of the underworld shivered at the thought of this monster. A monster that had slain titans, a monster that had toppled heroes, and who stopped even heartless villains in their path. The king imagined a fearsome monster, a towering behemoth like Typhon, or a many-headed beast like Cerberus, or a venomous beast with poison so powerful it could kill an Olympian, like the Hydra, any of whom could easily destroy his entire kingdom. But the Adytum prince warned him it was even more fearsome. So he sent the seer away, and he asked for the oracle of Apollo. When the oracle arrived, he asked the oracle of Apollo what to do with Psyche. The oracle warned the king that if Psyche remained in the kingdom, that the kingdom would fall. He told the king to tell the kingdom that Psyche was dead, and to bring Psyche to the cliff, where she would be taken away by Zephyr, the west wind, to an isolated place, far beyond the kingdom, where the monster could take her away. The king, knowing better than to outsmart fate, told the kingdom that Psyche was dead, and he told Psyche of her new responsibilities to the kingdom. She would be taken away to be stolen by a fearsome monster. So the king had Psyche dressed in funerary clothes and took her to a distant cliff that overlooked her kingdom. From there she could watch her kingdom mourn her apparent death. Their wails were so great that she could hear it from her cliff. In time, though, their wails faded along with their grief. In time the kingdom grew quiet, and then it grew loud again with the people moving on with their day. Even with the death of the most beautiful princess, practically a goddess in her kingdom, in time their grief faded. And they moved on with their lives. Psyche could watch the world mourn her death and move on, something that a living person never gets to see, their own funeral and the world without them. From so far above over the kingdom, the world looked the same when it thought she lived, and it looked the same when it thought she died. Even if she was important to others, the world moves on without her, and up on her cliff she was alone for hours. She worried that this fearsome monster would strike her while she slept, so she stayed awake as long as she could. But as the night went on, Psyche's fear sapped her strength enough for her to fall asleep on the cliff. As she slept, she was picked up by Zephyr, the invisible western wind, who carried her off where she would meet her monster. Long before Psyche was taken to the cliff, Aphrodite saw that this kingdom had stopped worshipping her. She saw that they fell for Psyche, and she saw that they carved statues to resemble Psyche, not Aphrodite. She saw that their prayers were to Psyche, and not to Aphrodite. Her pride was bruised, but she was careful to not directly interfere. Not yet, at least. Instead, she called forth one of her many sons, Eros, to cause Psyche to fall in love with something ugly or monstrous. Aphrodite's personal favorite punishment from mortals, from causing Pasiphae to lust for her husband's prized bull, to causing Polyphonte to lust after a bear, from causing great heroes to only desire attention of old women, to causing a hunter to fall in love with his reflection. Aphrodite's greatest gift was also her greatest curse, and her son Eros was her arrow. Still, though, as Eros flew invisibly through the air, he struck himself with one of his golden arrows, causing him to fall in love with the next person he saw, which was Psyche. As he fell in love with her, he promised he would protect her from all threats. So suitor after suitor, he slayed with both flour and iron, and when the seer from Adytum came to the court, he saw the invisible Eros, and it was Eros who he spoke to when he warned that Psyche would be taken by a monster so fearsome. Eros's love, though triggered by his arrows, was still true, so he promised to protect her, and he asked Zephyr to bring her to his palace when she fell asleep, before the monster had a chance to reach her. He was too love-struck to wonder who the monster could have been, but Eros would have stood before Hades, Nyx, and even Hera, or against any of the gods of Olympus, if it kept her safe. But as she was taken to his palace, he remained invisible, knowing that if she saw his true face, his true form, she would be driven mad. He loved her too much to let her go insane by seeing his true face, but he also loved her too much to let her go. When Psyche awoken, she was stunned by the beauty of the palace. She could see soaring columns, beautiful gardens, and countless statues of Aphrodite and Ares. Inside of the palace, there was a grand feast prepared in front of her, more food than she had ever seen in any palace. The food smelled even more delicious than she imagined food could be. She watched as the food was prepared, unaware it was invisible Eros preparing her feast. When the feast was ready to eat, she sat to eat, listening to music played on the lyre, also by Eros, still unseen by her. Her feast finished, she listened to the music before she grew bored, and she sought out more of the palace. She could see that there was many rooms, but only two looked ready to be slept in. The larger room had big windows and a view of the rolling hills around the palace, and the invisible force whispered to her, "This is your room, Psyche. Long as you stay here, this room is yours." She turned to where she heard the voice, but she still did not see her mysterious host. So she asked, "Who are you, my host?" she asked the invisible force. There was stirring in the air as the god thought about whether or not to be honest to her, before he answered, "I am Eros, son of Aphrodite, son of Ares, named after my great-uncle Eros, son of Nyx," he told her as Psyche thanked him. "Thank you for taking me away before I could be taken by a monster. Are there any rules I need to live by in this place?" "Is this place like the summer court?" she asked, referencing the fey courts of distant Hibernia. "I have only two rules. Do not enter my room after dark, and do not try to look upon my true face. My face is too much for any mortal to comprehend and remain sane," Eros warned her. Psyche thought about the rules and decided it would be easy to follow. She wasn't as versed in legends and stories as Thalia, but then she knew better than to betray a simple rule given by an Olympian. "Can you tell me where you stand so I can embrace you?" she asked Eros, who, instead of speaking with words, he responded with music, singing a song he learned from his cousin Apollo. A song Apollo once composed for a nymph who could never love him, a nymph that Eros cursed. If Eros understood the irony or the omen, he did not let it be known. He sang until Psyche embraced where he stood, her hands brushing his wings on his back, and it was the first step of Psyche falling in love with Eros. Across the weeks and months, Psyche watched as Zephyr would bring food and supplies to Eros's palace, and although Eros would vanish for many hours a day, he would return to Psyche, playing his lyre, serving her food, and servicing her. Usually invisible, except at night, where he would conceal himself in darkness. Psyche could imagine her lover and savior, and that was enough for her, at least for a while. Even at night, when he would ask her to cover her eyes with a blindfold, She could imagine how beautiful he was as he touched her, and they explored each other at night. She could feel no scars nor warts along his skin. She could feel how gentle and sensitive his fingers were. She could feel his calluses on his fingertips, on his ring finger, and on the inside of his index finger. She knew how silver-tongued he was when he spoke to her, and she could feel his tongue's flexibility on herself when he kissed both of her lips. When his arms tangled in hers, she could feel his strong but flexible muscles, the softness of his belly and chest when he touched her. She could run her fingers through his curly hair on his head and his smooth chin. Psyche had lain with many men and women in her kingdom, and she knew the dark made all beautiful in bed, but the darkness did not lend skill. But Eros clearly had loving skill. The way he knew how to tease her nerves, scratch her skin without leaving a mark, how to massage without squeezing, how to embrace without laying his weight on her, and how his feathery wings felt so downy and soft in her fingers, how she could hear his soft voice demanding dominance when his tongue and fingers entered, while he also meowed into her ears when his member invaded her. How he could be both soft and hard, caring and selfish, how he was both antithesis and synthesis. She could imagine him as anything or anyone, much like how she would when she cared for herself back in her kingdom. And she knew he did not care whomever or whatever she imagined, as long as he was the one who touched her, and she did not look at him. However, as loving as sex can be, it also often leads to another gift that not all are ready for. Psyche soon realized she was pregnant, and Eros was ecstatic with the news. But Psyche felt her thoughts plagued with how she would care for her newborn child. Would she have to raise them away from her family? Would her child never be able to see their father? Would she ever meet Eros's family? She knew he was the son of Aphrodite, but she did not know if Aphrodite would accept her grandchild. The Olympians were famously unwelcoming to new family members. So when Zephyr brought new supplies, she asked the invisible wind god to at least bring her sisters to the palace, so she could let her family know that she was alive and that she was pregnant. She also asked that Zephyr not tell Eros because she feared he would forbid the practice, but as long as she never asked, the practice could never be forbidden. Zephyr agreed reluctantly, but he also warned Psyche. I will not be held responsible for what Eros does, nor will I be held responsible for what you or your sisters do. In Argivia, love is rarely received without pain. In Argivia, a marriage with love is even scarcer. In Argivia, a loving marriage without pain is unheard of. When you love someone, it is like giving them a knife and telling them to press it to your skin, trusting them not to push it in. When you love someone, it is like trusting them with every poison in the apothecary and trusting them to make you a banquet. When you marry someone, it only ends in one of two ways, Zephyr said, the golden-haired god briefly visible to Psyche. Above his head, a rainbow halo, a gift from his wife. Divorce, he said, bathed in Iris's radiance. A wife he did not love, nor did she love him, but they did respect each other. Or death, Zephyr said, his radiant eyes glancing towards a cypress tree at the cliff's edge. At the roots of the tree were hyacinth flowers, stained purple and red, as Zephyr carefully touched the branches of the cypress, almost like he was caressing a lover. And Zephyr's breeze gently brushed past the hyacinth flowers, kissing and caressing each petal. They're my family. I love them. I want them to know about my pregnancy and my husband-to-be, Psyche told Zephyr, who sighed and turned back to Psyche once again, turning invisible, only his rainbow halo visible. Young mortal, little mortal, you're so naive. You only see comedy in your life. You only see the light of life. There is a reason my wife is only ever visible after rainfall. There is a reason Persephone can only see her husband in the underworld. There is a reason why beauty is kept locked away. I will carry them both to this place, and I will carry them from this place. But you will bear your consequences on your shoulders, and your shoulders alone. Zephyr said as he stepped from the cliff, both falling and flying to Psyche's sisters. Thalia at this time watched over her armies, stretched below her, farther than the horizon, an army so great that it pushed the sea people back into the deserts, and would soon pursue them deep into Asawa. As she watched the armies below her, she heard a voice whisper in her ears. Step off this cliff. Your sister wants to see you. It won't hurt. I will carry you to a beautiful place in the sky. You will see Psyche again. All you have to do is trust me and step off this cliff. The voice whispered to Thalia, who refused to listen at first. But the voice was persistent. It would not leave her alone, not even to sleep. It just kept repeating its words, until finally, that night, Thalia, in her desperate moment, or a moment of weakness, depending on how you see it, stepped off the cliff that overlooked her resting armies. Few saw her that night, but all who did agreed. She was carried off by the breeze. Cleo sat overlooking the central sea when she heard the voice in her ear. Step off this cliff. Your sister wants to see you. It won't hurt. I will carry you to a beautiful place in the sky. You will see Psyche again. All you have to do is trust me and step off this cliff. The voice whispered to Cleo. At first, Cleo refused, but the voice followed her for days, and none dared approach her, for her eyes grew increasingly mad as she screamed about the voice that followed her, until finally, in her desperation, or her anger, depending on how you view it, ran off the cliff, eager to plunge into the sea. The city that watched her step off the cliff was amazed to see that she did not fall. When her sisters arrived at the palace at the same time, the sisters thought that they had died. When Psyche assured them that she was alive and showed them her growing belly, they accepted the fact that Psyche did live, and they were in a palace in the sky. They had their fun in the palace, feasting on food and wine alike. When Eros saw them, he was calm, cold to them. You may stay the night, but tomorrow Zephyr will bring you both home. I can hide one mortal here, but three? I do not wish to tempt Zeus nor Aphrodite, but for now enjoy the festivities, Eros said, invisible host for the women. As he played his lyre, they whispered to Psyche, So you've never seen his face? No, never. What if he is really ugly? What does it matter if he is invisible? What if he's a monster, like the Minotaur or a Gorgon? Oh, you know what I think? I think he's an Impusa. Bet he lays on her chest drinking her blood at night. I bet he impregnated her with a snake. Maybe a giant like Typhon. He wouldn't do that to me, Psyche offered weakly, not wishing to show that her sister's words were having an impact on her and her fears. Oracle said a monster that even the gods fear would fall in love with you. The gods fear Typhon. The gods fear Gorgons. The gods fear Impusa. You've never seen him, Cleo said as Thalia slipped something into Psyche's hand. For protection, Thalia said, handing her sister an adamantine knife, a rock both sharp and hard enough to be able to slay a Gorgon. When he sleeps tonight, sneak into his room, see what he looks like, and if he's a monster, you can slay him. Cleo said it to her. And what if he isn't a monster? Psyche asked her sister. Then consider the knife and the lantern wedding gifts. Cleo told Psyche as they soon finished dinner and went to bed. While her sisters and fiancé slept, Psyche lit the lantern given to her by Cleo, and she carried Thalia's dagger to Eros's personal bedchambers. The low light of the lantern did not wake Eros, but let Psyche see him. He slept beneath his covers, his body covered. Beneath the covers she could see his wings, arms, and legs all twitch, his limbs making him appear more and more monstrous. She carefully lifted the sheet, slowly to avoid waking him. As she finally let her lantern's soft glow fall onto him, the first thing she noticed was his wings. They were a dark black, darker still than his great-uncle's Thanatos. His wings caught the soft light and reflected many colors between each feather catching the soft light and demanding that he be seen. His dark, curly hair cascaded down his cheeks and down to his shoulders, matching the stubble on his cheeks and chin. Did he shave himself every morning and every night just so she could touch him and kiss him without cutting herself on his stubble? She did not know any mortal man who would be so considerate. His eyes were closed, but his eyelashes and eyebrows were carefully plucked and as soft as the hair on his head. Cared for at a level of care that would have made even the royals of Rome jealous. His lips were soft, with a perfect Cupid's bow, and a soft pink that had a small amount of drool dripping from his lips to his pillows. He wore no clothes, and she could see across his body were tattoos of gold and silver, highlighting his dark skin. Tattoos of arrows, hearts, symbols of love, symbols of lust, symbols of anger, symbols of peace highlighted his skin. Psyche lowered her knife a little bit. Eros was handsome, but she did not understand what Eros meant by him being so beautiful that he would drive her mad. At least, she didn't realize until he opened his eyes. His eyes were not human eyes. They were not close to human. They were not close to mammalian eyes. They were not close to living eyes. The closest she could use to describe them would be the color. They were all one glowing color, like the color of every single drop of blood drained from every heart on the planet. Like the color of every single drop of love on the planet drained into the darkest ink. Like watching the most beautiful sunset at noon. He was very much not human. He was as divine as he was terrifying. "What are you doing?" Eros asked Psyche. "Kill him before he kills you," Psyche heard from her sisters' voices, standing directly behind her. When did they get here? She didn't ask. She didn't think. She only plunged the knife down into Eros's thigh, not quite where she was aiming, but he bled gold, the ichor of the gods. "Why are you hurting me?" Eros asked Psyche. His normally sexy voice now sounded weak, pathetic almost, like a scared cat. "Monster," Psyche heard her sisters say. But why was Psyche also saying it at the same time? "Oh, Zeus above, you saw my face. It's too much for any mortal, Psyche. You have to fight it. The madness inside you isn't you," the love god said as Psyche tried to stab him again. This time her knife stabbed through his hand, the adamantine tip mere centimeters from his poisonous red eyes. "You're going to kill me! You're going to kill our daughter! If I kill you first, I'll be free," Psyche said as she withdrew her blade, and she could see golden tears falling from her fiancé's eyes. His tears the same color as his blood. Or did Eros just cry tears of blood? "I'm sorry, Psyche. You can't live here anymore, and neither can I," he said as he opened his wings wide, his wingspan nearly as wide as his room. "You look beautiful, honey," Psyche said, her arms falling to her side, even as her sisters tried to pick up her arm. "He's vulnerable. Cut out his liver. Eat it in front of him. Make Eros your bitch," Psyche heard from behind her, but she did not listen to the voices. She was instead fascinated by the wings in front of her. As he folded his wings and flapped them, causing a powerful breeze to push her out of the room and out of the palace. No, not a breeze, a zephyr. "Why are you taking me away?" Psyche whined to the god of the west wind. She was vaguely aware that her sisters were also being carried away, carried by Zephyr's breeze. "I told you, this is your responsibility alone. You are lucky to be alive. Most who see a true form of a god are killed instantly. You are lucky to only be driven mad, Psyche. You nearly killed Eros. If you succeeded, both love and war would seek you out in every corner of the earth and below it as well," Zephyr told her. "Why were we taken?" Cleo asked, struggling in the grasp of the wind. "Because you told me to kill him in his room," Psyche said. "We weren't there with you," Thalia said. And as Psyche faced her sisters, she could also hear her sisters' words behind her. "They're lying to you. We would never lie to you," the voices said, in her sisters' voices. They spoke also in her voice, in the voice of her parents, and even in the voice of Eros. It was like they were all behind her, their hands on her shoulders as she struggled. "Madness, you said? Like from the Marquess?" Psyche asked Zephyr, who shook his invisible head, although Psyche did not know how she could see his invisible form. "It is. You see more, you hear more, you feel more, you understand more, and that is your curse. One of the many blessings, that of the human body, isn't what it reveals to the soul, it's how much it hides. How many invisible colors, how many silent sounds, how many scentless stinks, how many intangible touches, all hidden from the soul. But now you can sense more than you ever could before, some of which is there, some of which is not there. You have the sanity to understand insanity. You have the insanity to understand sanity. I am more sorry than you can ever know, but this burden is yours alone," Zephyr said as he let go of the three women on a distant Argivian shore, overlooking a cliff full of sharp stones. "What happened?" her sisters asked Psyche, as she could only look off to the distant sea. She had many words she wanted to say, many thoughts she wanted to share, many sights she needed to see, but in that moment all she could say, "He was beautiful," Psyche told her sisters, who were confused, till Psyche explained how beautiful Eros was. It took many hours, and by that time she finished, dawn began to rise. The knowledge of what made Eros beautiful broke something in both Thalia and Cleo, but it wasn't like what happened in Psyche. Psyche had seen many magical and wonderful things in Eros's palace long before she saw Eros, so her mind was clay that was still wet. It could be deformed and dented, but it didn't break. Her sisters' minds were like clay that was already baked and cured. It didn't bend, it didn't dent, it shattered. They both stared into the sea as they whispered about how beautiful Eros was. He'll catch you. All you have to do is jump, Psyche whispered to her sisters. Although she did not know why she did that, it just felt right. They were after the father of her child, and she knew there was only one way to keep them from ever threatening her chances with Eros. Eros? Eros, are you there? Thalia asked. Her memories of who she was before this day were gone. Her thoughts clouded with Psyche's words of how beautiful Eros was. Cleo wandered with her, both hand in hand, as they walked toward the cliff. Any thoughts on how it would work, or if there was any logic to it, was gone. All they cared was Eros was beautiful, and they thought he was there. Eros, where are you? Cleo called as Thalia pointed towards the rising sun. There he is. Can't you hear him? Thalia said as they took another step towards the cliff. Now just one step away from falling over the edge. They paused one last time. What if it isn't him? What if it's all an illusion and he isn't here? Cleo asked. Psyche yelled to her sisters. Then you can spend the rest of your lives wondering if he is just beyond the cliff's edge, rather than learning for yourself, Psyche said, her thoughts and words firm. Whether it was out of anger, jealousy, cold calculation, something that was new in herself, or something that was always there, Psyche did not know. She just knew that she wanted her sisters to step beyond the cliff. They held hands as they stepped over the cliff together. Neither Zephyr nor Eros caught them as they fell to the sea below. The only thing Psyche felt in that moment was the kick of her child still inside of her. As she turned from the sea, and she saw 3 temples in the distance, as she made her way to the nearest temple. The first temple, belonging to Demeter, goddess of agriculture, welcomed Psyche with open arms, giving her new clothes to wear, washing her feet and hands as she asked for a place to live. Priestesses welcomed Psyche that night as they prepared a feast, and Psyche offered to help in the feast. However, every piece of food that grew out of the ground rotted when Psyche stepped near. The wine turned too sour to drink, the olives were moldy, even the bread was as hard as stone. The only food that Psyche could touch without rotting was salt and flesh. So Psyche was asked to eat separate from the other priestesses, only eating the burnt flesh of pig that the priestesses reluctantly slaughtered for her. The next day, the head priestess told Psyche to leave the temple, that she was cursed, that Demeter would not accept the princess. So Psyche, on her aching feet, traveled to the next temple. Temple for Hera, the goddess of motherhood. Psyche figured if anyone would accept her, it would be the mother goddess. And in Hera's temple, Psyche could eat freely without rot, and she figured that she was free of the curse. Until the sun went down and the other priestesses in the temple screamed in pain. all of them struck with violent pangs of childbirth, but none were pregnant, none were giving birth. They were filled with the pain without the joy of having a child. All of them Psyche had to care for the best she could. Warm rags and cold wine, but it eased little of the pain. By the time dawn's purifying light came to the temple, 3 of the priestesses died, just from the sheer pain. The head priestess told Psyche that she was cursed, and she couldn't stay in Hera's temple. So Psyche only had one temple she could go to, Temple of Aphrodite. The temple of Aphrodite was empty, save for a single woman in the center of the temple, covered in a long shroud like she was a married woman. There used to be people who came to this temple from all over Argidia. People would travel hundreds of leagues to leave their prayers and tributes in this temple. That was all taken away by a monster that injured my son. But I see a weary pregnant traveler, and I see that you are cursed. But I can tell you this, Princess Psyche, I know how to remove your curse. If you can handle my trials, the hidden woman said to Psyche. Tell me how to remove my curse, my lady, Psyche said as she bowed her head before the mysterious woman, kissing her feet as she listened to the woman speak. Your first challenge, if you want to eat tonight, is to sort these grains. Sort them from me, and I promise I will feed you tonight, she said to Psyche, as Psyche followed the woman. As she followed, she could hear the ancient echoes of this temple, prayers for beauty, prayers for love, prayers for marriage, familiar prayers that asked for one thing in the words, and in the tone, it asked for another. It was a lot like Eros. It was full of contradiction, but to Psyche in that moment, it was not a contradiction. It was just the way things worked. It was the cold so strong that it burned. It was the song composed of silence. It was the fruit so sweet it savored. It was what love was to Psyche when she was near Eros. But deep in the temple's cellar, far from the prayers, Psyche could see her task ahead of her. There were massive piles of grains mixed all over the floor. Piles taller than Psyche was, but not as tall as her hostess. Piles so wide that it stretched across the cellar, and so deep that Psyche had to wade through it. Grains of wheat, chaff, chickpeas, legumes, barley, and oats. Separate these piles into separate sacks before tonight, the host said, throwing 6 sacks at Psyche. But there's so much, and there is so little of me. How am I supposed to do this? She asked her hostess as she sighed. Anything in this cellar you can use to sort them. Place them in all of the sacks. If even one grain is misplaced, I will leave you out in the cold with no food, and you will never have your curse removed, the woman said as she stalked up the cellar steps, barricading the door behind her, making it clear that Psyche couldn't leave. Psyche tried to search the cellar for any tools, but if it had any, it was buried a long time ago under all of the grains. She tried separating the grains by hand, the low light forcing her to separate them all by touch. Even when hours passed, she barely put anything into the sacks. And the worst part? The way each grain would speak to her. Every single one had a voice, the same voice as the hostess, each one mocking her, calling her a murderer, telling her that she was forever cursed to stay away from Eros. They told her that she would starve in the wilds of Vargivia, her child cannibalizing her corpse and crawling out like Medusa's children. And these voices were heard with every single grain she picked up. And after many hours, she sat herself on the cellar steps, and she cried, hugging her stomach as she felt her starving stomach and her squirming child alike inside of her. Even after hours of her work, the piles of grain looked just as big as they were earlier. But she was convinced if she just didn't touch any of the grains, she would be free of the pain of the grain's voices. "Why do you cry?" a tiny voice said to Psyche. She turned to where the voice came from, and she could see a small ant on her finger. It must have wandered onto her hand, but as she held the ant, she could hear its soft voice. "I cry because there's so much work for me to do. I have to sort the grains before nightfall, but I cannot do it by myself," Psyche told the ant as the ant listened. After a moment of silence, the ant spoke. "In my colony, in my family, there is always lots of work to get done. There are tunnels to dig, food to sort, and children to raise. If any one ant tried to do it all, we would never get anything done. So we all do what little we can, and we get it all done. We can build colonies that would put your cities to shame. We can lift rocks that Heracles couldn't budge. We can even bring down titans. If you want, my colony and I can sort these grains for you, Psyche," the ant offered to Psyche. "But why would you do that for me? I'm not in your colony," Psyche asked. The ant, "I do it because it's what my colony wants to do. My colony does it because it's what I want to do. When you find your own colony, you will understand," the ant said as it marched off, and columns of ants swarmed the cellar. Psyche could hear the ants sing while the grain screamed. The ants carried each grain one at a time, sacks that filled with overflowing grain. No matter how much grain was put into the sacks, they never filled completely. So she watched as the ants finished, and the cellar was now empty, except for the 6 sacks with the grain. "Thank you, my friends," Psyche said to the ants. But now there were no voices from the marching insects. They retreated back to their homes beneath the dirt floor, leaving Psyche alone to realize that she may have not been speaking to the ants. But whether she was or not, the ants helped her, and just in time, as she had heard the barricade moved from the door, the shrouded woman stepped to the landing on top of the stairs. She swayed in place, a goblet of wine in one hand, and a crust of bread in the other. She slurred her words as she saw Psyche's hard work. "All sorted? How? Show me your hands," the woman said as she swayed down the stairs. When she got close, Psyche showed her hands, all covered in cuts and scrapes from the grains. It wasn't this bad when she asked the ants for help. It was almost like Psyche sorted the grain herself and not the ants. But that wasn't possible, was it? "So you did sort it. That's good for you. Here's your dinner," the woman said, dropping the crust of bread at Psyche's feet. Psyche desperately grabbed the bread and devoured it while the woman laughed. Little bitch. Congratulations on your first trial. Your next trial is to collect me some wool from Helios's sheep, enough to make my son a new tunic. His old tunic was ruined. If you hurry, you can get the wool before Helios wakes up at dawn, the woman said as she began to make her way up the stairs. I need sleep, please. I'm pregnant and I need rest for my child and I, Psyche begged the woman, who paused, only to turn to Psyche. Even though her face was covered, Psyche felt like the woman was staring daggers at her, her drunkenness gone in that moment and replaced by sobering anger. You need rest? My baby boy hasn't slept in days because he is in so much pain. He just finally passed out long enough for me to get some food and wine. This wool is to get him some clothes since all of his old clothes are covered in blood and shit. His blood and his shit. You don't know what it is like to watch your child torn apart by a monster. You don't know what it is like to watch your son make a mistake so stupid. If he would only listen. You're pregnant, so you want special treatment? You little bitch that came crawling to this temple asking for help. If you don't do this, your curse will carry to you and your child. If you really are going to be a good mother, you wouldn't ask another mother to make her son naked for your comfort, the woman said before she turned and stomped up the stairs of the cellar. Psyche sat in silence for a while longer before she began her trek up the stairs and out of the temple. She knew where Helios's sheep were, on the east side of the river. She grabbed shears from the temple as she made her way to the river, and where she saw the sheep with the golden wool rest on the small island in the middle of the river. The shores were guarded by thorny plants to keep anyone from harming Helios's sheep. As Psyche swam towards the island, you could hear the way the river babbled. It whispered of its journey from the sky to the mountains to the river, down to the sea. The river sang like a symphony, every drop a single note in the beautiful tone that pushed Psyche towards the island. As she reached the island, she swam beneath the thorns, careful not to prick herself as she crawled onto the grassy island. Helios's sheep slumbered peacefully as Psyche approached the sheep. The shears in her hands whispered to her, It'll be easy to slit the throats of the sheep. It'll be quick. It'll be painless. Surely Helios will not notice a missing sheep, the shears whispered to Psyche, but she resisted as a more prominent voice reminded her of the wrath of Helios had for those who harmed his livestock. The wrath of Helios would make a Spartan king seem merciful. So instead, she tried to shear the sheep's wool. But the shears could not cut the wool. The golden wool was harder than steel. Snip after desperate snip, Psyche could barely nick the wool. She couldn't even wake the sheep with her movements because they were so protected by the wool. And every time she tried, the shears kept mocking her. You think this would be easy? You think the woman in black would be more merciful than Helios? You really thought that mortal shears could shear divine sheep? If you were smart, you would kill the sheep while Helios sleeps. You were never going to be a good mother for your child anyway. If you were merciful to your child, you'd take me to your own throat." The shears told Psyche, as in her desperation and anger, she threw the shears into the water. As the metal drowned in the symphony of the river, Psyche once again hugged her stomach as she cried beneath the moonlit sky. Her tears mingled with the river and with her blood, and while she cried, she got closer and closer to the thorns when she heard the thorns talk to her. "Why do you cry?" the thorns asked Psyche. "I cry because I need to collect wool from the sheep. My shears aren't sharp enough, and now I threw them away, and I have nothing to shear the sheep with," Psyche told the thorns. "If you need the wool of the sheep, you don't need to shear them," the thorns said to Psyche. "What do you mean?" Psyche asked as the voices of the thorns guided her to a spot where the thorns grew in a thicket on the island. In the thicket she could see many strands and threads of golden wool in the thorns, enough wool for at least 2 sheep. The sheep often get itchy while Helios is away. They use the thorns to scratch themselves, and when they do, they leave behind a little of their wool, and they have done it so often that they have left behind plenty of wool for you to collect. It doesn't matter if you cannot cut it. It's already been cut for you," Thorn said to Psyche. "Why would the sheep leave behind wool like this? Isn't the wool valuable?" Psyche asked the thorns. "The sheep love being scratched. When you love something, you leave some of yourself behind with what you love. And you bring some of what you love with you. The sheep leave behind their wool with us, and we leave some of our thorns with them as they take us with them. Sometimes it hurts to love something, but when you do, you leave some of yourself behind, and you take something with you, especially when it hurts," Thorns told her before they went silent again. And Psyche harvested the wool from her thorns. Each strand sang to her as she collected them and put them in her bag. As Psyche harvested the wool, she wondered again if the thorns really spoke to her, or if it was her mind, or maybe if it was Zephyr following her this entire time, telling her what she already knew, telling her something it saw before she could understand. She wondered if the world was really speaking to her, or if she was nothing special, and she hallucinated the voices that made her special. Psyche had no answer when far before dawn, as she swam back to Aphrodite's temple. As dawn arrived on her, the woman in black saw that Psyche carried the wool, enough for 2 sheep, as she inspected the wool and the wounded hands and feet of Psyche. "Your hands will callous eventually. Now you have another task, while I spin this wool into my son's new clothes. I need water from the Styx and the Coctius rivers of the underworld." "I cannot travel to the underworld just for water," Psyche told the woman who scoffed. "Lucky for you, there's a cliff nearby that has runoff from both waters. I just need an ampule of the water mix," the woman said, handing the ampule on a chain to the princess. "Be careful not to fall into the waters. You will be dragged to the underworld, and your curse will follow you, even as you wander the deepest pits of Tartarus," the woman warned Psyche as she turned away. "You need to rest," Psyche called up to the woman who sighed. "My son will not heal without this water, and you only have until noon before the sun dries out the water. If my son is not healed today, your curse will remain," the woman said as Psyche sighed again, and she began to trek to the cliff. the footprints leaving behind blood where she stepped, a legacy from the thorns on the island. The cliff, she could see the cave, down below, far down below. No way that she could climb it, no way she could hike down it. The pool on the bottom of the cave would be beyond her reach, and when the sun was directly overhead, it would evaporate the water below. How do I get down below? She asked. Step off the cliff. Fall into the pool. It's very easy. Rocks can do it, Cliff said to Psyche. I want to live, and I want to collect the water, she told the cliff. Why would I want a murderer to live? The cliff asked Psyche as she collapsed onto her knees, hugging her stomach. She was so tired, and she was so defeated. Her hands and feet were bloodied, and she had nothing left she could try and reach the bottom. There was nothing she could use to make a rope or ladder, and Psyche could not fly down. Sure, you can fly. All you have to do is flap your wings and let yourself float, the passing butterfly told Psyche as she ignored the butterfly, its suggestion unhelpful to the mortal woman. As she sat there, her head in her hands, she noticed that there was an eagle standing nearby. It was watching her cry, and when she met its eye, the eagle spoke to her. Why do you cry? The eagle asked her. I'm crying because I need the water in the cave at the bottom of the cliff, but I cannot reach it, she told the eagle, who stared at her before it spoke. I dive to the cave on the bottom of the cliff all the time. It's the best place to get fish. If you wrap the chain around my neck, I can collect the water when I go hunting and bring it back to you, the eagle offered to Psyche. Why would you do that to me? The water is valuable to me, and you get nothing for it, Psyche asked the eagle. I don't get nothing. I get to hunt. The water is valueless to me, but invaluable to you. It costs me nothing to get it for you, but it gives you everything. The values of gods and mortals are not the values of fish and birds. The water is valuable to the fish because that's where it lives. The water is valuable to me because it's where I hunt. The water is valuable to you because it is where what is asked of you. The water is valuable to the gods because it can heal. We have different values with the same water. I will hunt with or without the water, but if it helps you, I will collect some water for you. And I hope you remember that even if something is valueless to you, doesn't mean it won't have value to someone else, the eagle told Psyche as it flew below the cliff and soon returned with the ampule of water. Psyche carefully capped the ampule and thanked the eagle. The eagle did not speak, and Psyche wondered if she truly spoke with the eagle, or if she just believed she did, and she just wrapped the ampule around the neck of a random bird that she saw diving into the cave. As she traveled back to the temple, she did not decide what answer was more terrifying. She saw the woman in black again on the steps of the temple. When she offered the black water to the woman, she glanced at the ampule, and satisfied with it, she turned away, and she told Psyche her last challenge. I've been taking care of my son for so long. My beauty has faded, and I need to collect more of it. And there is only one place in the cosmos that beauty can be collected. From Persephone's collection in the underworld. You have until dusk to prepare. At dusk, the ferrymen arrive at the river, and then you will have until dawn to return. Prepare for the trip, Psyche. If you return, your curse will be lifted, the mysterious woman said. This time, Psyche did not bother telling the woman this was unfair. It didn't matter whether it was unfair or not. That was the way it is. As the woman entered her private chambers where her son recuperated, Psyche sat in the middle of the temple as she thought about traveling to the underworld. She hugged her stomach as she thought about how daunting it is to travel to the underworld, and as she thought about it, more tears fell from her eyes as this time the temple spoke directly to Psyche. "Why do you cry?" the temple asked Psyche. "I only have until dusk to prepare for a trip to the underworld, to collect beauty, but I don't know how to prepare to reach the underworld," she told the temple as the temple answered. "You can survive the trip, but you have to listen." As the temple explained how Psyche would survive the trip to the underworld. She listened, and she took the remaining hours in the day to prepare. When dusk arrived, the woman in black and the ferryman were already at the shore of the river when Psyche made her way there. "Are you ready for the trip to the underworld?" the woman in black asked Psyche, who nodded. "Good," she said as she turned away and made her way back to the temple. Psyche turned to the ferryman, who reached out a bony hand wordlessly, asking for something, as Psyche spat out a coin from her mouth onto his hand. Her hands filled with honey barley cakes, and the man nodded as he took the coin, and he pushed his boat into the underworld. Psyche was told that she would need to carry 2 coins in her mouth, one to let Charon carry her to the underworld, and the other coin to have him carry her back from the underworld. And she would need the honey barley cakes as another fare for another gatekeeper in the underworld. Sure enough, on the shores of the Styx sat Cerberus, the 3-headed guardian of Hades. As Psyche approached, the dog growled, and she did not need to hear its voice to know it was a threat. Still, Psyche laid both cakes in front of the dog, as the 3-headed dog began to tear into the cake, 2 heads eating while the third whimpered, letting her pass, now a friend to Cerberus. As Psyche traveled down the path to Hades' palace, she remembered the temple's warning. There would be distractions along the track. Beggars who would ask her for her very last coin, who would take away her only chance back to the Soulful Lands. Men with broken carts who would beg for her to help fix the carts, only to instead demand that she push the cart herself, chaining her to the cart because offering help meant the same as offering to do it all by herself to them. She was warned to avoid fear and terror, both twin sons of Aphrodite and Ares. Fear would give her an unpleasant feeling of danger. Terror would be the reveal of danger. She was also warned to avoid depression and anxiety, both handmaidens of Aphrodite, who would eagerly enslave Psyche, just like they had to so many other enemies and allies to Aphrodite. What the temple did not warn Psyche was that she should have expected was her sisters. Just beyond the trail, Psyche could hear her sisters' voices. "You said he was beautiful. You said he was beautiful. You said he was beautiful," he said as Psyche paused and turned her head to where she heard her sisters. And not far from the path, she could see a large couch built for royalty. Both Thalia and Cleo laying on the chest of a familiar man. They were wrapped by large dark wings, acting both as blanket and embrace. For a dark moment, Psyche thought she succeeded in killing Eros, confining him to the underworld, and now he fell in love with her sisters. After all, she recognized his wings and his chest, but as she watched him closely, she saw little details that were off. The calluses on his hands weren't on his index finger and ring finger, but on the inside of all of his fingers, like he held a sword, not a bow, and his head was hooded in a black cowl. But when the man's eyes peeked out to see her, he knew it wasn't Eros. Eros's eyes weren't like that. The stranger's eyes were very much not human. They were primal, like Eros's eyes, but the color was different. As dark purple as poison and as piercing as a freezing blizzard. His eyes were like the silence of a crowded place that heard the stranger's name, and while Psyche did not need to hear his voice, she knew the stranger's name. Thanatos, Eros's great uncle, that she could see they could practically be twins. But where Eros was warm, Thanatos was cold. Where Eros was terrifying, Thanatos was comforting. Where Eros was beautiful, Thanatos was awe-inspiring. And Psyche knew if Thanatos wanted her, he could just say one word and she would walk off the trail for him. That if he wanted her dead, he would take a single cut of her hair and he would follow her forever until she fell under his shadow. But despite that brief glance, Thanatos turned his eyes away from Psyche and to her sisters. Thanatos didn't need to worry about Psyche. It didn't matter if he went after her now or never. She would fall under his shadow and sword eventually, and she would spend eternity in the underworld alongside her sisters and so many others who fell for Thanatos' piercing eyes. Still, Psyche turned from that distraction, and with great strength she made step after agonizing step towards her goal, her feet screaming both in pain and in voices from her burden. She tried not to think about the fact that Thanatos made eye contact with Psyche and with the child she carried. So Psyche traveled the trail to Hades' palace, eyes forward and her coin under her tongue. Even if the beggars tried to pickpocket her, they would find no coins on her person. Even if the men with broken carts asked for her help, she kept moving so they would not have a chance to clasp irons around her. Even when wanderers tried to speak to her, her Psyche remained silent, so her coin would remain in her mouth the entire time. Finally, at the gates of Hades, Psyche could see Persephone, a woman dressed in both black and roses. Her dress was as sharp as it was beautiful. She saw Psyche, and she smiled. "Oh, are you here to collect the beauty?" Persephone asked, and Psyche nodded. "Give me just one moment, and you can have it," Persephone said as she disappeared into the palace, soon returning with a closed box that she carefully handed to Psyche. "Now remember, do not open the box. Beauty is too much for mortals to handle, and it may very well kill you if you look at it," Persephone told Psyche, who nodded as she turned, and she made her way back down the trail. Now, though, there was no distractions. as the spirits saw her carrying Persephone's box, and they veered away from her, too scared to get even close to beauty that was made by the Queen of the Dead. When Psyche made it to where Charon waited, he offered his hand to her again, and she spat out her final coin. He accepted the coin as they made their way across the Styx. As they traveled, Psyche looked at her own reflection in the Styx. This part of her trial seemed the easiest, even if it was travel to the underworld, and now she would be a hero remembered throughout time for being one of the only mortals to make it to the underworld and back. But then her reflection spoke to her again. Do you think you're beautiful anymore? Even if Eros forgave you, he would kill you if he saw you, the reflection said, and Psyche saw that her reflection was right. She had a scar on her face that turned ugly. Her eyes were exhausted, her lips were peeling, and her skin looked clammy. Her beauty was gone, but she did have beauty in her hands. Put it on you. Reclaim yourself. Surely you need it more than the woman in black, Psyche's reflection said to her. But Psyche kept the box closed, but her reflection kept pestering her. And it wasn't like the shears or the grains or the cliff. She couldn't leave her reflection behind, not while they were on the river. When they arrived, with plenty of time, Psyche waved at the ferryman as he left, and she turned to the temple and to the box in her hands. She figured it wouldn't hurt to take a peek at Beauty. She had seen Eros, and she was all right. The box agreed with her that she was not no worse for seeing Eros. So Psyche opened the box to view Beauty. It was like the sun shone into her mind. Psyche could barely close the box again as she fell forward, paralyzed, her body unfeeling and unmoving. It was too much, and now she was locked into her body. As she lay there, unable to move, she watched as the covered woman approached from the temple. She saw where Psyche lied, and for a moment, Psyche thought the woman was going to help. Instead, she took the box from Psyche's hands, and she opened it to confirm that Beauty was inside of the box. And with that confirmed, the woman turned away from Psyche as she walked to the temple, leaving pregnant, paralyzed Princess Psyche on the ground. There she lay all night, unable to move, unable to feel, barely able to think, as the voices of everything around her mocked her and her choices. But when dawn's purifying light came, someone unexpected appeared. From the temple steps, Eros walked, his body whole, his wound now a scar, as he wore a wool tunic made from golden fleece. He saw where Psyche laid as he ran towards her. I'm sorry, my love. I didn't know you were here. Not until my mother told me, he said, as Psyche realized that was who the woman in black was. She was Aphrodite, and she was the one who sent Psyche on these quests for the items to heal her son, Eros. I'm sorry, but this will hurt. I have to drain the beauty out of your body, like bleeding the venom from a bite, Eros said as he lifted a red arrow above his head, and he stabbed it into Psyche's heart. As Psyche felt as each heartbeat pumped the beauty out of her body, each heartbeat more painful than the last, each breath more painful as she could feel again, and beauty lie below her body, red like blood from a wound. And as the beauty weakened, so too did her baby. The baby, Psyche whimpered to Eros, who nodded, as he pulled a flask from his side and he offered it to her. Nectar of the gods. It'll make you and the baby immortal. Drink up, my love, Eros said, as Psyche, in her desperation, drank the golden nectar of the gods. The drink sweeter than honey and warmer than wine, as her body healed, and the blood beneath her body slowly turned from red to gold. And she could feel changes in her body as her own wings grew from her back. Large, colorful butterfly wings that warmed Psyche just by touching them. They're beautiful, Psyche said as the wings spoke to her. Thank you. We were inside you this entire time, the wings whispered to her. As she glanced up to Eros in his eyes, and Psyche realized she could see his eyes without losing more of her mind. He kissed her, and she kissed him. Two immortals now embracing, with another immortal child on the way. Eros took Psyche far from where the Olympians could find her, at least until she gave birth to Hedone, goddess of pleasure. But with their child born, Eros announced to the Olympians that he had found a wife. His mother, Aphrodite, danced at their wedding, not noticing that Psyche, the goddess, was once Psyche the mortal. Aphrodite could not recognize Psyche's face, not with all of the beauty bled away. She could not notice the goddess's hands and feet, now permanently scarred from her tasks, to help heal her husband. She could not notice how different Psyche was from the princess who once demanded prayers and tributes, from the goddess of the human mind and the human soul. Whether Psyche would have recognized herself if she saw the princess all of those years ago, it did not matter in her wedding. She was immortal, she was married, she was in love, and she had a child. It did not matter if the woman across from her once tried to hurt her. Aphrodite was not just the one who cursed Psyche, she was also the one who danced at Psyche's wedding. If Aphrodite could be the mother of fear and terror, she could also be the mother of harmony and avenging. If Psyche could be the one who murdered her sisters, she could also be the one who went to hell and back to save her husband. And if Psyche learned anything from her journey from a human to a god, is that all things were full of contradictions, and by accepting all of their contradictions, you could understand why they cried. I am very familiar with the myth of Orpheus and Eurydice. My parents wouldn't have named me after him if they weren't willing to share the story with me. A great musician lost his wife to death, so he used his musical talent to travel to the underworld, using his musical challenges to relieve the suffering of the damned, and he impressed both Hades and Persephone enough to convince them to bring back his wife from the dead. Hades agreed. He said that Orpheus could leave the underworld and that Eurydice would follow, but Orpheus would not be allowed to turn around until both him and his wife left the underworld and felt the sunlight of the world above. Orpheus then let his wife out, but he was plagued by thoughts of Hades tricking him. But he kept his head held high until he made his way out of the underworld and he turned around, where he saw Eurydice's ghostly image still in the shadow of the underworld. Because he turned around before the two of them finished leaving the underworld, he lost the love of his life forever because he couldn't be patient enough to just wait for a few more seconds to see her. For most of my life, I never understood why he couldn't just wait a few extra seconds. Why was he so impatient to see her again? At least that was what I wondered until I fell in love with myself. And now I am in a situation not too dissimilar to the mythical Orpheus's situation. I should start at the beginning. I met my wife Agrippa in community college, and we immediately fell in love. It wasn't quite love at first sight, but it was close. The first thing Agrippa noticed about me wasn't the way I looked, it was the way I played music. I was in one of the music rooms playing my guitar as I recorded it, and for whatever reason, she was in the recording room delivering a message to the music professor. I wasn't facing the glass, I don't like my own reflection, so all she heard was the way I was playing my guitar. So she waited quietly in the room while I recorded myself playing my guitar, and then I recorded myself singing. We never made eye contact, we never truly saw each other, but she heard my voice and my music, and she loved it. When I was done recording and went into the recording room is when we officially met in person. She asked me if I wanted to get a cup of coffee with her, so I agreed. The coffee on campus was expensive, but there was an absolutely gorgeous mural just outside I loved to look at while resting. When we got our lavender lattes, we sat outside to look at the mural, and I told Agrippa about how much I loved the mural. I loved the fact that it was an angelic scene that had a dark reflection below. Scenes above became mountains below. The winged angels became scary demons, and how an act of pleasure above became one of pain below, such as how smelling a rose above was having a rose grown out of their flesh below. As I told Agrippa that I loved the mural, she revealed that she was the one who painted the mural. She had painted several throughout the campus, all of which were some of my favorites and usually had to deal with themes of dealing with both the light and the dark side of the world together, and we hit it off. Before the end of the year, we had decided to move in together, and by the time we graduated, we had wedding plans. We both were successful artists. She had massive commissions that made her money, and I had revenue from selling songs to musicians who wanted to make it their own. It wasn't the most exciting life, but it was one that we loved. We had our own home, we had our own studios where we could practice our own art and our own work. A place where we were successful artists and we were in love. I was like walking on clouds, except all too quickly, Agrippa got sick. I wasn't there when she got sick, but she got sick too quickly and died before I had a chance to see her. The coroner said the disease wasn't caught in enough time to be treated, but to be glad that she went quickly, and many others around her suffered for hours. Still, it hurt. Such a large part of my heart was just gone. Life moved on, but it didn't feel like life anymore. The sunlight felt cold, food was bland, blankets no longer felt right, and all joy was gone. Even looking at her old art didn't bring me as much joy as it used to. It only reminded me that Agrippa was gone. I found myself explaining things in my day like I was going to tell Agrippa, only to remind myself that I would never be able to tell her anything anymore. I would explain why I would use certain chords and notes for a song to create a certain emotion, and I would remember she wasn't going to hear it. I would talk about what to get for dinner and then I would stop. There was no longer a point in explaining why I got certain foods but not others. In millions of little ways, my life was lonely without her. Even tasks I did alone felt lonelier because I knew when I was done, I would never see her again. When I was low, I did something I used to make fun of others for. I tried to find meaning in the world beyond the veil. When Agrippa was alive, I didn't understand why people would try and find out about the world beyond our own. The physical world felt like it was enough. It was complicated enough without fey and esoteric energy. When Agrippa was gone, I wanted some kind of answer, some sort of comfort that Agrippa was all right, something to comfort me. At least at first it started as a source of comfort, but inevitably I started to see tales about people who tried to undo death. Most of them were horror stories about people brought back wrong, or about why someone you bring back may not be who you intended to obtain. And then there were a few, so very few stories, of those who came so close but failed that last step. Tales like my namesake, or about rituals that can bring back the dead, but you would have to run from death for the rest of your life. Finally, deep in a book about modern veil law, I found something I could use. Apparently, there was an entire branch of legal theory just about dealing with deities and high concepts like life and death. It pointed towards the fact that judgment, like court rulings, could be appealed. If it was appealed after a certain amount of time and before a year had passed. It referred to other documents that I also eagerly consumed in my search on how to bring back my sweet Agrippa. Apparently, I was still in the grace period, where I could appeal the judgments and even death, but I would have to seek out the mausoleum, which was somehow in a place further west than the sun could set. Considering the fact I am pretty sure that I couldn't just take the bus to the mausoleum, then I had to speed run through books on how to open paths to the mausoleum, and I had to learn what the paths were, and I had to learn how to find them, and then I had so much to learn about beings that walked the paths, all of which had to be sped read and understood quickly. The appeal process was only a year, and I had to appeal quickly, so I had essentially a children's level of understanding of everything, but it was all I could learn before time ran out. So on the night of the full moon, less than 24 hours from the anniversary of her death, there I was at a crossroads trying to get Adansi's notice. The books on the paths had a few different examples of how to open paths, but the only one I could use easily was contacting Adansi. Apparently, I could get her attention by offering her a tea cake on a crossroads, and she might bring me to the mausoleum. The key word was might. Adanse was known as the Marquess of Madness for a reason. Even though she had saved many lives, she also was smart enough that she could punish those who tried to exploit her. Although she was my only hope, I couldn't offer an iron key at the cost of my soul. I couldn't summon a demon, and I was definitely not going to be walking backwards into the sunset until it became a sunrise. So there I was, late at night, offering a tea cake. "Hello there. Can I have the cake?" a young child said from the darkness. I was about to refuse until I saw the child. I saw that she had a large hat with lots of ribbons, including purple, and the way she moved was not like anyone else I had seen. Every step was like a dance to a beat that only she could hear. Her eyes glanced everywhere and seemed to see everything, watching the birds, watching the bugs, and even the way the dying light glinted off the asphalt. And yet, at the same time, her focus was always on me. I didn't get a feeling that she was distracted. I felt that she just was always there. I just noticed her. "Yeah, sure. Welcome to my crossroads," I told Adansi, as she eagerly snacked up the pink tea cake and she looked around the roads. "Crossroads? Hardly. A true crossroad has 4 paths. 5 if you're clever. You're at a T-junction," she said, pointing around, and I realized she was right. The road was a T-junction. I'm sorry, I always mix them up, but can I still have your help? I asked Adansi. Why? I already told you what a crossroads is. Isn't that helpful? Adansi giggled as I spoke. I need help getting to the mausoleum. Help in what way? I cannot go to the mausoleum. Why can't you go to the mausoleum? I thought you wanted to go there. I do want to go there, but I cannot get there without your help. I don't think you answered my question. What kind of help do you need? Adansi asked, and I felt like it was a challenge or at least a test, so I tried a different way. I made the effort to go to the crossroads. I got you a tea cake. The deal was that if I got you a tea cake, you would be able to help me open the path to the mausoleum, so that way I can go there and appeal my wife's judgment. So, honor your deal, I said, and the air felt frozen. Dante froze where she was, the cake half eaten and halfway brought to her face. Her eyes turned ancient and angry. I didn't know that eyes could carry so much anger in them. I made no such deal. I found you on a T-junction, and I asked you for your cake, and you agreed to let me have it. You didn't negotiate before you gave. You didn't offer the cake as an opening tribute with an additional cake ready to offer in further negotiation. You asked me for help, and when I asked how I could help, you weren't clear. You demanded that I help you. You didn't ask, you demanded. I do not serve you, and I do not put up with being spoken to in such a way. I can plunge your mind into madness where you are barely able to understand how to maintain yourself, or I can make it where you are unable to process how to be a person, or I can just leave you here at the T-junction and let you suffer with your feelings. However, that isn't who I am, that isn't what I am, and most importantly, that is not the story I want you to tell. So, let's try this again, she said, with power flowing in her words before her eyes calmed, and her words no longer held power and anger. How can I help you? She asked, and I finally answered. I don't know how to get to the mausoleum. Can you please bring me to the mausoleum so I can make an appeal for my wife? And then can you bring us back to this T-junction? I asked Adansi as she tapped her chin before she nodded. I can do it, but I will accompany you, but the task you face will be your own, and I will not speak on your behalf. When you stand before the judges, you will stand alone, or you will fall alone, Adansi said before I nodded, and she pointed towards a black van that had tinted windows. That is our ride. Come on, I have shotgun, she said as I pulled open the door and I sat inside. The leather seats were soft and comfortable. I still couldn't see the driver, but Adanse sat in the passenger seat as we drove through the night. The sun finally finished setting. Why did you help me? I asked Adanse. She turned and she thought about whether or not it was worth answering. She clearly had that question asked a lot, and sometimes it was people who were serious, and sometimes people who weren't serious. And every time she had to consider if it was worth the effort to even answer. Once upon a time, there was a little girl. She had a dream that if she had great powers, she would make things fair for everyone. In a time of great suffering, ash, death, and despair, she kept her hope. She shared what little food she had with both rabbits and fellow people. She found a rabbit hole that led to a world full of food, warmth, and safety. So, she didn't keep it to herself. She went back and brought everyone she could. No matter how many times people told her to stop helping others, no matter how many warnings were given to her, no matter how many people told her to stop, no matter how many times she died, she kept saving others. She kept bringing others to her new home, and she kept finding more little girls who just wanted one chance to make things fair. Sometimes those little girls weren't little, sometimes they weren't girls, but they all reminded that little girl of who she was and what she wanted to do when she had just one chance. So she wanted to give so many other little girls that one chance. She said, as I thought about it before I asked. So I remind you of yourself? I asked, and she shrugged. In a way, yes. You want one chance to make everything right, and I can give you that chance? So I will. I've seen this story so many times, and how many times, Orpheus, will the same story be told before people learn their lesson? She asked me before I realized. I never told you my name, and I'm not the Orpheus from the old story you're thinking about. I told her, and she giggled. I know you're not the Orpheus from the story, but you never introduced yourself, and you never asked me for my name. You made an assumption. So don't make assumptions and don't think that others can fill in the details that you are skipping over. Sometimes what they fill in isn't something that will help you. And when you are making your case, you cannot assume they will fill in the blanks. They may just decide to turn it on you and add rules that they just assume you understand. And to answer the other part of your question, I know you're not the first to try to bring back others from the dead, and you won't be the last. Some will succeed, most will fail, and I have watched the story happen so many times. My question isn't when will you learn about Orpheus, since clearly you knew about these stories. The question is when will people understand the importance of not trying to trick the gods? You forgot to introduce yourself and ask who I am. Do you really think you can fool both Hades and Persephone? Bouncy asked me as we continued to be driven to the mausoleum. I'm not going to fool them. I'm not going to trick them. And if you think my story will just end the same as all the others, then why are you helping me? I asked the Marquess of Madness, who responded with a single sentence. You wanted a chance to prove me wrong. You know how the story is supposed to end. So change it. Adansi said as we finally stopped, which was strange because as far as I could feel, there were no turns, no stops, just a smooth sensation forward. But it was now my stop, so I left the vehicle and the door shut and locked behind me. Adansi was still inside and I was on the edge of a river. The river was dark with no way back as far as I could see. Just a dock in front of me with a gondola and a hooded figure with a long pole and a lantern. In the far distance, I could see an island on the river, and beyond that island, I can see the start of the sunless lands on the far side of the river. The far side of the river was full of massive trees that towered over even skyscrapers. The bark and branches were stone-like, and it blocked out the rest of the sunless lands. But as tempting as it was to try and explore the sunless lands, that wasn't my goal. My goal was the mausoleum on the island, the last stop between life and death. The building resembled a courthouse more than it did a final resting place. Large white columns surrounded all sides. The large steepled roof with gold plating and the steps leading up to it were carved in black granite. Intimidating even by the scale of most courthouses, although it was hard to gauge the size. It was definitely larger than the courthouse in Imperial City, but the distance from the shore was hard to gauge. All I had was the gondola with a cloaked figure on the front of the boat. There was a lantern hanging from the prow, and the figure's face was hidden, so I couldn't see their face. Their hands were covered in a metal gauntlet that gripped the pole. At the edge of the dock, I tried to look the gondolier in the face, and I tried not to look into the water below. As I spoke to the ferryman, even with the boat over a meter below me, I still had to look up beneath the ferryman's hood, unable to see anything but darkness where the face should be. "Can you bring me to the mausoleum?" I asked the ferryman, who nodded and held out their hand, asking for a coin to cross over. This one I was familiar with. I pulled out a single copper centie and placed it on the gauntlet as the ferryman slid it into their pockets, and I finally stepped onto the boat. The boat looked like it should be rickety as the ferryman finally pushed away from the dock and slowly pushed us towards the mausoleum. As we made our way across, I wondered about the river below, and I looked below. Despite our movement, the water was still and ripple-free. There was no sound and no smell. The only way I knew the water was there was because I saw that there were things swimming beneath the water. Bony things that weren't quite fish, and I hope weren't quite human. And despite how calm and quiet the surface of the water was, the movement underneath the water was like a flood. Sea creatures, animals, plants, even a few things that were monstrous in appearance, all flowed beneath the water. The death of non-sentient beings led to all of the bodies beneath the water. Bodies I did not recognize, beings that didn't possess enough intelligence to be judged. So they moved forward into the sunless lands, free of judgment, beneath the Styx. It was overwhelming to look into, looking at all of the death beneath you, mere centimeters away. The Styx would have to be hundreds or even thousands of kilometers deep to hold so many bodies, and here I was on a flimsy wooden boat, trying to argue why one soul didn't need to die. I looked away from the water below, and I looked above, thinking maybe the astronomy of the sunless lands was easier to understand than its oceanography. If what I saw below the boat was chilling, then what I saw above was haunting. I saw that Sol was setting to the east, and I could also see two different skies above. I could see familiar constellations, nebulas, and galaxies dancing above me in ways I never would have seen back in the land of the living. And the sunless sky I saw was far darker than the sky I was familiar with. The sunless sky was dark. It pulsed, it thrummed, it sung, it howled, it swirled. It was so dark, but it wasn't entirely devoid of light. There were a few stars, so few and far between, distant notes of warmth in such a cold symphony. There were a few planets, comets, and moons, so far from the world, but It was clear that the sunless lands weren't just death for the animals and people. Even the death of celestial objects like stars and comets came to the sunless lands, and that might be why the sunless lands were called that. Sol still lived, the Earth's sun still breathed, still grew, and still warmed the exoteric world. The sun would need to die before it could go to the sunless lands, taking humanity and Earth with it to the sunless lands. And when that happens, would there be any functional difference between the land of the living and the land of the dead? All of the living would then be in the land of the dead, and only the dead would remain in the land of the living. And then I had a horrifying realization. My universe was a hot place that was growing colder. Slowly, but it was. Eventually, all of the heat will go away, and every last bit of energy, matter, and information would pass on to the sunless lands. Cold place that was growing warmer with every death. They live because we die. And it isn't even accurate to think about the situation as an us and them situation. I live in the living world, but in time I will pass on into the sunless lands. So I was just a part of the flow of energy from one universe to another. But then, did the energy from my universe come from somewhere else? Did the energy in the sunless lands flow somewhere else? Would we keep following it, creating and destroying new universes for eternity? It was like reincarnation, but on a universal scale. Would this be something we could ever prove or disprove? Would it be something I wanted an answer for? I was chilled by my thoughts when we arrived at the mausoleum. It took me a few seconds before I could focus enough to walk up the steps. Thoughts plaguing me were still swirling some, but I quietly filed it away, thinking it might make a decent song when I leave the sunless lands. This wasn't my first existential threat, and being an artist, I was used to putting existential thoughts and big emotions into my art. On the steps of the mausoleum, I saw many others in suits and formal outfits from every era, including as far back as the Paleo Age. They spoke quietly in languages I couldn't quite understand, languages that felt like it was something I should know, but I was never formally taught. Still, I pushed myself forward into the lobby when I realized I wasn't the only person there. Or should I say the only living person there? It wasn't obvious at first who was or wasn't alive. There were a few hints that some of the guests were more than meets the eye. A feather out of place here, tattoos that glowed silver, eyes that glowed red, and a single clawed finger. But everyone was hard to focus on. If I tried to focus too long on any one person, they grew more out of focus or they would simply vanish. I didn't know where to go, and I had no idea who was or wasn't alive until I saw something on the floor. My shadow. I still cast a shadow, even in the mausoleum. Most of the figures here didn't. No shadows around them at all. I remembered an old legend that demons wouldn't cast shadows and neither would ghosts. And that was why you had to check before you made deals with them. So now I was looking to see if anyone else had a shadow. Maybe I could ask them where I would go since I had no idea which unmarked door led to where I wanted to go. Fortunately, I did see one person with a shadow. A young man, barely a college student, with long brown hair, and his suit was navy blue with a symbol of Themis on his left breast pocket. He was chatting with a young boy with similar brown hair, but no shadow. Maybe his dead son or dead brother? A little sad, but I still approached the young man and I asked, "Sorry to bother you, but I am trying to appeal a death and I don't know where to go." I asked the man, who turned to me and he was smiling. The first human smile I had seen in so many weeks. "Yeah, I'm headed over there right now. I'll bring you with me." "I'm Kel, by the way. What's your name?" he asked, and I responded, "I'm Orpheus. I'm appealing for my wife," I said as he nodded, and he told me about the mausoleum. I am sure that there were interesting facts about the mausoleum, but the only thing I cared about was the paintings that I saw on the walls leading up to the courtroom. They were my wife's. Beautiful paintings of both the sunless and soulful lands side by side, each more beautiful and far deeper than all of my wife's paintings when she lived. And here she was. Even after death, she was still making art that no living person would ever see, except me and this weirdly happy guy. I don't get how he could be so happy when his dead son was walking alongside him. He had a reminder of death right next to him, and I was reminded of death on the walls leading up to the courtroom. And yet, Kel kept smiling at the reminder of those who lived. I was only reminded of those that had died. The courtroom was nothing like how I expected. There were two different thrones on the far end. A pale man in black and silver sat on the throne on my left. His hair resembled a black helm with streaks of silver, adding authority to him. His eyes were tired and powerful. The eyes of someone who was being graceful by letting you speak, but who would just as easily punish a waste of time. A reminder that my time would need to be invested carefully. His face was full of lines from a lifetime of frowning, with only a few smile lines around his eyes. If I was to guess, he was Hades. His wife sat next to him. Since it was winter, she was either spending the cold months with Hades, either time she was tricked into it, or time she was desperate to be with her husband, depending on what stories you listen to. She was dressed in green and gold, her suit the same cut as her husband's. Where her husband's hair was dark with silver throughout, her hair was golden with flowers braided within, possibly growing flowers from her head or braided in herself. I was nearly certain she was Persephone. There was a place for me to sit, but even with all of us sitting, the two gods sat above me. Kel handed me the folder as he whispered, "Any document you need is here. Argue honestly, but passionately," Kel recommended as he vanished into the darkness with the dead boy. I sat before the gods. Well, there was only the darkness, the table in front of me, a light above, and the gods before me. I waited for them to speak, but when they didn't, I decided to speak first. Hello, I am Orpheus, and you both are? I asked, trying to remember Adance's words about not making assumptions and forgetting to introduce myself. I am Hades, firstborn of Cronus, king of the Argivian underworld, husband to Persephone. I figured you already knew that, he said, speaking from the shadows with a voice that would have shook the earth. I was once Cora. I am now Persephone, daughter of Demeter, princess of Argivian springtime, queen of the Argivian underworld. Life to Hades. Persephone spoke with a voice that drifted through the chamber of darkness like a warm breeze that snuck into a cold room. She was resting her head on her hand, already bored with me. I hadn't even made my opening argument, and I am boring the gods I had to make my case to. They weren't acting like Adonce at all, so now I would have to start immediately making my case to them. As you know, I am trying to get my wife back. I love her terribly, and I miss her more and more every day. It's been almost a year since her death, and it hasn't gotten any easier. Everything reminds me of her, where she was on the bed, the studio I haven't touched since her death, even something as simple as the way the light glints off the grass when I'm walking outside. There's so many things I want to tell her and so many conversations I want to have. It isn't just the big moments like anniversaries and birthdays I have missed, but all the little moments you don't even know you're missing them until you're gone. I miss the messes she made from painting. I miss the way after a long day of painting she would be too hungry and tired to eat, so I would have to cook for her. I even miss all the late nights where we stayed up just chatting about her newest project. And I miss all of those moments, both the good and the bad, I said as Hades leaned forward, his face inscrutable, but the very fact he's inscrutable rather than bored gives me hope. Persephone is paying attention as well, her head no longer resting on her hand. What bad moments? Hades asked, and I realized I would have to talk about the bad times, along with the good times as well. Sometimes we would both get so wrapped up into our projects we would forget to spend time together. Sometimes I would write and record for days, not realizing I haven't seen her in days as well. So then I finally remembered to check on her. She didn't realize I was gone too. The both of us both wrapped up in our work so much that we forgot that there was a world outside of the art. And sometimes only one of us got wrapped up in our art while the other wasn't. I could feel a lot of guilt with what I was about to say, but I knew I had to be honest. If Hades knew I was lying, how would he react? More than once, I would be gone for a long time, gone for days at a time for my work, and I couldn't spend time with Agriope doing that. I always promised her that I would take her along one of those times, but it always felt easier to leave her behind so I could focus on work. By the time she got sick, I didn't know for 3 days because I wasn't checking her texts nor calls at the time. When I learned what happened, I came home as soon as I could, but she had already passed by then. I wasn't able to say goodbye because I was so wrapped up in my art that I forgot that she was there and I didn't pay attention. I want to make it right again, I admit to Hades, who leaned back in his throne, his fingers steepled. So you want to make it right. So, why should I help you? He asked me, and I realized what Adansi was saying in the car. That was the connection to both Hades and Adansi. They weren't the same type of people. However, they both have seen the same kind of story play over and over again, and every time they wanted the story to play out differently. Because once upon a time, there was a little girl who just wanted a chance to save everyone. She was given that chance, and she succeeded. I am also asking for the same chance to save someone, to be given a chance to succeed. This will also be your chance to save someone as well. How often are you asked to save someone? I asked Hades, who only chuckled at my last question. Okay, bad question. What makes you think you will succeed this time? Hades asked, but I could tell I'd nearly had him. Persephone was also intrigued, but she had not addressed me nor asked any questions yet, beyond saying her name. I have traveled further west than the sun can set. I spent the last year trying to find a way to bring her back. This isn't an idle thought, nor an accident. I sought you out, and I found you. If I have gone to these lengths just to get her back, what kind of lengths do you think I will go to stay with her? I asked as Hades chuckled at my last words. I finally had his interest. You have convinced me. However, you will still need to convince my wife, Hades said as he nodded towards Persephone. Now I had her focus, I could see she was a bit interested. But unlike her husband, she wasn't interested in being given a chance. She ate the food of the underworld, and now she was cursed to spend time in the underworld, splitting her time between her husband and time with her mother. In most stories, she was taken away from her mother by Hades, kidnapped and imprisoned by a man who claimed to love her, so the world above would only know springtime when she was away from Hades. There were a few stories where she did love Hades too. However, I don't know who I am trying to appeal to. The maiden who lost her name and life because she ate a cursed fruit? Or the young woman who wanted to get away from her mother so badly she would rather be in the underworld than be around her? But I remembered how she introduced herself. She was both the daughter of Demeter and the husband of Hades, princess of springtime and queen of the underworld. Titles are only given if you have pride in the title that you gave. If she was proud of being both the goddess of springtime and of the underworld, then I would have to appeal to both aspects to her, to appeal to both the light and the darkness. However, she also told me that she was once Cora, her name before she married Hades, and her father changed it to Persephone. So I would have to be careful not to seem possessive of Agriope, to avoid reminding her of the worst men she had dealt with in her life. Lady of Springtime, Queen of the Underworld. Have you ever loved someone so much that you cannot spend time without them? Still, you are forced to spend time away from them by forces beyond your power. You are separated from them, and even if you can be with them, you still feel the heartache from missing them. And you feel like you can never have that part of you back again? No matter how much you wait, how well you cope, how well you heal, the pain and the ache is still there? Do you know that kind of pain, Cora? I asked her, and I could see a single tear slowly fall from her eye. Regardless of whatever tale is true, or even if none of them are true, Persephone was someone from a divided house, separated from her husband, her mother, her father, her past, her present, and future, never able to have all of them at the same time. Where she has to hide being the queen of the dead when around her mother, where she has to hide being springtime around her husband, where she has to hide her pain from her perfect father, all of whom were people she loved deeply, but were also the people who hurt her so deeply. She knew exactly the kind of pain I was talking about. Pain of never being all of yourself at all times, only ever showing a part at a time and only revealing certain aspects to certain people. A life that you can never tell the whole truth, so you're constantly living a lie. A life that my wife had struggled with before she found her art. Persephone was the queen of the dead, and the queen of new life, the daughter of Zeus and the wife of Hades. She was the young maiden and the giver of punishments. She was a woman who had many loves and many different parts of her heart that she couldn't bring together at the same time. I am familiar with this pain. It is a pain my love explores in her art, a feeling she has explored and explained so many times, and one that she clearly has brought to the sunless lands with her. Persephone nodded, still tearing up, and Hades spoke again. You may bring Agriope back from the sunless lands with you to the soulful lands. However, it will take time for her to fully return to a living state. Not all of her is in one place, and it will take time for her to return. So until the fall of the next full moon, in 28 days, you will not look at her as she reforms. She will follow you like a shadow while she reforms. Do not look at her while she forms. Do not look at her in the mirror. Don't try to get clever with phones or cameras either. If she is viewed before she returns in full, she will remain how she is, unfinished and neither dead nor alive. And that is not a state that you nor her will enjoy. Also, be wary. If she isn't allowed to return in full, something else may take what she leaves behind and may find a way to the land of the living, like following breadcrumbs. So remember to not look upon her until the next full moon is fully below the horizon. Now go, and she shall follow, Hades said as he pointed back the way I came. I bowed my head in thanks, and in curiosity I opened the folder given to me by Kel. It was empty. I should have known, or at least I should have checked. I closed my eyes and I turned away, making my way down the hallway. And when I was certain it was safe, I opened my eyes and I made my way out of the mausoleum. The halls of marble and granite only had the sound of my footsteps and no one else. The lobby was still full of figures with no shadows, all of whom I couldn't see directly, but I was certain they were all staring at me. I kept walking to the steps to make my way to the ferryman. I didn't feel like I had anyone following me. It was quiet behind me, and I didn't feel anyone watching my back. I wanted to check behind me, but I was familiar with the story of my namesake. I had to keep looking forward, and I could not turn around, especially not when it was just beginning. When I made my way to the ferryman, they held up two fingers at me. At first I thought it was Imperial Sign Language for V, and then I realized that it was for them asking for two copper coins. I eagerly paid the centie, and I sat on the seat closest to the ferryman to give space for Agriope behind me. The ride from the mausoleum to the soulful lands was strange. Clouds that drifted from the world of the living into the land of the dead obscured the dying stars and the planets above, and the fog from the land of the dead hid the water below us. So all I could see was the ferryman and the fog. I couldn't feel movement, and I couldn't be certain that it wasn't a trick. What if it was a trick? What if Hades or Persephone sent me back with no one? Or maybe the ferryman was in on it, and they were bringing me to the sunless lands so I could be stuck there forever? That would fulfill my goal of wanting to be with Agriope, even if she was on the boat. Full of anxious thoughts, I took a deep breath and I closed my eyes as I sung a song to myself. A song I haven't sung since the day Agriope died. I still remember that day. I sold a love song to Without Skeletons, and I finally checked my phone for a text from Agriope. She was on a cruise ship from Albion to Isle City, a trip she was looking forward to all year, but I couldn't go because I needed to close the sale. But when I checked the text, she mentioned that there was an outbreak on the ship, the Nagafari. She asked me to call for help. She mentioned that there was a quarantine. Then a few hours later, she tried to call, and when she couldn't reach me, she sent out a text saying it wasn't a normal quarantine. She texted something about Samdi syndrome and a message that she was bitten. Then she mentioned that she was ill, and then there was one final phone call attempt. The message left had some growls and quiet sobs. The last message she sent me, as she got sick and she died. While she wasn't the only one to die on the Naglfari, most of the passengers had some kind of closure, and I'm sure they weren't ignored by their loved ones. That day, I never hummed nor listened to that song again, even when it came on the radio, and yet here I was humming it to myself while we were riding back to the land of the living. I can see the dock now. The fog faded, and just beyond the dock was the T-junction where I summoned Adansi. It felt like it was so long ago, though now, even though it shouldn't have been more than a few hours ago. I thanked the ferryman and I stepped onto the dock and I made my way to the T-junction. I wanted to turn around to see how the docks and the sunless lands vanished, but I avoided the temptation and I made my way back home. The sun was starting to rise, the moon still hovered in the sky, and I made it home. I opened the door and I stepped aside with my eyes closed, hoping to give Agriope a chance to enter the house. I felt nothing, not even a cool breeze, as I gave her that chance. After nearly a minute, I decided that was enough time, and I closed the door. Eyes still closed, I walked my way to the hall closet to grab a blanket. As I made my way to my bedroom, eyes closed the entire time. I was used to navigating my house with no lights on at all, so I didn't hit anything as I draped the blanket over the mirror in my room. Then I grabbed some masking tape and a tarp before I taped over the mirror in the bathroom. Now there was nowhere I could accidentally view her in the reflection. I called out that I was going to take a shower and then head to bed. I wanted Agriope to know where I was going to avoid being seen. I showered and then I walked to bed, eyes closed, as I pulled up my blankets and wrapped my head in the blanket. a habit I picked up when I was young and I saw a scary movie. It was warm and comforting, and it would protect my eyes from any accidental viewings of Agriope. As I drifted off to sleep, and in the in-between space between waking and dreaming, I thought I could feel Agriope's hand on my cheek and her kiss on my forehead. Although there was no way for me to know if it was her or not, she was in my dreams so often. The next day, I woke up and I tried to adjust to my new routine. This time, I could feel something behind me. It was like being watched, but it also felt cold. So at least now I knew where she was in comparison to me. Still, I would announce when I was going to turn around or head into a new room to give her a chance to head somewhere else, and strange things began to happen. Things would move around my house, food and drinks would begin to disappear from the fridge, and I noticed the door to Agriope's studio was open. And as curious as I was, I didn't dare open the door to the studio. If Agriope was in there, I couldn't see her. And as time went on, the activity got stranger and stronger. Would wake up, and there would be a full cold breakfast on the dining table. The other plate had a few crumbs on it, but was otherwise free of food. Agriope loved cooking and baking, and she would love seeing me smile for it, but she also hated dishes with a passion. Apparently that continued after death too. I would also find little notes written around the apartments, usually on adhesive notes or a blank piece of paper. I love you. Take care of yourself. You're out of paint. And most ominous of all, I'm still cold. The words felt like something Agriope would write, but the handwriting was not what I remembered. And then there were things that would happen that felt creepy. Like when I was just nodding off on the old leather chair and a blanket was dropped on my head, and I nearly screamed from that unexpected act. Or how I was cleaning the house and then the radio was turned on to our song. I could hear movement in the living room while I was rooms away, and I wanted to run over and check. However, I couldn't look at Agriope, or else I would lose her forever, if that was actually Agriope. 2 weeks into our ordeal, I ordered some cheddar sticks and flatbread, and when I answered the door, the delivery guy stared at something behind me as his eyes got wide, and he just stood there, nearly catatonic until I closed the door and he ran back to his car. On the 21st day, I could hear voices in my home. Sometimes they sounded like Agriope. She sounded distant, like she was calling for me on the bottom of a well. However, she wouldn't sound quite right, like something trying to speak with her voice, only it didn't sound quite right. Maybe she was learning to speak again, since it had been over a year by this point. Or maybe something else was trying to speak with her voice. In my dark moments, I admit I looked up possible ghosts or demons that could have followed me from Hades' realm. The stories were terrifying, telling me about all these nasty entities that would try to convince me that they were actually my wife before killing me or stealing my soul, and I would have no way to verify any of it without actually looking at her. And if Hades wasn't tricking me, then confirming she was Agriope would only curse us both. However, if instead I trusted that Hades was honest, then I might just be inviting whatever this is into my life, and most evil entities are at their strongest during the full moon. And I wouldn't put it past Hades to trick me this way. On the 22nd night, I could feel pressure on the bed lying next to me, a cold body that felt familiar in shape, but also felt so disturbingly strange. I could feel her as a physical presence now. Her body shape was well known to me, and even with my eyes closed, her touch felt familiar and intent, but it was so cold. Cold touch can make you shiver, especially if you're not sure if it is your lover's touch or if it is an imposter. However, on the 28th day, the day of the full moon, I had my answer. By that point, I decided to trust over mistrusting. I had decided either she was my wife or I would die and join her soon, which wasn't the happiest thought process, but when the cold presence was in the bathroom showering, which it started doing over the last few nights, I made my way to Agrippe's studio. I saw that she had a new canvas on her easel, and I could see that she started a new project, a painting of the mausoleum, and I could see both the sunless and soulful lands in the background, both bleeding and overlapping with each other. She had made something that only my wife could have made. No monster could have faked her soul so well to make her art. Now confident in who she was, I often reminded her that I loved her and that I looked forward to seeing her just the next day. That night, I held her in my arms with my eyes closed, and I just enjoyed the way she felt in my arms. She started cold, but she warmed up, and she smelled like granite and paint at first. But as the night went on, she started to smell like herself. I could feel her heartbeat for the first time, and I could hear her take breaths while we rested together. I slept well that night, and I think it was the first time she slept since she had died. The next morning, with sunlight streaming into the bedroom, I turned to my beautiful Agrippa, and I opened my eyes. She had frizzy brown hair and a bad bedhead. Her shining brown eyes were closed, but the way her large nose flared while she slept was so familiar. She wore her old bathing suit, which she wore on that fateful day over a year ago. It was torn, bloody, and filthy, but I didn't care about her outfit. I only cared about the woman who wore it. I gently cupped her face, and she cracked open her eyes, and she smiled, seeing my face. She opened her mouth to speak, and nothing came out. I could tell she was distressed, and I wanted to help her. After a few more breathy sighs, she gave up trying to speak before she switched to Imperial Sign Language. I wasn't as good at it as she was, but I could read what she was spelling. She signed. What happened to my voice? Did you peak early? I told her there was no way I could. It was daylight outside, and there was no full moon outside. I opened the blinds to show both of us, and my heart sank when I saw it. There was still a moon outside, even during the daytime. I looked it up later, but apparently depending on where you live, a moonset can occur well after noon, which it was supposed to do this day. So even though it was the 29th day, the fact I didn't wait for the moon to set meant that Agrippa didn't come back completely. Still, I embraced my wife, and I told her even if she lost her voice, I was glad to have her back. Although I thought it was her talking to me for the last few weeks, after my embrace, she signed to me, I never had a voice over the last few weeks. She signed, and I heard something slam the front door open. I grabbed the bat, and P followed with her cane as we saw the damage done to the front door. Whatever it was big, and it clawed the top of the door frame. And the scratches were nearly 3 centimeters deep, as I saw a trail of footsteps leading into the woods. Footsteps that were over 3 meters long and had 3 sharp toes that were deep in the mud. Sometimes after that night, I think I can still hear Agriope's voice outside in the woods, calling me out there, saying that she was waiting for me out there. I knew it wasn't her, but it was still eerie, and it was only the start of our challenges. Agriope was dead for over a year. We had to have long talks about who we did or didn't tell about the fact she was back to life. She was okay severing her professional life to build a new one with what she knew now, but we had to tell her mother. Even with pictures, she didn't believe her baby girl returned, not until she came to see for herself. The tears and emotions that night were even more overwhelming than dealing with the Imperial Revenue Service and the government. There was a lot of paperwork about coming back from the dead, and apparently Agriope would owe that year of taxes for that time she was dead. Apparently the Emperor only cared about miracles as far as they would fill the coffers. I wish I saw that part of the legal books beforehand, but I digress. Still, even with all of the adjustments, I was just happy to see Agriope, and she was happy to be alive again. Even if it cost her her voice, I was happy that was apparently the only part of her that didn't return. Although sometimes I would find Agriope just crying at night. She would never tell me why, and when I asked her, she didn't realize that she was crying. I would also see her art deal with the darkness in a way she never did before. I used to see her use darkness and light like two halves of the same coin. Her new projects showed the darkness as something that was a part of the light, which seems like a small difference. But when your wife's muse changes, you notice. And when I tried talking to her about what happened after death, she would freeze. Her breathing got ragged and she started crying. Although her ability to speak was gone, her voice would return to let her cry and wail. It became a large trauma that we would just never address directly. Sometimes she would thank me for what I did, and she would mention something briefly as the time she was gone. She would even admit the fact that she did die, but she would not tell me what happened while she was gone. But she did paint. She painted a broken bridge that was covered in suffering humans that were chained and weighed down. They looked like maggots on a rotting corpse, and so many of them fell or were close to falling. She labeled the painting the Bridge of Trials, and she also painted an endless field of wheat and grass, a field that was filled with countless ghostly shades, and still the fields were farther than the endless ghosts. The sky only had a few dim stars, and most strangely of all, a full moon that shone over the field, and the shades that were touched by the moon's light were fully formed and happy. I don't know how they tie to her experience in the sunless lands, but I am certain that they do. And even with our life being an adjustment, I was happy to have her back. Although I now knew that just because not all of Agrippi returned to her, that didn't mean it didn't go somewhere. So to anyone who wants to learn from my lessons, pay close attention to the contract so you don't make a simple mistake. However, that doesn't mean that Agrippi and I aren't happy. We have each other, and the subject across from me is relaxed in a way practically no subject ever or before has been. Most people are a little nervous, or at least excited, to tell their story. The man across from me has a sincere boredom in his eyes. I could tell he has had to tell this story many times. I don't know if he's agreeing to share his story because he agrees with me that the story needs to be told, or if he just wants me to stop bothering him. I suspect it is a mixture of both. We sit in the National City Saloon, famous for their authentic sarsaparillas that still only cost a bit. I can tell from his expression when he drank the sarsaparilla that it was the taste he was familiar with. He examines me and he knows if I can do my homework and get a saloon that still serves authentic sarsaparilla, then I was someone who could share the story authentically. He took one more look around the saloon before he removed his wide-brimmed hat, and I can see his shoulders slump. Like for the first time in years, or even decades, he can finally relax as he begins to speak with me authentically. You know that places that try to be historically accurate always miss? He asked me before he answered his own question. They miss the crap, and they miss the dirt. Anything that makes the past look even a little bad, they paste it over with whitewash and bullshit, and they pretend the bullshit doesn't stink. You get an authentic saloon, barmaid clearly doesn't have syphilis. They're serving everyone when a century ago neither you nor I would have seen the inside of a saloon unless we were cleaning it. The food they served you was more likely to kill you than getting shot, and you had two choices for drinks: get drunk or get the shits. He takes another swig from his sarsaparilla and he sighs. At least they got the taste right, although I'm betting they now pasteurize every fucking thing. Wish we had that when I was growing up, but yeah. If they were really going for authenticity, they'd coat everyone in crap and let them fester. No one wants that history. They want the bullets, lassos, and horseback riding. When I was first getting started, it wasn't cowboys and Comanche that killed us. It's those fucking figures in black that fucked up our town and fucked up my life too. Now, if you want to hear about that, you're going to hear all of it. My parents moved to New Foundry from the Middle Kingdom decades before I was born. They moved because they heard that there was plenty of work and wealth in the Sunset Republic. They were right about the work, they were wrong about the wealth. My grandfather started in the foundry by loading buckets full of iron scrap. He worked his way up to foreman. My grandmother started by working in the brothel, and she died a madam, blind in one eye, and she passed on syphilis to 3 of her children. My mother was lucky enough not to catch the damn clap. My father was a homesteader who came from the 7 cities who was promised some land out west for just moving out there. You can imagine the fucking irony of my mother working her ass to the bone to afford an eave above the fucking saloon. Then my dad moved out, and being white and an imperial, he was given a fucking acre and a herd for free. I'm pretty sure he married her because he was single, straight, and horny, and I'm definitely certain that she married him because he owned land and he was easy to please. Sadly, she passed not long after my birth, some bullshit infection. Whether it came from the whorehouse, the food, the fucking water, or a paper cut from counting her cash, it did not fucking matter. She was dead, and she was dumped into the hole with the others, and I was raised by my father, only ever seeing my grandfather and grandmother in town as strangers who did a service for everyone else. I don't know what name my mother gave me. If my dad knew it, he wouldn't bother to tell me. I was always just Claudius Clyde to him. He gave me his name, and when I turned 16, I could pick my cognomen, which would be Charon. But that would be so much later. From my dad, I learned horseback riding, I learned how to shoot, and I even learned how to hunt. I had a few different choices of what I could do as a profession. The land I could inherit from my dad guaranteed prosperity for me when most didn't, so I had a chance to try new things. So the first profession I wanted to do to get away from my father and my family in town, I decided to become a bounty hunter. In those days, the treaties and negotiations between nations were tenuous at best, and criminals took advantage of those treaties and limited resources to escape and try to live prosperous lives. So naturally, it led to the profession of bounty hunter. They could capture the criminal and bring them back to the government that wanted them. My first bounty I caught? Tax evader who left Triple Alliance land with hundreds of thousands of quatchly. When I found him and the gun was pointed, he was eager to show me where he kept the chests of money. Turning him into the Triple Alliance got me paid, but not nearly as much as the chests. The advantage, though? I wasn't going to be chased down by other bounty hunters. Still, though, it helped me earn a good reputation as an honest bounty hunter. A lot of bounty hunters earned reputations for being rougher than the criminals they fought. Some of them, I could tell you for certain, would be bank robbers if they didn't discover bounty hunting first. And other hunters heard the term dead or alive and never learned to read past the first word. My reputation for being honest didn't just help me with the marshals, the sheriffs, and the officers. It also helped me with the criminals I was catching. More than once, I would run across them with my gun at hand who could just surrender because they know if they escaped me, they would run across worse bounty hunters. I was hardly rich doing bounty hunting, but it was fun, and I could go further than I would have normally, and I could make choices about my life that practically no other job could have done. If I wanted to work on the railroad, I'd be working from dawn until dusk. If I worked for the sheriff, I would be doing so much paperwork, and I wouldn't be paid nearly as well. And if I stayed home working on the homestead, then I'd be bored half the time and working my ass off the other half the time. As a bounty hunter, I could sleep in if I want to, or I could stay up late if I wanted to. The money I was making was stored in a bank my father owned, and I had little to worry about. I was happy. I saw new sights, I met new people, I even got to fire my guns a few times, usually to fight off bandits or to take down the charges that tried to kill me. I tried to bring them in alive, but if it came down to me or them, I chose me. I loved my world at that time. I was catching criminals and I was making Aslan a little safer. I know a lot of people love those tragic heroes who struggle against impossible odds and who fight a never-ending battle that never gets easier. Except for me, during those 3 years, I saw things get safer and safer. Bank robbers, murderers, tax evaders, bail jumpers, or contract breakers were getting caught, and as I had less and less contracts, I became certain that I would be able to retire peacefully in my homestead. I would have my adventure and stability, the imperial dream for me. One night, though, I found out that the world I have been exploring was so much smaller than I thought it was. I had a bounty for a killer that had been hopping from country to country, nation to nation. He was wanted in Europa, the Seven Cities, the Kingdom of Vespucci, Tejas, Triple Alliance, Danita, and about 13 other countries, all of whom were offering massive bounties for proof of his death. A very rare bounty, where every country would pay for the bounty upon confirmation of death. Typically, if a criminal was wanted in multiple countries, the country that got the body, or who arrested the criminal, would pay the bounty. This time, though, everyone was willing to pay for his death or capture. This job was so high paying that it would be worth more than my last 3 years of work, and it would have been worth 300 normal bounties. He even had killed at least 4 bounty hunters, and he had accumulated hundreds of deaths across 2 continents. And even now, I still remember his name. Back in Rome, he was known as Tiberius Tybalt, but everyone knew him better by his cognomen, Grim. Grim's location was well known by that point. He was clearly making his way west, but he was trapped in the Grey Mountains for the winter, in a small cabin in the mountains, not far from where the Donner Reed party had met their unfortunate end. So I began my trek to his cabin, and even knowing where it was hard to get to, just from how cold the winters were back then. Yes, I can tell you for certain, the winters were a hell of a lot colder back then. By the time I made it to the cabin, it was strange. Grim had set up numerous totems around his cabin, but they weren't any totems I could recognize. I have seen all kinds of totems, fetishes, crosses, and other esoteric and religious bullshit over my years. They're very popular in Aslan, but these were strange. They were the remnants of children's dolls. The heads were removed and the body was tied to the bare trees. And as I passed by each doll body, it was unnerving because even though the dolls' heads were missing, I felt like the dolls followed me as I made my way towards the cabin. It was a wooden cabin with a stone foundation and a squat circle of stones that surrounded the cabin. When I got closer, I noticed that the stones had traces of silver and salt in them, a very unusual stone choice, and one that I imagine cost Grim a lot of money. Before I crossed the line, I paused and I heard a little voice in my head. A voice that told me to kick some of the stones away so I could walk without stepping over the stones. Once that was done, I stepped closer to the cabin still and I saw another oddity of Grim's. Inscribed over his door in red paint, designed to look like blood, was a phrase written in Argivian. Hades is not welcome here, it said as I approached the cabin door, and I knocked twice. When there was no answer, I knocked twice again, and this time the door opened into a dark cabin. I took a moment to wait and see if Grim would act. What I saw instead was a man in a rocking chair in the corner, smoking his pipe when he saw me. He took one look, and, bored, he went back to his pipe. You're here to kill me? Fine. Just let me finish this pipe first, please. Feel free to come in, just close the door behind you. It's cold, Grim said as I closed the door behind me. He did not look like how I expected. He had gray eyes, a gray beard, and a big belly that made him look more like the Winter Man than a desperado. He didn't even have a hat on him. I stood across from him, my gun pointed at him, and still, Grim didn't care. He didn't even have a gun on him. It hung on the wall behind, and it would take precious time for him to pick it up. As he smoked, I stood there in silence for a moment before he spoke. So how's the weather out there? Cold, and the blizzard shut down the roads, I told him, and I could see him silently swear to himself. But I couldn't hear his voice. He continued to smoke as he sighed again. Did you disturb my circles outside the cabin? He asked, and a little voice in my head told me to lie to him. No, I just stepped over them, I said as he kept smoking before speaking to himself. That means she still can't find me here. That's good. Then he focused on me while he finally finished his pipe and he asked, So, are you going to kill me now, or are you going to try to drag me to the law? He asked me, and I kept my gun trained on him. I want you to come with me willingly. Yeah, I'm not doing that. You leave me no choice, I said as I aimed my gun at his heart, and he only laughed again. Go on ahead. Do what you need to do. Doesn't matter to me in the end, Grim said as I cocked my pistol, and he raised his pipe to me like he was doing a toast with the pipe. The gunshot was loud, and he slumped forward, his heart left on the wall behind him. He was dead, and even though I didn't want him to die, I didn't feel bad about killing him. So I dragged his stinking corpse outside of the cabin, and I brought it to my wagon. Leaving his body inside of the wagon, I began to make my trek down the mountain, pulling the cart, because the weather was too bad for any horse to make its way up the mountain. That night, I made a fire where I could watch his body, and as I ate my jerky, I watched as his corpse twitched and he stood up in the wagon. While I sat there, dumbfounded, he cracked his back, stretching, and looked at me again. Oh, you're still here? Funny, I thought you'd get the marshal. You really are earning this bounty. I don't suppose you have spare tobacco? It seems you left my pipe behind, he said as I raised my shaking gun up at him, and he sighed. Okay, I can see why you're not understanding. So let me make this simple. Don't bother. I am immortal. Any wounds you inflict on me will heal within a day, at most. You cannot kill me, and eventually I will kill you. I let you get your free shot because even I know about Charon, the bounty hunter who gives his bounties a chance. So, fair is fair. Let me go, and I will keep making my way west. I will find the land further west than the sun can set, and you can keep on living. Sound good? Grim offered as I fired another shot, this time blasting a hole in his right eye. The wound in his chest was healed over, but before he fell, he said one thing. Fuck, as he fell back into the wagon. And now I was in a place where I had to make a choice. If he kept coming back to life, I would have to keep killing him. I only had so many bullets, and who knew if I could keep him from killing me long enough to get him to prison. If I had chains, I could keep him tied up, but I didn't have any. And if he recovered from all his wounds, I couldn't keep him down. But then I saw my hatchet, the same hatchet I used for cutting wood, and I had an idea. Something based on an old Argivian myth about the Hydra. So I placed the head of the hatchet in the fire, and I waited for it to be red hot before I tried my new plan. When Grim woke up the next morning, he screamed. I wasn't able to bind him by his limbs, so I decided to relieve him the trouble of his limbs. And just like the Argivian myth, the fire-tempered hatchet cauterized the wounds. So they did not heal. He was alive again, but his skin only healed over the wounds of his arms and legs. He was left without arms and legs, and his stubs flailed while I pulled the wagon to town. Sorry, Grim, this is the only way to bring you back alive, I told him while he begged and wept in the wagon. Any trace of the confident man who laughed at death yesterday died when his heart restarted. Now desperate, he tried to threaten, he tried to beg, he tried to promise me anything to get me to bring him back to his cabin. He promised me wealth all morning. He told me he had hidden treasures all over the world. He would give me all of their locations and let me inherit all the wealth, if only I would stop and bring him back to his cabin. I ignored him. Even if he was telling the truth, the wealth was a lot more work than the wealth I was going to earn by turning him in. When noon came, he stopped promising me wealth and began promising me power. He told me he had connections with powerful people. He told me he could make me as powerful as the emperor, or that I could rule over all I saw if only I stopped and leave him behind to try and crawl away. I refused to listen. I knew he was lying because if he was that powerful, then he would never have had a bounty on his head to begin with. When the evening came, he finally promised he would teach me how to be immortal. He told me he would make it so I would be invulnerable to harm, that I would watch every sunset and see every sunrise. All I had to do was leave the wagon behind, and he would make me immortal before the sun rose. This I heard, but I did not accept. I had seen his immortality, and if he could be captured, so could I. That was not an existence I wanted. Or at least that was not an existence I wanted when he offered it. That night, in the fire's warm light, I could hear him whimpering in the wagon, half mad from thirst and hunger, while he kept telling himself, "She's coming, she's coming." I didn't bother asking him who was coming. I figured it would just be another reason to try and get me to let him go. That night, though, a strange traveler sat by my fire. We walked from the woods, and as she approached, Grim's whimpers became wails, and the woman walked towards me. She was barefoot in the cold winter night, and she had a thin white dress with no sleeves, with long dark hair that flowed behind her. In one hand she had a torch that burned in the night and seemed to be her only light. In her other hand she had a scroll, and around her neck was a silver chain with an iron key at the end. As she asked me, "May I share your fire, stranger?" she asked, and I welcomed her to it, figuring she must be freezing, and she sat in the fire's warm embrace when she finally spoke. "I see you caught Grim. Truly impressive. I've been looking for him for a very long time, and if you please, I would like to collect him." He asked me, and I grabbed at my gun. "I'm not giving up this bounty," I warned her, and she laughed. Her laugh was haunting. It was like a bell in a graveyard. You never wanted to hear it, but when you hear it, you can never stop hearing it. "I'm not interested in the bounty. In fact, I will even pay you a bounty for your hard work. You can keep his body. I just want his soul," she told me, and I relaxed some. "And you are what? A devil?" "No, not a devil, but you could call me a demon." "Why do you want his soul?" "It is long past his time to move on. He has kept himself hidden from my view for too long. I saw you move the rocks and showed me where he was. However, you met him long before I got there, and you brought death to him. So his soul is yours to do with as you please." "What would I want to do with his soul?" I asked the demon, who tilted her head, and for a moment in the snow it looked like two pure white wings unfurled behind her, making her look like a maskless angel before she answered. "I suppose you could torture it, keep it, sell it, bargain with it, or even just let it go if you're so charitable, but I am here to collect it. He has judgment to face, and to get him from you, I have to negotiate. I cannot simply take him, not without offering you something first, and not without you agreeing first. Why can't you just take him if you are death? Why? Because it's the way of things. Death has to have a cause. Death cannot simply happen. Could you release him to me in exchange for nothing? Yes, but I have to offer something to you first, and you can either accept it or you can refuse it. But there has to be an exchange, the woman in white told me as I asked. And what is it you offer me? I asked her, and her smile grew more predatory. A year of life, she told me, and I shrugged. What is an extra year worth to me? I don't know how long I have to live. I could live for 100 years easily. And what is 101 years compared to 100? I asked her, and she shook her head slowly. Oh, sweet, innocent Charon, you don't have 100 years. You don't have 100 months. You don't have 100 days. You don't have 100 hours. You don't have 100 minutes. You don't even have 100 seconds left without my intervention, she said to me. What do you mean? I asked her. She pointed to where I was sitting, and I saw that I wasn't sitting on a log. I was ghostly pale and sitting on myself. My lips were blue, bloody bubbles were blowing from my nose and mouth, and if it wasn't for the small rise of my chest, I would have thought myself dead. I turned back to the woman, and I saw that the fire was dead. The only light was her torch, and I could see that even though she wore white, and she indeed had white wings behind her, her shadow was a horned being that stood even taller than the trees. We're freezing to death. You die in little over a minute. If you want to live, you can agree to let me claim his soul, and I will gladly give you an extra year of life. You can claim your monetary bounty, and you can accept your mortality in a year's time, or negotiate with me again. If you find that a year of life or a soul isn't to your liking, you are welcome to ask me for something else. However, be quick, because if you don't have a satisfactory deal, I will take your soul upon your death, and I will claim Grimm anyway. Her ultimatum finished, she sat in silence while my thoughts rushed. Was there a way out of this? No, there couldn't be. I was choking on my own blood, and I was freezing. I could either die here, or I could continue. Desperate, I agreed to the demon's terms. I will live for an extra year, and you can take Grimm's soul, I said, reaching my hand out for her, and she shook it. Her grip was so cold it burned, and the mark on my hand is still there to this day. You have a deal, Charon, and if you ever want to negotiate again, just call out my name to the fire. What is your name? I asked, only for her to vanish in a flurry of snow, and the fire started again. Her voice echoed among the trees. Vanth, the echoes said, as I moved, and I found myself no longer a ghost over my body, but now a person again, chilly but alive. Grim was very still in the wagon, and I knew Vanth was as good as her word. She had given me a year of life. Just a year. When I turned in Grim's body, I was given my check, but it hardly felt real. I finally had to process my mortality. Not just the fact that I nearly died, and I had a second chance, but now I had a secret that many men have killed for. I had the secret to eternal life. I just had to call out the demon's name, and I had to ask for it, although I was certain she would want something for it, and I didn't want to risk it. Not then, at least. As time went on, and I enjoyed my wealth as I traveled across Aslan, I was aware of my encroaching death. Few men ever know the date of their death, and I did. I could have accepted it and just died in peace. Instead, what I faced was the knowledge that I could do something about it. So, a mere 3 months after meeting Ingve, I made another campfire, alone. I called out her name in the spring night air. She appeared across from me, behind the flames, and she asked, "I see you want more life. Most wait a longer time, some wait until their last moments before trying to negotiate for more life. I prefer doing it this way. It gives time for better contracts. What can a man with 60 seconds left in his life offer a psychopomp like me?" "They can offer you the soul of another man," I told her, and she laughed at my cleverness. Clearly, she was not used to dealing with men who weren't panicking. Too right, but a man with time can do things a man without time cannot. "So what is it you want?" she asked, and I asked for the obvious thing. "I want more life. A year isn't enough for me. I want more time," I told her, and she sighed like she expected that answer. Ah, yes, more life. The one thing everyone asked for, from death. However, life has to be earned, I am afraid. While I do let people borrow time, I do not like doing that. Borrowed time gets paid back with interest. So what can you offer for more time? You mentioned that Grimm was hidden from you? Surely there are more souls out there that are hidden from you, I asked, and I could see in her eyes that she was intrigued. So I was right. Grimm wasn't a unique case. There were a lot of Grimms out there. So, is that what you offer me? You're going to be a little bounty hunter for death? Sending souls to death to buy your soul more time? She asked, and I nodded. Wow. Well, I guess that couldn't be done, but we need to establish some rules, she told me, and I listened, intrigued. They cannot be any souls. They need to be souls that escaped judgment. I don't want you massacring innocent towns for centuries of life. I will either give you their name, or you will find escaped souls, such as the undead and ghosts. And each soul needs to be turned in to me before you get your year of life, she said, and I nodded, understanding what she was saying. So far, it was all reasonable. However, bear in mind, though I can give you life, I cannot give you invulnerability. I may stay Heim's hand, however, I cannot stop all wounds. If you are killed, you will owe me a greater debt to live again, and you don't want to owe death a debt, she said, reaching her hand out to me, and I in return shook her hand, accepting my place as a bounty hunter of death, a role I still play even now.
Content warning: the following story contains depictions of suicide and transphobia. Viewer discretion is advised.
The story shared with me is one of a family in mourning. Not just in mourning now, but one that has been mourning for nearly 2 decades. From what the Atos family told me, they have been connected to death and ghosts for a long time. For most of the family's history, it was merely a curiosity, sometimes a party trick, sometimes a tragedy. but overall they could define their lives by more than death. However, Tanis Atos is not like most of his family. Meeting him, he is nervous, his eyes shifting from place to place, his leg bouncing while he kept staring just behind me. I can guess what he sees following me, but he is also wise enough to not bring it up. Not to avoid rudeness, but because he is afraid if he acknowledges what follows me, it will instead decide to follow him. He is correct. When I meet him, we discuss about our children briefly. His son and daughter were lucky enough to leave the kingdom behind for the peaceful country of the Triple Alliance. While no country is free of their ghosts, it is not the ghosts that linger the Atos family is afraid of. When we are done talking about our children, it is now time to talk about his ex-girlfriend. When Soraya is mentioned, there is silence in the room. His leg stops bouncing, and his eyes focus at some distant location as he reminisces about his past. Tanis has had a long life, and while he has known life without Soraya a lot longer than he has known life with her, still, it is hard for him to forget the mother of his children. We grew up together, as far as I can tell. We were neighbors, we went to class together, and even at a young age, she had stunning straight hair that everyone was jealous of. Regardless of how hard she played or what she did, her hair stayed straight and neat. It was something I was both jealous of and loved about her. I didn't know when we went from just being friends to dating, but what I did know is by high school, everyone knew us as boyfriend and girlfriend. We were the perfect couple. No fights, a good future together, and we were so in sync that we could plan apart and come together and find out we had the same plans. We thought we had everything figured out. We had perfect plans. It felt like our lives were blessed. We were going to leave Crossroads. We were going to leave the kingdom. We were going to live our lives to the fullest. We had it all figured out at the age of 18. Just 1 year of schooling and we could head to college. Nothing was going to mess it up. While Aphrodite blessed our love life, Hera wanted to bless us just as well. A few years earlier than we were hoping, we started the senior year knowing that Soraya was pregnant, and it just wrecked all of our chances of getting out of Crossroads. The kingdom of Vespucci doesn't allow for abortion, and Soraya's parents forbade the babies from being adopted out of the family, because Soraya wasn't just pregnant, she was pregnant with twins, Dallas and Diana. I love my children so much, and if I could go back and have them again, I would. I just wish they could have been born a few years later. At least let us graduate college first. Being new parents was tough. Being a new parent as a teenager, it is so much fucking harder. In August, Soraya and I had over a dozen colleges accept our applications, at least a few with full ride scholarships. By September, when the news got out that Soraya was pregnant, suddenly those acceptances became rejections. So many letters sent to her, and they were all phrased the exact same way. Due to new information about your personal ethics, behavior, and choices, we have to withdraw our acceptance. And it was Soraya who got rejected, even though it was known I was the father. I wasn't the one losing scholarships, acceptances, and my part-time job. Sure, people would stare at me sometimes, and my dad kept trying to get me to say it was actually a different guy who was the dad, but it was so much worse for Soraya. The only reason Soraya wasn't disowned was because she would have moved in with me and my family. My dad was not happy about the pregnancy, even insisting on a paternity test upon their birth to make sure I was the dad. My mother, on the other hand, was ecstatic. She had set aside a room to be made into a nursery, and she was making plans about me getting married after I graduated. and even plans for having Soraya move in with us. My mom and dad didn't always see eye to eye, but my dad wanted my mom happy. Soraya was in a bad place during the pregnancy. Her top scores dropped to bare averages. I think it was because of the burden on her body distracting her, but also the teachers looking for any reason to punish her. She would get marked down on her essays for mistakes as simple as forgetting a comma, which would give her a 0% on her essay. Her gym teacher would still make her run laps, even with a doctor's note, always forcing her to run lap after lap. And her electives were the worst. No one would want to partner with her, and they would whisper about her, especially when she started to show. She was always the subject of gossip. She would struggle against group projects by herself, where at best she could scrape an average. We were separated, no longer shared any projects together. Our dates pretty much stopped altogether as everything became about the unborn infants. We had to go to doctor appointments, we had to do parenting classes together, or just shopping for new clothes or toys for the babies. I was happy to do it all with her, but there was no longer time for just us. Not as individuals, not as a couple. We were now spending all of our time as students or as new parents. I saw how people looked at her when we were together in public, and I knew if I wasn't with her, they would have been so much meaner to her. And Soraya, she got me. I know now about postpartum depression, pregnancy hormones, and even how much stress can affect a person. I now know that she was in pain. She was angry. She was scared, and she was vulnerable, going through one of the hardest things the human body could go through. And she had to face these challenges as a teen with no support from her family, and she was depending on me and my family to get her through it all. Even the most patient person on the planet would be mean or grumpy with all of that happening. However, I didn't know that as a teenager. I was young, I was stupid, and I wasn't enough of a support system for her. I wasn't experienced enough, and even now I wish I could have done more for her. I remember all the late nights where she would spend hours listing everything I was doing wrong. I was leaving laundry in the dryer too long. I wasn't cooking quickly enough. I wasn't cooking enough. She would crave steak, and then an hour later, just the thought of eating steak would nauseate her. And she would get angry at me for eating food that I made for her she no longer wanted. I remember one time I was loading the dishwasher, and she just woke up from her nap. She was 9 months pregnant at that point, and she saw me loading the dishwasher. I smiled at her and said, "Good morning." And she scoffed at me, and she walked out of the house, and she just sat on the porch for 3 hours and wouldn't talk to me during that time, even when I asked her what I did wrong. She told me if I didn't know what I was doing wrong, then I would never be a good dad. It took another 2 hours for me to realize she was upset I was putting plates in the dishwasher first, before the bowls. That was what the issue was. Knowing what I know now, it isn't her fault. As a teenager, it hurt. Being told that you can't be a good dad because of the way you do the dishes makes you feel like either everything is your fault or everything is her fault. And in as much soul searching as I did that day, I blamed myself. I built up resentment, and I kept double and triple checking everything I did just to make sure nothing I did upset her, and even that upset her. She thought I was treating her like a wild animal, and she was right. That was the way I was thinking and treating her. It was hard for her, and it was hard for me too. I wasn't the one she was angry at. I was just the only one she could lash out at. And it was definitely my fault for not using protection that wasn't expired. Still, I remember the day she gave birth. It was less than a week before graduation, and it was a night that It was night after we drove to 3 different fast food drive-thrus for her cravings. I remember that night specifically. She wanted a burger from O'Daniel's, fries from Jade Bites, and a shake from Shake King. It was one of the few moments of the pregnancy we had that was peaceful, quiet, just the two of us. We drove to a quiet place while we ate and looked up at the stars, one hand on her belly, and the other feeding herself while we looked up. Thank you, Tanis, for everything. I know things are hard, but we can still have a future, she said, and I looked up at the sky with her. We will. I love you. I love our children, and we will get through it, I told her as we watched the sky, and she whispered to me, It is time. We drove to the hospital that night, and I was with her for the first few hours. But by morning time, her parents arrived, and I was asked to leave. She was still a minor at the time, so her parents had the right to say who was or wasn't allowed in the room while she gave birth. I was someone unrelated to her. I wasn't her husband. I wasn't family. So I was pushed out into the waiting room. I didn't know about my babies until hours later when a nurse informed me. Soraya gave birth to 2 healthy baby girls, Diana and Dallas, although Dallas was known as Suna then. He would transition when he was 7, but his mother, her given name was Suna. Soraya thought it would be poetic to name her twin daughters after the sun and moon, and I cried when I heard the news. I cried harder when I was told I wasn't allowed to see them. I was served court documents in the waiting room by Soraya's family lawyer. Apparently, they now wanted full custody of the children, and they didn't want me involved at all. And again, Soraya was still a minor, and she wouldn't be able to fight for custody of her children for months. And even then, it was unlikely for a judge to take her side over her parents. After all, they were successful adults. She was a teen mom who had no college and no future. I asked to at least see Soraya, only to be served a restraining order. Apparently, I wouldn't be allowed to be near her either, not even to call her or talk to her. Even after all of these years later, I am still angry at Soraya's parents for this. They did nothing to help her through the pregnancy, but they had time to prepare to sue for custody over the twins. They had time to prepare a restraining order, but only after I helped Soraya through the pregnancy. It was inherently underhanded and parasitic to me, benefiting off what I did for Soraya, but not wanting to help until after the grandchildren were born. I talked to my mother and father about that. This they saw eye to eye on. They would help me countersue, both for custody over the twins and to emancipate Soraya so she could repeal the restraining order herself. But they also warned me that until that was done, I had to avoid Soraya at school. I had to show the courts that I was making a reasonable effort to respect the law. If Soraya's folks had evidence I was trying to break the law, it would be easier for them to keep custody. I would have to be a model citizen. For the week leading up to graduation, the first few days, Soraya didn't even come to school. On the 4th day, though, she was looking for me. I asked a teacher to explain the restraining order to her, but she kept trying to get me to explain it to her with my own words. And as much as it killed me, and kill me it did, I had to avoid her. If the future I dreamt of living with her and the twins was to be possible, I couldn't see her now. That pain is one I hope you never have to face. I hope you never know what it is like to have to avoid the ones you love because you want to be with them. On the day before graduation, though, she managed to corner me down one of the dead ends in the school's hallways as she screamed her frustrations at me. Knowing what I know now, she had just reached her boiling point. She was postpartum, she was recovering from pregnancy, she was facing stress from her parents, she was forced to still go to school during a time when most would be spending healing, and she lost her boyfriend as far as she could tell. She was angry, she was resentful, she was sad, and all of it spilled out when she cornered me. You weren't there! You weren't there when I gave birth! You weren't there when I went home! You weren't there when I called! You weren't even there when I came to school! Where were you? Where were you when I needed you? Where is the man I fell in love with? She said, crying, with a glance toward the camera before I tried to answer. Soraya, I started before she yelled at me again. Don't fucking bother! I never want to talk to you again. Burn in hell for all I care, she said as she ran off, and I was alone with my feelings. The first thing I could remember feeling was shock. She sought me out for days, only to yell at me and leave me without giving me a chance to explain myself. I was worried she was serious about me never talking to her again, but I convinced myself she was just upset that I would get a chance to talk to her again. I didn't know I was lying to myself. When I came outside, my eyes puffy and red from crying, I saw there was a crowd of people by the bus stop. I had a cold feeling in my gut when I saw the crowd. No, please don't be, I said as I ran to where the crowd was. I pushed my way through, and I could see my worst nightmare. Soraya was on the ground, her neck was at an impossible angle, her limbs were splayed out like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Blood was pooling beneath her, but I couldn't tell where it came from. Already a few people were on their phones calling the vanguard. I dropped to my knees and I held her hand. It was limp and still warm, but something in her hand was gone. Some spark that made her her. It was just meat in my hand, but I still tried talking to her as I held her hand. Tell me what I can do. Tell me how I can make you better. Just tell me right now. I'll do anything. Just stay with me, I said to her body, but her body did not respond. I was vaguely aware of the vanguard arriving, taking her body away. I wasn't allowed to go with her. The EMTs were already made aware of the restraining order by Soraya's family. Even in that moment where she died, I wasn't allowed to tell her goodbye. But that wasn't the end of her story. As she was taken away, I kept staring where her blood was spilled. Even after the janitor poured litter sand over the blood and washed it away, I kept staring there. For hours, it feels like. When I became aware enough to stand up, I saw Soraya again. She was there in the crowd of students, waiting for their bus. Her hair was messy, she was slightly translucent, and she had no shadow, but I recognized her. Hoping against hope that I somehow imagined or hallucinated her death, I ran after her, only to see her turn my way, and I froze. Her eyes. Her eyes were full of hatred, full of rage, full of resentment. So much so that it made every mean moment over the past 9 months seem like a grumpy moment. And after she made eye contact with me, she turned away from me and walked into a wall to disappear. It wasn't the only time I saw her either. When I was graduating, yes, I still walked. My parents insisted I get that moment of normalcy. I saw her in the crowd, her eyes still hateful as she watched me walk across the stage to get my diploma. She was the only one in the entire crowd without robes. The only one who didn't graduate, and who would never graduate. I saw her on the steps of the courthouse when my family and I were countersuing for the custody of the twins. Soraya's parents tried convincing the judge I violated the restraining order and caused Soraya's death. However, video evidence showed that she did seek me out despite being told not to. We also called in witnesses like the doctors who recommended that Soraya spend more time recovering since she was struggling badly with postpartum depression and was not thinking straight at the time. The final nail in the coffin was all of the character witnesses who confirmed that I spent Soraya's entire pregnancy supporting her, while her parents did as little as they could. So ultimately, we won custody rights over the twins. I saw Soraya watching us, just behind the judge. The only time she did not look hateful was when she was looking at the twins. She looked forlorn and loving. I could see her reaching out for them, but she could not touch them. I was too close to them, and as much as she loved her children, she hated me more. The next few years were a great challenge, and I admit I wouldn't have made it without my parents' support. My dad warmed up to the idea of being a grandfather, and he helped me get a job at his law firm. I started as a part-time admin assistant, but after getting my degree, I became a lawyer myself. I was able to work from home often, helping my parents help raise the twins, and in time, when they were able to go to school themselves, I was able to finish my degree. I learned a lot from my mother, from everything from how to mend clothing to how to cook for picky eaters. And Soraya was still around, oftentimes watching me from around corners, sometimes getting close to the twins. I could see her, and my parents could see her as well. They confirmed that I went and I left for things like work or shopping. She would play with the children, sometimes by moving toys, sometimes by telling them stories, and sometimes she would even carry them. Her family has a long history of seeing ghosts, and after everything we've been through, we just accepted the fact that Soraya wanted to be in her children's lives after her own death. The first time the twins talked about their mother, they were sent to the therapist. It was a simple thing, a drawing of the family, and the teacher was disturbed by the way they drew Soraya, with messy hair, floating above the ground, and with no shadow, when everyone else had shadows. That was an interesting conversation with the school therapist, and a more interesting conversation with my children. My family has always been able to see ghosts, the departed spirits of those who had, for whatever reason, would not move onto the sunless lands. Most of the time it was a curiosity at best. We could see them, we could talk to them, but they couldn't always talk with us. They could interact with our world, and we could interact with them. There was a lot of reasons someone who died might linger, but for Soraya, that answer was clear. She wanted to see her children grow up, and she never got the chance when she was alive. So she would defy the laws of life and death to see her children grow a bit more. And for years, it worked fairly well. Soraya wanted nothing to do with me, but she wanted to see her children. They learned who it was safe to talk about mommy with, and who would think they were either strange or worse. But even if we were an unusual family, Soraya was happy for her children, and happy to be a ghostly mom. As far as I am aware, she never wanted to see her parents anymore. Sometimes they would try to argue for custody of the children, only to lose those court cases rather quickly. Sometimes they would try to drum up sympathy on Share My Day, only to lose it within a week or two. But for the most part, they ignored their grandchildren, except when people began to bug them about why they didn't have grandchildren. I thought about telling them about Soraya, More than once I wanted to call them and just explain that Soraya still endured, but ultimately I decided that wasn't part of the world they could understand, let alone want to be part of. It's hard when you're someone who can see beyond the veil. Some people are just never going to see beyond it. Not because they aren't capable, but because there's someone who would never choose to see beyond it. After all, they couldn't listen to a doctor recommending she rest a while longer after giving birth. I don't think they're going to listen to someone they blame for their daughter's death when they say she's still among us. But all things change, even after death, and sometimes people can be resistant to change. As the twins got older, they explored what kind of people they wanted to be. A part of being a parent that is rarely talked about is when your kids get older, they still need your support and your money, but they also want to express themselves. Barely 7 years old and a cold night like any other, Suna approached me after dinner and asked me very quietly if she could get a short haircut like me. A normal question, you would think, except in both Soraya's family and in my family, women almost never cut their hair. One of the few things that our families had in common. Suna's hair looked so much like her mother's, but in her eyes, I could see both sadness and bravery. The sadness of someone who was expecting her dad to tell her no is something that meant the world to her. The bravery of someone who was preparing to be disappointed and trying not to let her heart break. I told her that she could. I even offered to take her to my barber. She hugged me so tight that night, her tears on my shoulder and my own tears falling down my cheeks. All while Soraya glared at us while peeking around the corner. I know what she imagined Suna and Diana would be like. She told me many times. She imagined two cute girls who would grow up into strong but beautiful women. She imagined going dress shopping with them, braiding their hair, painting their nails, and teaching them what it was to be women in the world. And now here she was, watching as her imagined future was crumbling. Her anger and mourning of her children who never were was distracting her from the joy of the children in front of her. At the barber shop, Suna was the only girl there. I knew my barber from years of experience. He cut my father's hair, and he cut my hair, and I knew he was willing to cut my children's hair. We looked over different hairstyles in the book, and Suna pointed at one style she liked. The same style I had when I was her age. I showed it to the barber, and when he confirmed with me it was okay, he went to work on her hair with the scissors and the clippers. With every snip and every buzz, Soraya's stare grew icier. I could tell she wanted to rip the scissors and clippers out of his hands, and she would have if not for the little silver I carried with me. A little charm on a leather necklace. Something to keep ghosts from harming me, or those close to me. I hated using it against Soraya because she was once someone I loved, someone I imagined growing old with. But after 7 years, I had changed. She hadn't. When Suna's haircut was done, her eyes lit up in a way I hadn't seen before. She was even happier than during her birthday. As she looked over herself in the mirror, she called out, "I look just like you, Daddy." And as she said that, the hand mirror on the other side of the room was violently thrown against the wall. Soraya couldn't harm me, but she made it very clear how displeased she was with me. She wanted her daughters to look like her, and with Soraya's familiar hair now on the ground to be swept up, and Suna did look more like me with her hair cut short. The barber apologized for the mess, and I reassured him as I paid for Suna's haircut in the mirror. Even if the barber didn't know about the ghosts, I knew that look in his eye, and he knew the look in my eye. If I was apologizing and I was paying for something, it was because it was my fault. and he knew enough not to ask questions he didn't want answers for. He still welcomed us back any time. After the haircut, Suna and I got ice cream and window shopped around Old Town. It was a peaceful place and it always had something worth looking at. Suna's face lit up a few different times when the shopkeepers referred to her as my son. When I corrected the first shopkeeper, her face dropped. I didn't correct the shopkeepers after that, and I had a feeling, call it a paternal instinct, or maybe it was just my father's stories about men like Dylan Dyson. But I took Suna to the tailor my father and I would go to. I told Suna that her birthday was coming up, and I wanted to know what clothes she wanted. Her eyes were shining like miniature suns, and her smile lit up the entire shop. There wasn't a lot of clothes in her size, but she was gleaming to get a suit made for her size. Well, not quite a suit, but it was pants and a button-up shirt with a tie. Something Soraya never would have dreamed of her daughters wearing. We found a few things Suna liked, and I asked her if she wanted a different name. He chose the name Dallas, one of the brands he liked, and we agreed he would need more clothes. His old dresses would go to his sister since they wore the same size, but he was so excited to have so many new clothes, and he wanted to look just like his dad and his papa. That day, when we took Dallas home, we explained to the family, and everyone accepted it pretty quickly. And by the time the twins turned 8 years old, everyone had fully accepted Dallas as Dallas. Everyone, that is, except Soraya. Her hauntings around Dallas started small at first. It was something like moving a dress that belonged to Diana and leaving it on Dallas's bed, or placing a book on Dallas's bed, and how to be a proper young lady. Things that could be put away, but I could tell it hurt Dallas. Then it began to escalate. On the twins' 10th birthday, all of Dallas's gifts were destroyed during the night. His clothes, his books, his toys, even his video games and his bike were all destroyed. Hundreds of centi worth of gifts. And the heartbreak on both Dallas and Diana's faces is not something I would wish on anyone. Diana's gifts were untouched, but her brother's was destroyed. Dallas had proof in front of him that his mother didn't accept him as her son, and that she was willing to destroy his things if he decided to be himself. A demand from the ghostly companion to be someone he wasn't, or she would destroy everything around him. And the warning to Diana was also harsh. Her things were untouched, because she was behaving the way Soraya wanted her to behave. Soraya could have, just as easily, punished Diana, but Diana was the golden child, for now at least. But she could just as easily turn on her, and now Diana would live with this knowledge that the only reason she wasn't targeted was because Soraya had another target. That isn't a thought you want in your children's minds, especially when they were 10 years old. So that day, instead of opening gifts and eating cake, my parents and I taught Dallas and Diana how to make wards, sigils, and charms to keep ghosts out of their space and away from them. Soraya seethed outside of the house that day because she was locked out of the house for the first time. The twins sculpted their first wards into their jewelry, and I promised Dallas we would replace his gifts as soon as we could. And for years, Soraya was just a distant shade, someone who stared at me hatefully from a distance, but who was powerless to harm me or my family. Just another day that ended in Y. But as the twins got older, Diana began to get distant from the family. She would spend more and more nights out. Sometimes she would let us know where she was. Usually she didn't. She would disappear. Her grades would suffer, and she would look worse and worse when we did see her. Her face was growing pale and thin, her eyes had dark circles, and she rarely spoke to anyone except to yell at them. She would yell at me for everything from the way I looked, the way I spoke, and once she even yelled at me that she wished that I was the one who died and not her mother. I wasn't sure what to try. She wouldn't talk to me when I reached out to her, and she only grew more isolated when I left her alone. I know whatever was happening, it wasn't normal school problems. Dallas said she didn't talk to anyone at school, and as far as he could tell, she wasn't talking to any grown adults who could be grooming her. Our biggest clue at what was wrong was the first time she was taken to the hospital. When she was at school, she apparently stood up in class and she was swaying in place before she fainted. Thankfully, Vanguard was able to get to her in time. And at the hospital, we were told that she was malnourished badly. They had to feed her by IV to get her back to a point where she could move again. And the worst part? The entire time, she kept begging the hospital to just let her starve. She wanted to die, and she said she wanted to see her mother. Her ward was broken by herself, so she wasn't safe from Soraya, and it seemed that Soraya was affecting her badly. When Diana had a chance to calm down, I asked her, privately, what was happening. I told her no matter what, I loved her, but I needed to know what was happening if I was going to help her. And it took some time, but she did tell me what was happening. Apparently, she broke her talisman about a year ago because she wasn't making friends at school, and she felt so lonely that she thought she could make friends with her mother. She figured that Soraya was her mother, and surely she wouldn't harm her. And for a while, they were friends. Soraya helped Diana in school, she kept her company, and even gave her someone to talk to. But as time went on, things got darker and darker. Soraya would ask Diana things like, "Do you love me?" When Diana reassured Soraya that she did, Soraya would ask her to prove it. It was little things at first, like leaving a candle out for Soraya, or burning a few bites from her meal so Soraya could eat it from the smoke. But then it started escalating. Soraya asked Diana to stay out later and later, sometimes spending entire nights from dusk until dawn, just talking about whatever Soraya wanted. Or Soraya started asking Diana to burn all of her food for her. She would tell Diana that she was so hungry that she felt like she was dying every moment. The only thing that would make the pain stop was burning food. It couldn't just be food she stole or found. It had to be food made for Diana, and Diana couldn't eat because it made Soraya uncomfortable because she couldn't eat. In time, every action Diana took had to be done to make Soraya happy. Diana had to read the right books, watch the right films, listen to the right music, and have the right conversations with her mother. But Diana couldn't sleep under the covers anymore because Soraya was cold all the time. Diana couldn't talk to the living because Soraya couldn't. Diana wasn't allowed to feel happy because Soraya couldn't feel happy. It was parasitic, it was toxic, it was abusive, and Diana didn't realize until it was nearly too late. Apparently, Soraya recently told Diana that if Diana just stopped eating altogether, then when she died, she would be a ghost alongside Soraya. As Diana spoke to me, Soraya stared at us from the hallway, unable to get close because I was close by. But I cannot tell you how angry I was. My daughter was convinced she had to give up her life because her mother didn't get to live a life. Soraya convinced Diana that she was obligated to give up her life for her dead mother. I told Diana she didn't need to give up her life for anyone. Not for Soraya, not for me, not even for Dallas. It was her life to live, and just because someone else was denied their life didn't mean that hers was forfeit. Soraya's death wasn't her fault, and Soraya being a ghost wasn't her fault either. It took Diana a long time to recover. Physically, it took a few weeks. It took years for her to recover mentally. She went to the hospital 3 more times, each time when she broke her word to talk to Soraya again, thinking this time would be the time that her mother would finally be a good friend or mother to her. And each time, Soraya convincing Diana that harming herself was helping her mother. I remember all the times she would just start doing something she liked and her smile would just drop, suddenly struck by guilt because she was happy. She was happy when someone close to her wasn't, and she felt like it was her being selfish for not offering comfort to Soraya. It was a journey explaining boundaries to her and helping her understand that it wasn't her responsibility to always be there for everyone else just because they needed her. It's something even adults struggle with, and fundamentally, in Diana's heart, she wanted to help people, and the struggles of the world always seemed like they always needed more from her. So we found ways she could help people in tangible ways, but also in a way with boundaries. So we tried to have her volunteering to tutor young children at the library. It brought a smile to her face because it meant there was time where she was helping people, but they couldn't approach her at all hours of the day. And it wasn't people asking her to give up things for them. They needed her to help, and at the end of the day, they could go home. Still, though, she was worn out in a way she never fully recovered from. You couldn't imagine most people as genuinely needing help. She could only see potential manipulations. Someone begging for change became someone who wasn't actually starving, but someone who wanted to see if they could pay for beer just by begging. A child who struggled week to week to write their own name wasn't someone struggling with dyslexia. They were someone who were going to refuse to do their homework. Or a crying baby at the store wasn't someone who was upset. The baby was someone who was trying to make her angry specifically. Things got a little better for Diana, but I honestly think if it wasn't for Soraya, that Diana could have been a hero. I think Soraya only cared about what she lost, not what Diana lost. By the time she was graduating from high school, she wanted to be an office administrator. She couldn't imagine helping people professionally anymore. The most she could hope for was neutrality, data entry, paperwork, and computer work. Any work that minimized her human contact. But at least there was a future for her. Dallas was still figuring out what he wanted to do as he was graduating. He was willing to take a gap year and work at JRT law firm as a courier. Well, he thought about it. He was still willing to help people, but he was also scared of being hurt. Unlike Diana, he still had a desire to be a hero, even if he wasn't ready. Even if he never was a hero, just the fact he was willing to try, and he had that standard inside of himself was going to mean he would help change the world. In the months leading up to the graduation, we had increasing issues with Soraya. She couldn't get into the house, she couldn't get close to us, but she was still able to do things like leave nails and broken glass on the roads and sidewalks we walked. These weren't direct harm against us, they could have harmed anyone, and they weren't just affecting us. By this point, Soraya was less of a memory of the girl she once was, and she was now something else entirely. One of the hardest parts about dealing with ghosts like Soraya was they were neither a perfect victim nor a perfect monster. People tend to put ghost in those two categories. The perfect victim is someone you can empathize with, someone you want to protect, someone who had something bad happen to them, something undeserved, and they did nothing wrong in life or in death. Someone who needs protecting, who needs to be protected from the living, who just don't understand the suffering of the dead. Someone who is always the victim in every situation, and who has done no wrong, or if they have done wrong, it is justified in a way that is understood. But that wasn't Soraya. She also wasn't the perfect monster either. Didn't have no reason to be hateful. Didn't have no reason to hate me. She hurt her children in two very different ways that permanently changed them. But she didn't do it because she woke up one day and decided to be an evil ghost. She had her reasons for doing what she did. In her eyes, she did it for love, and she had every reason to hurt us. She never got a chance to grow up. She never got a chance to be loved in the way her children were, and she never got a chance to be a mother to her children. She was a shadow over her children, a reminder of a young girl who never got a chance to be a woman, a mother who was never a mother to them. They had sympathy for Soraya once, but it turned sour, and now she was a nuisance at best and a threat at worst. Any positive associations they had with Soraya was now also tainted with the fact that she hurt them. It turned sour, and it was, in a way, a reflection of what Soraya's emotions also became. She loved me. She loved all of us. Once. That love was now tainted, corrupted, and twisted into a very dark emotion. And by this point, I could no longer pretend it wasn't there anymore. I cared for Soraya once, and I cared for her still, or at least I cared for who she once was. Still, though, it wouldn't be good for our children if she was still around. That is another experience I hope no one ever has to go through. The knowledge of knowing that someone you love is bad for others you love. Still, with this knowledge, I told my children that I thought Soraya was bad for us all to keep her around, and that we would need to get rid of her. When I shared this thought, it was like the floodgates opened. Diana and Dallas shared so many stories of what she did to make things just a living hell for them. She would write horrible words on their lockers, or she would torment their friends with horrible night terrors so they would be exhausted. And just the guilt of knowing it was their fault was keeping them up at night. She would need to go, but making ghosts move on who didn't want to move on wasn't a skill I had, nor anyone else in the family. What I did have, though, was a contact who'd been collecting lost souls since the old days. He agreed to collect Soraya. However, he would be there only a few hours before the twins' graduation. Still, though, when they knew that Soraya's days were now numbered, their mood improved. And on the day of the graduation, it was time to say goodbye to Soraya. Dallas was the first to say goodbye, handing his talisman to his sister as he approached Soraya. What he said to her was said quietly enough that I couldn't hear it, but I could see the tears in his eyes as he spoke to the stone-faced spirit, and when he was done, he hugged her, and she hugged him back. I could see a flicker of the old Soraya on her face until it was replaced by stoicism once again. Dallas collected both his charm and his sister's talisman from her. Her words with Soraya were a lot less quiet, but I could tell she was furious. Her hands were shaking, her voice quavering, her tears were streaming, and I think she would have struck Soraya if her fist wouldn't have fell through the ghost. Still, Diana's voice got louder and louder until finally she got really quiet, and she gripped Soraya close while she whispered one last thing to her mother. something that caused a flicker of pure rage to show on the ghost's face before she turned stoic again. Diana took a step back, collecting her charm. It was now my turn to face Soraya. I left my protective charm with my children as I spoke to Soraya directly for the first time in years. I know you told me to never speak to you again, but before I had a chance to say anything else, she embraced me. Her hands gripped around the back of my head and her cold head pressed against my chest, her freezing cold breath causing me to shiver as I heard her speak. I never forgave you, and I will never forgive you, she said as her grip around my head tightened and she tried to twist my neck. I'm sorry, Soraya. Someday I will forgive you, I said as there was a loud bang and Soraya's eyes widened and she let go of me, her hand touching her back, pulling back pale white ectoplasm from where the silver bullet entered her body. Her shocked face processing the fact for the first time in over a decade, she felt physical pain. Her body dissolved into vapor. Her last moments of awareness of the soulful lands was pain as she dissolved and the silver bullet fell to the ground, collected by a man in a bandana and a hat. Sorry about the shooting early, partner. I figured you wouldn't mind too much, Ghost Hunter said, as I agreed, and I hurriedly paid him his fee, a silver coin, and he collected the bullet, the other part of his fee, a tithe he owed to his master, a soul collected for another year of life for him, a soul that would be carried by Vanth into the sunless lands that came after death. There, maybe Soraya could be happy, or at the very least, she could be where she was supposed to be. Ghost Hunter did not stay long, and for the first time in their entire lives, the twins were free from their mother's shadow and legacy. At their graduation, they collected their diplomas, and they could sit down without checking their seats for nails. And after the graduation, we could drive in the car without worrying about broken glass on the street. And when we went out for dinner, we could eat without worrying about poison being mixed in. It was quiet. It was peaceful. We realized we were carrying more weight than we could have known until it was finally gone. We loved Soraya, and we could still love her with her gone. But for now, we just felt relief she was gone, and we could move on with our lives without a feeling of guilt that she didn't have a chance to live life with us. We had a life, and she was given a second chance to still be a part of our lives. But rather than seeing it as a gift, she grew envious of what she could never have again, and she became a monster we had to let go. I hope that when judgment catches up to me, that they can understand why I did what I did, and if what I did was wrong, then I will face my judgment with my head held high, because I did what was best for my children. I thank Mr. Atos for his time and sharing his story. It is a hard story for him to share, even if it is one that is finished. He asks me if I think he did the right thing or not. He asks me if it is even a place for the living to dictate that the dead are supposed to move on to the sunless lands, especially if they were lingering. Instead of answering, I asked him a question. Imagine instead of your ex, the ghost was a total stranger. A stranger who played with your children, who tore up your son's clothing, who convinced your daughter to commit suicide, who spent years trying to get you and your children into horrible accidents because they were envious of your life and wanted it to end. A stranger who hated you so much they wouldn't talk to you for over a decade while they stalked you. A stranger whose envy, anger, and hate was so strong that it defied death itself, just for another chance to harm you and your family. Now, I want you to ask yourself, Did you do the right thing by sending the stranger away? The question satisfies Mr. Athos. The case came to JRT like a lot of our other cases, by dropping from an air conditioning vent directly into my lunch. La to vite, I just paid for that! I yelled out, seeing the manila folder bound in string dropped onto my flatbread and steamed eggs. I picked up the folder, wiping off the breadcrumbs and the egg from the folder, while the cashier working in the cafeteria laughed it off. Well, in that case, we'll just comp you your meal and get you a fresh one, but I think you should get that to Mike, the cashier whose name tag listed her as Heinous, said as my coins were put into the register, and my tray was taken away. Am I going to get my money back until I get back here? I asked Heinous, who only shrugged. I'm sorry, but the process of reimbursement takes approximately 4 to 5 business months. 45 months? I clarified while Heinous giggled. No, that would be ridiculous. It's for 5 months. Why would it take 425 months to get a 5 centi reimbursement? Why do you think I said 2 instead of 2? You said 2 twice. That's why I think you said 2 to me. Okay, what were we talking about? My refund, because a manila folder dropped from the AC into my food. Oh, yes. I'm afraid a refund cannot be processed by the register. A refund has to be processed through the franchise owner, and then they will investigate whether or not a refund is allowed. And then a check will be written with a 5 centi responsibility for the postage deducted from the check, Canis said with a broad smile. So, in other words, I have to send in a form, wait up to 150 days for a refund check through the mail, and even if it is decided that I am owed a refund and they will still deduct 5 centi for the postage, which is exactly the same amount as is spent on the food. So my choices are either fight this and get nothing, or do nothing and save time. Well, not quite. You're thinking of 4 to 5 calendar months. This is 4 to 5 business months. It's like a regular month, except it doesn't count months that have imperial holidays or weekends in it. Isn't that all of the months? Well, not Libiary. Great. I guess I should start packing a lunch, I said as I turned away from Canis to make my way back to Mike's office. I ignored my growling stomach as I knocked on his door. He was the head of the entire floor I worked on. I wasn't sure about his role exactly, but I knew he was a junior partner working directly with Jade, Raquel, and Themis of the Jade, Raquel, and Themis law firm. When I made it to Mike's office, I double-checked the nameplate to make sure that it is the correct office. Sometimes the partners' offices changed into something else. Whenever they changed, they couldn't get the name just right. Sometimes it would be in a script no one could really read, but sort of looked like the name, or the name would be something else entirely. Occasionally they got clever and were off by just a single letter, so it was important to know who you were speaking to. But yeah, the nameplate was correct. Mike A.L., and I knocked on the door just for him to call me in, and I opened the door to see Mike at his desk. Mike was dressed smartly in a comfortable-looking black suit with a bright orange tie. Next to his desk was a white cane that he could easily grasp when he left the office. The window's blinds were open, letting in the beautiful Swamp City sunlight. The lights above were all off. He had a pair of large black sunglasses set on his desk in a clear protective case, while he himself wore a white blindfold. Unlike the rest of his smart outfit, this blindfold was old, a little torn, and it was heavily stained with brown-red stains. And even as he spoke to me, I could see thin trails of blood beat up out from underneath his blindfold, which he occasionally touched up with tissues kept on his desk. I don't know why his eyes bled while at work. It never happened when I saw him outside of the office. Maybe it had something to do with his blindfold? I never understood people who did things that hurt them while they were on the job. In my opinion, if you had to hurt yourself to do your job, you were doing the job wrong. But then again, I was just an assistant and Mike was a junior partner, so what did I know? Welcome, Kel Hodge. What new case are you bringing to me? He asked as I put the folder in front of him as he removed the string and opened the folder as he pressed his fingers on the braille on the hard stock paper. He read it over while his face looked forward and he spoke to me. Her lunch cut short again? Yeah, again. Why don't they just leave it in my inbox so my lunch isn't interrupted every time someone wants her help? Mike sighed as he flipped the paper over and read over the next one. Hell, they need your help when they need your help. Usually that's during lunch. Even if we moved your lunch, they would still follow you. Once I read this over, you can head back to lunch and take your lunch hour. Yeah, I wish the cashier had already taken my lunch money. And the process of getting a refund is essentially impossible, I told Mike, who removed his hands from the paper. And this was at our cafeteria? He asked, and I nodded before I just said it out loud. Yes, it is. Now listen closely, Kel. I need you to contact security and send them over to the cafeteria. Why? We don't have a cashier in the cafeteria. All of the food and drinks are gratis. Really? I've been paying for lunch every day for the last 2 years. No one told me it was gratis. I told him as I turned to leave the office. Ah, Tavit, why does no one tell me anything? Mike said as he kept running his fingers across the raised dots that made up the legal document. I made it back to my desk and I called security, who was sent over the cafeteria. After 20 minutes, they left the cafeteria confused because they found nobody in that cafeteria. I sighed as I made my way back to the cafeteria, grabbing another flatbread and steamed eggs as I made my way out of the cafeteria, while the janitor was busy putting up a plaque in front of the entrance of the cafeteria. All food is free, do not pay anyone for it, it said as I made my way to the desk to read over some of the employment contract laws. Most employment in the 7 cities works by paying during payday for work done leading up to that day. But from city to city, exact details varied. For example, in Swamp City, payment either had to be made via check or coin during payday, while in Eden City, payment had to be made within 3 business days of payday. So a lot of higher paying jobs paid early, while a lot of lower income jobs paid it 3 business days after payday, often to the great discomfort of their workers. Then there were specifics of pay in advance versus arrears pay. A few jobs were required to pay people in advance before the job began, usually mercenary work, some artist jobs, and a few others. However, if they don't do the job that is required after being paid, there are usually pretty severe consequences. Most people get paid in arrears. They do a job and then get paid after the job is done, usually on payday, but there were a few contract jobs that paid in a lump sum once the job was completely over. The military was a great example of that. Pellets and auxiliaries were only paid after their years of service were done. The reasoning was simple. If they died on the job, then no money was owed at all. Great money saver for the imperial government. Other contracts, such as working on boats, were also done with the intent of having people work the entire contract before getting payment. Those contracts usually had a clause that explained that if they quit the job before it was finished, then no money was owed at the end. In my opinion, it felt predatory and like a trap. But that was why I was learning, so I could help others as well. Understanding what was, or wasn't, legal would help those who had disputes with their employers. Wage theft is still the largest form of theft in the Empire of the Seven Cities. People not realizing that working through their lunch, skipping breaks to catch up, or having minutes rounded down, all adding up to their loss. As I was learning about contract laws, I got a message from Mike. He wanted me to help out Emily with this case. I quickly skimmed over the details of the case. It actually related to the contract laws I was talking about, but in a more esoteric way. There was an employee who had a 10-year-long contract with his employer, Callister Construction. He was a construction worker who signed up to work for 10 years in exchange for room and board, constructing the high-speed rail connecting Swamp City and River City, before getting a lump sum of 500,000 centi at the end of his contract. Apparently, he had been working 14-hour-long days, and 3 years into his contract, he died on the job. However, due to the nature of the contract, just because he was dead, it didn't count as termination of the contract. Now his body continued working on the rail line while his spirit was inside, unable to live and unable to move on. With his death, he was now working 24-hour-long shifts, not allowed to rest even as his body decays, and now he's reaching out to us for assistance. Apparently, while we were going to build a case with him, the judge had filed a preliminary injunction. So, until we presented our case in 2 months, the client was not compelled to work at all. However, if the judge found that he did owe the 10 years to his employer, then the missed time would be added to his service. If he was found to be at fault, there may be a chance for Callister Construction to get even more additional time added to his contract. I gathered up my things as I headed over to Emily's office. I knocked on the door only for her to let me in. Emily was a few years older than I was, and she was focused a lot on employment laws. And in the office, we began to discuss what we were planning. Emily somehow already had the client's employment contract as she read it over, and on her desk was a single candle that burned as she spoke. So, Henry, our client might actually have a few things we can use to help him, but be sure to introduce herself, she said as she gestured to the candle. I waved at the candle and introduced myself. Hello, I'm Kel Hodge, I said to the white flame burning on the top of the black candlestick. No noise was made, but satisfied, I sat across from Emily as she handed me a copy of the contract, so I could look over it, highlighting what I could or couldn't find. I would be doing the background research while Emily focused on the actual case and the laws associated with it. Lawyers usually had whole teams of people doing research, and I was just one of Emily's people doing the research. I took the forms back to my desk as I read over the contract, looking for what Callister Construction defined as room and board, and what work hours were expected. And of course, the termination clause. Most companies terminated employment when an employee's life ended. Very few actually continued employment past death, unless you were a movie star or musician. So the laws of the Seven Cities were not updated yet to include what is or isn't legal. Sure enough, in the termination clause, there was a single sentence. In the event of employee's death, it is the employee's responsibility to continue their employment until such time as the contract is fulfilled or the employer terminates employment. So the contract really did have a line saying that death didn't mean the end of a job. But there was something I needed to define. The work conditions. Undead workers were popular in the Tano Sea and in some other countries, since the dead don't need to live to work, and they could do dangerous things that the living couldn't dream of. However, in the Seven Cities, the dead were still protected by the same labor laws as everyone else. Again, without the laws updating quickly, it would actually work in our favor this way. There's no legal difference between a living worker and a dead worker. That information highlighted and sent off to Emily, I went over a few more interesting parts of his contract. It defined a workday as being 8 hours long with an hour-long paid lunch. Overtime wasn't supposed to be requested because they weren't getting paid for it. And also interestingly, room and board was defined as 3 meals per day and a personal room with a functional bed and bathroom facilities. I continued this as we collected our information, and the 2 months before the case seemed to breeze by so quickly. During the actual court hearing, I was allowed to tag along to be in the audience while Emily was there with the client. He slumped in the chair next to her. He was clearly dead, but his body still moved, a very sharp contrast to her opponent. Two very suave men in sharp suits who looked lively as they both discussed their cases to the judge and the jury. Not all civil cases have juries, but Swamp City was the exception that had juries for both civil and criminal cases. The lawyer representing Callister Construction spoke first. Esteemed members of the jury, Callister Construction is a small business. We aren't one of the large corporations who have billions to spend on their big projects. So when we have a job, we have to make sure it's done, or else we cannot make money. Reliable work is difficult to find. So when work agrees to work for us, they need to be working for us until their contract is done. If we let go of all of our employees before their contract is finished, nothing would get done, and then the high-speed rail would not be possible, which Swamp City definitely needs, the defense said, as Emily stood up and made her opening statement. Ah, yes, you say that you need your contracts to get your job done. And yet, at the same time, you cannot honor your own contracts. Before today is done, I will prove to everyone here that not only is your contract unfair, but that you don't even honor your own contracts, she said simply, and she sat to the subtle gasps to the audience and jury. She played an intense game, but I was certain of her victory. First piece of evidence is your contract itself and the invoice for Mr. Hank's first week. Your contract clearly states that the workday is not to exceed 8 hours of work with a 1-hour-long lunch. Is that correct? Emily said. The defense nodded. That's a common part of our contract, yes. And yet the invoice for Mr. Hank's first week showed that he worked 14 hours each day. Is that correct? Well, yes, but that isn't our fault. Sometimes there's a lot of work that has to be done, so sometimes workers will work a bit longer to complete them. It isn't our fault that they work later. The contract clearly states that any overtime is unpaid. Ah, yes, it does. But I have here, from Mr. Hank's foreman, he was written up on his very first day. Do you know why, Mr. Callister? I have thousands of employees. I cannot keep track of all of them, Emily. Then I will read it for you. His foreman tried to write at Mr. Hank for trying to leave after the 8th hour. There was no response from your office to try and correct him or even say that wasn't right. So implicitly, your office was going to keep Mr. Hank working for an extra 6 hours every day without additional pay. That wasn't our fault. He knew that overtime was unpaid. Uh-huh. Which leads me to my next part. During the day of Mr. Hank's death, were you aware of the fact he was complaining about chest pains? Well, so what? People get sore muscles all the time. So, Mr. Hank had chest pains. The nurse on site wrote to his foreman that Hank was having a heart attack and needed to be taken away by the vanguard. Yet the foreman kept him working for an additional 6 hours, only for Mr. Hank to die at the 3rd hour. Were you aware of this fact? Well, it wasn't my fault the foreman didn't let him go. Really? So why was Hank moved into a 24-hour shift? Can you answer that? There was a shift in the courthouse. Mr. Callister didn't notice. He was still staring down at the papers in front of him, bored. The jury were all little more than shades, with masks that resembled the mirror masks of angels. However, instead of being silver, they were gold. I could see all of us reflected upside down in the masks. And the judge was also a shade as well, except instead of a mask, there was only darkness under a dark gray hood. That was the truth, just beyond the veil, or close enough to the truth beyond the veil. While Mr. Callister and his lawyer only saw the judge and jury as normal people, something twisted in the air as Mr. Callister finally tried to lie, and then found that he was not able to lie. I had him work 24 hours a day because I knew that I could get away with it, Mr. Callister said, no longer looking bored. He tried to yell or recant his statement, but he found himself unable to do so. His lawyer didn't notice as Emily asked her next question. Are you aware of the fact that it is illegal to make anyone work 24 hours a day? Emily asked as her glamour slipped a little, and you could see that her pale skin was covered in tattoos of gold and silver, and that her eyes were jet black with a wide smile on three mouths, one on her face and two on her neck. When her glamour returned, she was not wearing a smile when Mr. Callister answered her question. Yes. So did you willingly work Mr. Frank to death so he would be obligated to work for you? Mr. Callister is squirming hard now, not able to leave his chair, and every eye in the glamour was staring at him, and underneath the glamour only three pairs of eyes were looking at him. One pair was dead, but full of anger. Yes? Mr. Callister, you violated your own contract. You brought harm and death upon your coworker. Is there anything else you're hiding? Emily asked, and Mr. Callister tried to cover his mouth with his hands, but even while covering his mouth, his voice echoed through the room. I was going to refuse to pay Frank. The dead don't need money. His voice echoed through the court. The judge finally spoke for the first and final time. Frank's contract with Callister Construction will be terminated. He will pass on to judgment to be tried. Mr. Callister will pay his contracted amount to Frank's beneficiary, along with a 200% fine for the time Frank worked 24-hour shifts. Any similar contracts are now terminated with similar payouts to all employees, both living and dead. And for the final punishment, Mr. Callister shall spend 5 seconds in Pandaemonium. The judge said as Callister sat still for 5 seconds before he started screaming, and he fell out of his chair. His lawyer finally became aware of what was going on and tried to check on his client. Emily quietly put her papers away, along with Frank and I, and we all made it outside. Mr. Callister and his lawyer got here a different way from us, so they would see something different from what we saw when we went outside. Outside, we stood on the steps of the mausoleum, a very large stone structure with steps that extended hundreds of meters into the air, and yet was also as short as a single step. The columns above supported the roof that was so high up that it extended beyond the clouds, but you could still see constellations painted into the ceiling far above, and at the foot of the steps were two docks. Water below was as dark as midnight and as deep as eternity. What lived there didn't truly live, and it didn't truly die. One dock had a ferryman in a dark cloak, and when he moved, you could hear the jingle of coins in his hidden pockets. Frank turned to the ferryman and then to Emily as he hugged her and whispered for the first time, "Thank you," he hissed as she finally let him go, and Emily handed him 2 coins. "Give these to the ferryman, and as for us, we have our own boat," she said as he made his way to the ferryman. He took his coins and pushed his boat forward with a long pole in the water. As the boat drifted further to the west into the darkness of the sunless lands. "I've never been to the mausoleum before. This was an interesting experience," he told Emily as she turned to me. "Why did you even come here?" she asked me, clearly exasperated. "I was asked to provide company," I told her as she shook her head, and we stepped onto our own boat. She gave the identical ferryman 4 coins, and he pushed our boat east, where we could see the sunset in front of us as we made our way back to the land of the living. I was pulling up files on the dairy laws of the Winter Court when Adrian at Avazandum messaged me through my computer. I glanced away from the documentation converting goat, cat, human, almond, and bat milk to the equivalent amount of ultra-pasteurized whole cow milk. The winter and summer courts were very precise with their milk and what they were valued at. They needed to be when they were collecting milk from the homes that they were blessing or cursing. Adrian's message was short. "I have to deliver legal documents to a client in River City. Want to come with?" I responded quickly. "That sounds exciting. I love the life at night in River City. Just be sure to watch out for all the red lights in the districts and don't get hooked by the people walking on the streets. I hope that we have a wonderful time and don't have to deal with prosecutors." I messaged him as I looked over my progress and bookmarked it. This was just a review, and there were no open cases that required me right now, so I decided it was safe enough to go with Adrian to River City. At JRT Law Firm, there was usually a lot to do, and yet there was always someone who wanted my help or my opinion on something. It made sense. I was a legal admin assistant, and Adrian Avazandum was one of the many lawyers working at JRT. He would go to speak with the clients and in the courtroom, and I would help do research and help him build a case. Thankfully, after 5 short years in my 2-year long school, I was now at the point where I was working underneath a lawyer for the final step to become a paralegal, first in my entire family to graduate from college. My parents both worked in the can factory, printing labels 336 hours a week, but me and my siblings through college. My brother dropped out after his second try at 3rd grade, and now he was leading a charnel house in Vinland. He never changed. Even now, 30 years later, he still looks exactly the same as the day he dropped out of school. I still saw him on occasion, every Yule and every fourth Wotan's Day. He didn't make a lot of money, but he was happy with his life. So even though my parents were disappointed, they, ultimately, never accepted it, never spoke to him again, never talked to me about what happened, and when he comes to visit, they never even look at him. My sister, on the other hand, graduated secondary school, and then everyone she was dating at the time joined her in a giant hunter's polycule. Now they hunt legendary creatures like wailing waylord whales in Wales. My parents still invite my sister over to holiday dinners because she brings in a lot of money and sends regular checks to them. However, they still don't talk about her partners, and they keep refusing to let her invite any of them to the dinners. That's especially annoying because every time I am invited to a holiday dinner, they keep wondering why I don't have a girlfriend and they keep telling me to invite a nice girl over from work. That is just so unfair. My sister gets to work with people she loves, doing what she loves, and she can't bring any of them over to meet our parents. I know it upsets her that my parents always tell her to come alone, and then ask me, right in front of her, why I come alone. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Dad. Your daughter loves four people. I don't love anyone. It would be a lot less awkward if you just let her allies come over for dinner and quit asking your Arrow Ace son why he doesn't like dating. He already said why. And you should probably talk to the son that always has to sit in the fireplace while the fire is going. He's still cold there. But still, I was the only one in my family to graduate college, even without any student loans and without a centie from any of my parents. When they kicked me out after graduating secondary school, I moved on to learn law in Imperial City. And after getting kicked out of Imperial City University, I went to Imperial City College, where I got a full scholarship after getting run over by a unitard-clad clown on a unicycle. I wasn't even a student at the time, but with that scholarship, I decided to study the only thing I had no experience in, the law. Turned out I was quite gifted at understanding the law, and after 5 years of study, I got my Bachelor's of Science in Postmortem Law. Then I was hired by Jade, Rakul, and Themis law firm, and now here I was as a legal admin assistant, the first one in my entire family to graduate from college. And when I told them, they were so happy, they started crying and screaming. Why him? Why this idiot? I am so glad that they kept my nickname after all of these years. It hurt for a really, really long time, but I learned a long time ago that if people call you an idiot, even if your ideas work, then you aren't an idiot. They are, and they don't want to believe it. Adrian Avazandum met me by the front desk. He was carrying a briefcase marked with glowing sigils and painted eyes. I kept glancing around and changing position every time you looked away. It was common practice in JRT to use some kind of sigils to protect legal documents when they were leaving the building, even though it was a lot of protection just for servicing evidence to a client in River City. Hey Cal, are you ready? He asked me and I nodded. This rock is ready to roll, I told him, and he responded by handing me his car keys. Awesome, you're driving. Cool. Is it because it's far away and we're taking turns? I asked him and he shook his head. No, I just don't have a driver's license. Oh, if you don't have a driver's license, why do you have a car? Turns out you don't need a driver's license to buy a car, but you do need to own a car to do courier work. However, you don't actually need to drive the car. Ah, so you need someone to drive you so you can do your job, clarified. Is that a problem for you? Nope, but you're paying for my lunch. Let's go, I said, pushing the button for the elevator. The doors opened and we stepped into the elevator. Every inch of the walls and ceiling were covered in buttons. Most of them had numbers, a few had names written in very small print, and a rare few had symbols that would give you a migraine if you stared at them for too long. Sometimes, late at night, when everyone else went home for the night, I would find strange people in the elevators, sitting cross-legged in the elevator, staring at the symbols. And sometimes, when I get into the office early, before the janitors had time to do some cleaning, I would find people drawing those same symbols on the floors and walls out of their own blood. When that happened, I was supposed to avoid looking at those symbols and call in security to escort the people out, and then call the janitors in to clean the symbols up. Our normal janitors are thankfully able to clean up body fluids. But while in the elevator, you just try to avoid staring at the glowing symbols. They were always there, and you know that they are there. You don't look at them, and you are completely fine. It sounds like it might be hard, but you spend your entire life not looking at the sun. It's exactly like that, because if you look at the sun too long, you get a headache, then a migraine, blindness, eye damage, insanity, and eventually a belief system that life is irrelevant and you had to induce an apocalypse to fix the world. I knew someone in college who took half a pharmacy's worth of chems and spent 3 days staring at the sun and 3 days staring at the moon. He now spent his days feeding the poor and building houses because he became convinced that his life didn't matter and everyone was going to die. So he might as well help as many people as he could. When we were driving from Swamp City to River City, it was quiet in the car for a while. As we drove through the Star Swamp that gave Swamp City its name. The road was a quiet 2-lane road that had no cars on it, and the tree branches above cast the road in deep shadow, even during the midday. There were plenty of roads that connected River City and Swamp City. However, we were headed to Autumn County, one of the most isolated counties in River City's territories. And there was only one road that connected Swamp City's financial district to Autumn County, the one that we were on. And almost everyone avoided it. They were usually willing to take a much longer way, believing it to be safer. However, car accidents were usually more lethal than what lied on this road. The trees here had many shadows in the branches that looked almost familiar. Familiar enough to try and draw your eyes to follow them, only for them to vanish just as quickly. I had the radio playing, because if it was in true silence, you could hear the whispers in the trees. Whispers of voices that sounded like loved ones, and those you cared about. Voices that try to convince you to stop and pull over. The voices start by trying to tell you there's something interesting in Star Swamp, just off the road. However, as you ignore them and drive on, they get more and more persuasive, telling you that they're hurt and that they need help, or they will tell you that they are dying and that if you cannot stop, you won't save them. Then they start taunting you, telling you things that you are ashamed of, things that you swore to never tell anyone, only for the voices to promise they will tell everyone if you don't stop. And if you manage to ignore that, the figures are no longer in the trees, but on the side of the road. Familiar faces and voices. They looked perfectly like your loved ones. Too perfect. There is no way that my mother and father would be on the side of the road here in their Sunday best with clean clothes. So, it's easy to ignore them and keep my eyes on the road, because that is the trick to deal with these threats. They cannot violate road laws. They will not walk on the road. They will not get in the way of your car. They will not even try to distract you too much. Very considerate changelings. So, what can you tell me about this case? I asked Adrian as I drove by my parents for the 5th time with their eyes and mouths bleeding. Sometimes they just cannot think creatively and they think adding blood will work. And when that fails, add more blood. It gets boring, and honestly, I wanted to know more about what I was doing since I was trying to learn how to eventually be a paralegal and then a lawyer. Well, we are serving evidence that will change our client's trial. They are depending on our evidence to change the case. Oh, what kind of case is this? I asked as Adrian's face turned pale when we passed by a struggling figure in the branches. A figure dangling from the branches, not held up by their arms, but still struggling from the rope. I guess it unsettled Adrian. Well, our client signed a contract with the good doctor. That cost him his soul upon death. His family is convinced, however, that he didn't sign it in favorable circumstances. I mean, you sell your soul to the devil, you're usually not in a good place. I mean, they thought he was coerced into signing his soul over. If someone is coerced into signing a contract, the contract isn't valid. So we needed evidence that showed that he was under duress. And sure enough, we found it. With help from a private dick in River City. Ah, yes, River City. It's the best place for private dick. I'm talking about a PI, and I'm talking about a gumshoe. So, are we talking about the same thing? I think so. So you hired a sex worker to investigate the good doctor when he came in to visit them for a private dicking. You're fucking gods above. No! A private dick means a private detective. We hired the Red Prince to investigate, and she found evidence and brought it to our firm. Oh, I thought you hired Fallen Grace to collect evidence. Wait, Fallen Grace is a prostitute? She is? You're the one who brought this entire thing up. I'm not the one who said they hired a private dick from River City. What the hell was I supposed to think? Wait, you think a gumshoe is the same thing as a prostitute? Why? Well, because when I was younger, my dad told me he hired a gumshoe to prove my mother was cheating on him, and that the gumshoe proved it by sleeping with her. So I thought that was obvious. So why did you think we hired a Share My Day star to be a sex worker? Well, because she mentioned in her video that she had the best private dick in River City sharing her apartment. But what the hell? Okay, I don't even know how we got here. Can I go back to the case? Sure. Thank you. So, with evidence proving it was coerced, then our client no longer owes their soul upon judgment. So now we just have to deliver the papers to them, and then they can be judged freely. We do our good deed, and the client gets to have a more fair trial. Amazing. So where is our client living? They're not. They're homeless? Well, that's rough. So we're meeting them somewhere? We're meeting them in Crooked Cemetery. At a cemetery? Well, that's at least a peaceful place. No, in the cemetery. Well, okay. This will be the first client I have met who prefers to do business in a cemetery. We're doing business in the cemetery because the client is already dead. Oh, why didn't you just say so? I asked him, only for him to stare daggers at me, only to now stare outside at the bleeding and writhing figures instead of talking to me. Maybe he needed a break after talking about work. That happened to me all of the time. When we crossed into River City, the air felt different, colder, with a bit of low-lying fog as we made our way to Autumn County. My geography was a bit fuzzy, but I knew that Autumn County was the breadbasket of the seven cities, producing food year-round. As I drove down the road, I understood why. There were farms, corn, and scarecrows all over the place. Even though it was April and corn wasn't supposed to be planted until May at the earliest. The cornfields were tall, and I knew that just like Star Swamp, something lived in the cornfields. But unlike Star Swamp, they didn't want us to get out of the car and bother them. I could respect quiet neighbors like that. We drove deeper into Autumn County as we passed by one of the more bizarre places in Autumn County. The GPS glitched out, showing us deep in a cornfield with no road, even though we were on a road, and kept making endless right turns. Adrian told me that we had to make 6 right turns, and then when we made it to the 7th crossroad, we had to pull over. Sure enough, when the 7th crossroad came up, we pulled over and got out of the car. I locked the doors and tossed the keys to Adrian. Thank you. Now time for the complicated part, he said as he grabbed an old copper key off his keyring and buried it in a small pothole in the middle of the crossroad. Come on, time for the prayer to Adansi, he said as I crouched next to where he was. I didn't know what I was expecting. A prayer in an ancient language, his hands clasped together, or an offering of blood and flesh. What actually happened was much stranger. He pulled out a tea cake in wax paper and laid the wax paper next to the pothole, and the pink tea cake was exposed to the air as he set his hands directly on the ground. When he nodded to me to do the same thing, I laid my hands on the asphalt as Adrian finally said the prayer to Adansi. Adansi, we have cake for you. Can you show us the way to the crooked cemetery? Adrian asked, and as soon as he asked, a young girl came running out of the corn to pick up the tea cake and start snacking on it. She was dressed in bright purple, red, and gold, and she wore a large hat with ribbons. I never saw so much purple in my life. Hello, Adrian. Hello, Kel. Hello, friends. You're looking for the crooked cemetery? Come on, she said before she started skipping down the road, the exact way we came from. So we followed Adansi. He spoke about the crooked cemetery with all of the excitement of a child explaining a subject of interest to an attentive adult. Most of the year, the crooked cemetery is pretty quiet. Most of the dead prefer quiet neighbors. Autumn County doesn't have a lot of quiet places for the dead to rest. So they built a cemetery on my land and they enjoy peace and quiet most of the year. However, around Feralia in October, we make the Crooked Cemetery part of the haunted house attraction. So that's usually enough excitement for the residents who want to rest. The downside is sometimes our residents are essentially left in isolation without any guests, except for other dead people or myself. However, I'm usually a lot more trouble than I am worth. Isn't that weird, talking to the dead? Adrian asked, half listening, and I saw a mischievous glint in Adansi's eyes. A look of someone who was really, really glad they were asked that question because they had been practicing answering that question. No, not at all, Mr. Vazandum. I mean, I'm talking to you right now, and it isn't that different from talking to the dead. I mean, it must be at least a little different. I am alive. You're alive? I asked him, and he responded by waving me off. Apparently, his reverence for a living goddess has worn off after listening to her talk about cemeteries and corn. Actually, Kel is right, Mr. Havazandum. Sure, you have a heartbeat, you have electrical activity in your brain, and you have a soul in your body, despite all of your attempts to sell it to be a good lawyer. However, I don't see time the way you do. Even as I stand here, walking you down the path, I'm also watching you buried in this earth, your soul moving on to judgment. I watch as your loved ones stop mourning and move on. I see the last person who remembered you forget you. I watch as the last bit of your legacy fades and the world continues to turn, not even missing you a little. I watch as the same atoms that made up living things millions of years ago form a new living thing in your parents. I watch as those atoms make you, move with you, and I watch as those atoms move on without you. Your body isn't yours so much as you're borrowing it. Someday those atoms will move on to make a new living being. one with as rich of life as yours and just as unique. And this cycle continues over and over, beyond every apocalypse, and I am watching all of these things happen at the same time. I am seeing a world before you, with you, and after you. So, you know what the difference is between talking to a dead person and talking to a living person is, Mr. Avazandum? I can see Adrian shaking in a mixture of fear and existential dread. Everyone knows about death, but few people think about how impermanent not just their lives are, but their very being is. Though I wasn't sure what caused Adansi to become so scary all of a sudden, when just a few moments ago she was guiding us to a cemetery where we were meeting our already dead client. A dead person knows they are already dead. The living are arrogant enough to assume they are going to keep living. So, is it weird for me to talk to a dead person? No more weird than it is for you to talk to someone once and then never again. You never thought about them before, and you'll never think about them afterwards. So, with that in mind, we're here at the Crooked Cemetery. Just ahead of us, where there was once a road that we were driving on, was the iron gates for an old cemetery. The letters above the gate showed that it was the Crooked Cemetery. Just in front of the gates was a pale woman that covered her head and read from a book in front of her. Now, the trick to get past the sexton of the cemetery is she is going to need a name, but you have to give her a name that no one has ever given her before. Something unique. If you can do that, she will let you through. If you fail to give her something unique, she will instead keep you both in the Crooked Cemetery forever, where you will wander until your flesh peels from your bones, your last breath rattles from your skull, and your soul splits your breath. How long does that process usually take? About 20 minutes. Death is quick. The dying takes forever, though. But on the plus side, you're already in the graveyard, so you'll be buried real quick. Hey, great point. See, we have nothing to worry about, Adrian, I said, patting him on the shoulder, and he was as pale as a sheet. Was he panicking about this? Wasn't that scary? Sudden death by accidental choices happened every day. You could eat off a plate that was crawling with deadly bacteria. You could cross an intersection at the wrong time and get run over by a car. Or you could cross it at the right time and still get run over. Life was full of death, and anything could kill you at any time. Most of them didn't have the courtesy to warn us about it before it happened, and didn't tell you how to avoid it. We could die doing this, Adrian said, still pale. Yeah, and we have a job to do. So let's do the best job we can do. I want to go home. I should quit and just go home. Look, if you want to quit, that's fine. But wait until after we're done to quit, okay? Why should I wait and not head home right now? Because I'm the one who can drive. So unless you want to teach yourself to drive well enough to drive from River City to Swamp City, all while without getting pulled over by the police, then turning your resignation to Jade, Raquel, and Themis, and then have to find a new job that will pay as well as they do. You better wait until at least the job is done. Well, I don't want to go into the Crooked Cemetery. Then don't. Give me the briefcase and I will hand the forms to the client. I told him, and he responded by gesturing rudely towards me. Look, here are the choices. Take the risk and come with me. No. Head back to the car by yourself and take the risk of driving yourself back to Swamp City. No. Or you can stay out here with only the sexton for company. Absolutely not. Those are your only options. There is death, Adansi helpfully offered. Okay, I stand corrected. There's also death. That way you don't have to worry about dying in the cemetery if you're already dead. Plus, you won't have to worry about work. However, I recommend against suicide. I wasn't talking about suicide. Okay, I stand corrected again. Thank you, Adansi. So, your options are do your job, head back, stay here, or die. You're at a crossroads. Yeah, he is. He's at a crossroads, and you just offered him 4 paths. Now let's see what choice he makes, Dauncey said with a giggle, like she was saying something wrong on purpose, though I didn't know what she could possibly be saying incorrectly. Here, take the briefcase. I'm going to wait in the car. You two have fun in the crooked cemetery, Adrian said as he handed me his briefcase, and he turned back the way he came. After all we saw, he decided to just head back to the car. Suit yourself, have fun, and I'll try to see you later, I said with a wave as he walked away, not looking my way. Remember, only talk to strangers you don't know. If you recognize them, then don't trust them. And pick up any hitchhikers you run across. You never know when you'll become one of them, Adansi yelled after him. I thought it was stranger danger, I asked her, and she shook her head. You're more likely to be hurt by someone you know. If someone approaches you on this road and you recognize them, it's because they're trying to deceive you into trusting them. If you don't recognize them, that's because they're not trying to deceive you. I guess that makes sense. So now it's time. I turned to face the sexton, who was still reading from her book. As I got closer, she spoke. I have no name. I have lost so many names. Please give me a name, one that I have never had before, the sexton asked. Her eyes glazed over. I cleared my throat and I thought about it. There's millions of possible names. I could go ancient because few would choose that now, or I could go modern because modern names weren't used in the past. Or I could choose the name of an object since few use those as names. But the trick with this test was truly an idiot test. The smarter you were and the more you thought about it, the less likely you were to figure it out. As soon as Adansi said it had to be unique, I had my answer. It was like choosing a password that you haven't used before. The trick to that isn't to come up with something more and more unique. You came up with a phrase you know, a phrase that no one would guess. When the sun rises, the moon sets. When the sun sets, the moon rises. They are in love, but can never be together. So they pursue each other and never touch, except for the rare times they kiss, in an eclipse. I recited to the sexton, who closed her book and stared at me. That's a unique name. I haven't had a new name in over 100 years. You may come inside, said, when the sun rises, the moon sets. When the sun sets, the moon rises. They are in love, but can never be together. So they pursue each other and never touch, except for the rare times they kiss in an eclipse. Adansi followed me as we made our way down the rows. I expected you to get by, just not that way, Dauncey said as she led me down the rows of the cemetery. It's a gift. Everyone sees me as an idiot because I have solutions that they don't have. When they work, however, it kinda causes their minds to short circuit because they cannot comprehend a dumb idea actually working. But it's worked for me so far, so I'm going to keep doing it, I told Adansi, who stared at me for a second before she continued to lead down the cemetery as she spoke about frogs. Soon we came upon a gravestone that had two shovels sat next to it. The stone was blank of name, but did say, "Pending case." "Is this my client?" I asked Adansi, who nodded. "This is your client. So, do I knock on the gravestone and he crawls out, or what?" "No, silly, you have to dig him up. He's 6 feet under." "And there's two shovels because I thought Adrian was coming." "Yeah, that makes sense. I guess the two of us should start digging," I said as I picked up a shovel. "I'm not digging," Adansi said as she started doing cartwheels around the gravestones. Flowers bloomed near where she touched the ground, only for them to die as soon as she moved away. "I mean, I guess you don't have to help, but thanks, I won't help," Adansi said as she continued dancing and moving among the gravestones. "I walked into that one, didn't I asked, and she nodded. "You ran into it, and then ran into it again. So I would start digging if I was you," Adansi said as I sighed and I started digging. It wasn't as hard as I expected. The soil was very loose, and before I knew it, my shovel hit something hard. I gently pushed the dirt aside and I saw the coffin. A wooden box that had a top and a bottom part that could be opened. So I opened the top part that I wasn't standing on, and I saw my client. Most of his flesh had rotted off a long time ago. His bones were yellow underneath, and what was left of his hair was a few white strands. I could see small things crawling underneath his skin, and he smelled foul, even with the distance between myself and him in the coffin. But even though my client was clearly dead, and not much was left of the body, I still had a duty to do. I opened the briefcase, and within it was a large folder with a folded piece of paper clipped to the front of it. I grabbed the paper and read it. It had my directions and what to say to the client. But the actual folder was going to be provided to him. "Larry Larai Larryson, I, Kel Hodge, am delivering the requested evidence for your judgment. Please note, this evidence does not mean you are immediately innocent nor guilty. It is simply evidence you can offer during your judgment. If you have questions, please ask them now." There was silence from the coffin. Giving him a few extra seconds, I continued to read my part. "This copy is your copy. JRT Law Firm will continue to possess its own copy. Thank you for reaching out to us for your services. This case was taken pro bono. We ask that you sign for us or leave a witnessed mark indicating that you have received these forms." I grabbed a pen and another piece of paper from inside of the briefcase, and I offered both to the dead body. His skeletal hands were free, but I wasn't expecting his hands to move. I had seen plenty of strange things in the Seven Cities, but a body in this condition could not be moving. So imagine my shock when the skeletal hands creaked and moved. After twitching a few times, the hands grasped the offered pen and signed at the indicated line. That now done, I grabbed the case file and laid it on his chest, where his hands were crossed on his chest. "Thank you for that. I hope you have a blessed afterlife, Mr. Larryson," I said as I closed the briefcase, only for his hand to grab my arm, and then I was taken elsewhere. Not literally elsewhere, because I was still aware of being in the open grave. I could smell death and wet soil, and I could feel the wood beneath my feet. But at the same time, I was seeing and hearing something else completely. I stood before a bench that had an ever-changing number of judges. Sometimes it was like there was just one judge before me, then it was 3, then 13, and then it was hundreds of judges, all elevated above me, all staring at me. It took me a moment before I realized I was watching Larry Larison's judgment after death.
Mr. Larison, you stand accused of selling your soul to Mephistopheles in exchange for wealth. Normally, this would result in immediate condemnation to hell upon your death. However, you accused Mephistopheles of coercing you into signing the contract. A contract signed under duress is null and void, even in the matters of the afterlife. However, no evidence was available to prove it one way or the other. However, your esteemed guest was kind enough to deliver the evidence to us. So, let us review it together.
The many figures all read over the folder together. I watched the many minutes as they all read it over. There was silence except for the occasional scratching of paper and paper. When the judges finally finished, they closed it. I keep saying judges, but I couldn't tell you what they looked like. I knew that when they were many, and when they were legion, they all looked very different from each other, but I couldn't tell you what they looked like or even what they sounded like. Something inside of me felt like I knew what they looked like, but then I was told to disregard what they looked like, and then my mind moved on.
In this evidence, there is proof that the accused was under duress. Mephistopheles infected the client's spouse with cancer, and then manipulated the treatments to become ineffective. In light of this, I will rule that the contract of Mephistopheles is null and void. His soul isn't owed to hell.
The now singular judge said, and I heard a sigh of relief where I was standing, in a voice that wasn't mine. I must have been seeing this through Larry's eyes.
Instead, we will measure the client's virtues and sins to see what afterlife is best for them.
Said a different voice, and I heard an audible gulp. Behind the legion of judges were two massive scales. On one side was a pile of lead, and on the other was a pile of gold. The distance was vast, and if I was to guess, both piles were the size of mountains. However, the gold pile was a lot smaller than the pile of lead.
Sins are far more than your virtues,
Said the judges, and I could hear Larry's voice try to argue for himself. But all of my sins were because of the contract with Mephistopheles. Surely that means the sins are null too, he asked, and the judges spoke again.
Did the devil make you steal your employees' payroll to pay for your yacht?
No, but I wanted a boat, and you don't know how much I needed one.
Did the devil make you fire employees that were disabled working for your company?
Well, no, but it was better for business, and ultimately the courts decided it wasn't my fault for disabling my employees, so surely that should be disregarded.
You aren't bound by mortal law. Even if a human court finds you innocent, doesn't mean you are innocent in our eyes. Did the devil make you disregard your 10 children?
No, but that's not my fault.
So whose fault is it?
It was all their fault. They didn't listen to me, so they weren't worth dealing with. But why am I sharing this information?
You are under oath, Mr. Larry Larison. You are obliged to tell the truth to the best of your ability. Some truths are subjective rather than objective, so we need evidence. However, for something such as why you are behaving the way you are, this oath is plenty. So, it was all your children's fault that you neglected them.
Yes, all of it. I was under duress.
Under duress when your child was 6 weeks old after her mother died, and you put her up for adoption. Who forced you to do that?
Well, no one.
Indeed. And who forced you to beat another child to the point where they had to be taken to the hospital?
That wasn't my fault. They made me angry.
At 7 years old.
When you put it that way, you make me sound terrible. There's context. I was stressed out and they made me angry. It was their fault, and it wasn't like I was intending to hurt them. I did it before and they were fine. How was I supposed to know it was going to hurt them then? It's not my fault my child was so weak.
There is no context that can make us forgive you for killing your children. Your sins are far more numerous. The laws you broke, the people you hurt, the people you intimidated, all in the name of your business. Did the devil make you do that too?
You don't understand. I needed my business to succeed. I wanted my wife and my children to have a better life than I did.
You mean the children that were still alive?
What does that matter? So what if a few nobodies had to die? Just because they were related to me doesn't mean that they weren't in my way. Once Larry said that, he finally made that connection and he realized what he said to the court. At this point, no matter what he argued, they would remember what he said. He saw others in his way not as people, but as obstacles. The greatest of sins always start by seeing people not as people, but as something else. By admitting that he did, it didn't matter that he no longer owed his soul to hell. They would have it anyway.
In light of all of this evidence, you are sentenced to Pandaemonium for as many lifetimes as your sins.
What does that mean? Larry asked desperately. So the judge explained.
For every sin, you will serve a lifetime in Pandaemonium. A lifetime being the equivalent amount of time that you lived on Earth. 51 years. You have 191,400,000,000 sins. You will be in Pandaemonium for 9,761,400,000,000 Earth years, or 48,807 Pandaemonium days, 163 Pandaemonium years. When your sentence is up, you may apply for judgment again, and if we find that your behavior has improved, then you may be reincarnated, assuming anything is left alive in the universe by that time.
Judge rattled off the numbers while Larry cried from how overwhelming it was. Is there anything I can do to reduce my sentence? Anything at all? Larry asked, and the judge's legion all spoke with a single voice.
Give all of your wealth away, and you will have to live only one lifetime on Pandaemonium. Your esteemed guests can take your message to the world of the living, and your assets and cash can be given away.
He said, and Larry's sobs took a different tone. I can't do that. My businesses will be ruined. Everything I built will be lost. I can't do that. Anything else, please. I cannot do that to my company. Larry begged the indifferent judges.
You have 30 minutes to figure out an answer. Then you go to Pandaemonium.
Judges said, as Larry was left in the darkness with just me for company. I tried to speak to him, but nothing I said was heard. Before the 30 minutes was up, Larry gave me his answer. Now carrying his answer, I found myself back in the car, with the briefcase in the back, and Adrian asleep next to me. I drove back to Swamp City. The only message I would have for the law firm was the case file was delivered successfully. Even after all of that, even after knowing how long he would be in Pandaemonium, Larryson chose to keep all of his wealth rather than give it away. Wealth he couldn't access, wealth that would dissipate and die long before he ever escaped Pandemonium. The judges gave him one last chance to do some good in the world, maybe more good than all of the bad, and he couldn't do it. He would rather every single centime that he owed add to his sentence than let a single one go. I'm not sure if Larry ever knew this, but his sins were equal to the amount of money he had upon his death. He was willing to pursue sin and evil to obtain every bloody centime, and when his judgment came, and they were dragging him down to Pandemonium, he kept his burden rather than let it go. That, along with what Adansi said about my atoms being borrowed, not mine, gave me a lot to think about as I made my way back to work. This is another story where I am lucky enough that one of the eyewitnesses to the events was able to share it with me. My friend is a familiar face. We met in San LaSalle a long time ago, but these events took place long before she ever met me. Her Kimru accent blends through even as we chat. Her normal turtleneck sweater is off and I can see the marks on her skin and neck. Alchemical symbols of sulfur, the cross of St. Peter, and pentagrams stained out raised from her skin. An ignorant or cruel soul would call them satanic. To someone who doesn't know anything about her, they may think they are tattoos. But knowing her for years, I know that these marks are not tattoos. They are scars. Scars made from the inside of her skin that were never allowed to heal properly. The marks of purple and red are from bruising that is never allowed to heal, keeping my interviewee in chronic pain. Marks that she often hides from the world that would be far crueler to her if they saw the marks that crisscross her skin. However, my friend is relaxed with me. We chose a library in a public place where we were able to have a quiet, private meeting for an hour. I'm still thankful to all of the services offered in Cathedral City, even if I'm not a fan of the Pontifex. I served tea from a thermos for us both, and we snack on sponge cakes from a local gas station. She rarely treats herself, but she will do so in polite company, and as we snack and drink tea, we discuss local news and catch up in each other's lives before my friend decides to speak about what happened. We both know that is the purpose of this meeting, but even knowing that, she wants to delay it just for a bit. She has not had a happy life. She has faced many hardships, but she is still determined to turn her pain and anger into something beautiful. She works full-time in one of the only secular addiction clinics in all of Cathedral City. She has helped countless people reclaim their lives, and during the weekends, she's often consulting or making art. And here I am, helping to transform even a small part of her pain she wants me to share, and what she wants to transform. I will not publish a single thing she does not want me to, and I look forward to meeting with her again.
When I was chosen for the project, it hadn't even had a name yet. But I was chosen due to how well I scored in every theology exam in secondary school. Almost 2 years away from graduating, and I was chosen to be an intern for Dr. Rosaline. I had already done work for her part-time in Cathedral College, and I was chosen due to my ability to be discreet, and even secret government projects need someone to shred papers, make coffee, and bring the donuts. After months of setting up an ideal lab deep in one of the many forgotten basements in the Undercity, they finally set up the experiment in the sub-basement of a morgue. By that time, they barely cared about keeping secrets from me. They just love to share their deepest, darkest secrets with me. It might be part of my charisma, but more likely it's my father's devilish good looks. Project Bethany, they finally named it, was going to need bodies from the morgue above. Bodies that had no friends, no family, no one to miss them. The many John, Jane, and J. Does of Cathedral City that simply go missing and are never missed. It wouldn't surprise me if some of these dead Does were made on purpose. I wouldn't put that past Dr. Rosaline. But it was named Project Bethany after Lazarus of Bethany. They thought that Project Lazarus gave away too much about what their plans were, but Project Bethany gave just enough mystery that someone who didn't know anything wouldn't suspect anything, but someone who knew what it was about would immediately understand what it was about. I'm sure Dr. Rosaline took credit for my idea, but I stopped caring years ago. At this point, I just hope that she's alright. Project Bethany was an experiment to snatch a soul after it had been judged, and then bind the soul into a dead body. The theory went that when a body lost its soul to judgment, that another one could occupy the body. Why did they want this? They thought there could be some value in summoning the souls in a controlled format, and they could ask historical figures, or even their own saints, questions about the past, and about what the afterlife was like. They were fully funded by the Pontifex, and they honestly thought they were going to greatly expand their holy book by using unholy magic. I have seen many dark things in my life. I have held books in my hand written by witches, demons, dictators, and even politicians. There is a sort of evil in the book that I can recognize. The way the pages have to be written in a place that the sun, moon, and stars could never touch. Written in cruel words that would bring illness to those who read it. The book that the head researcher had was far darker than any of that. The book practically dripped sin even when closed. People dared not to look at it directly because it made them nauseous. Not that any of them could read it. It was written in a strange cuneiform that wasn't one I recognized, older than even Sumerian and Aramaic, a language that only the head researcher could read, and he set up the experiment to those specifications in the book, though I don't know why anyone in the cathedral trusted him. The head researcher was an old man with the skull of a bird on a leather necklace. His eyes had a deep, passionate fire, and he practically oozed authority. Someone who was powerful and who knew he was powerful, but not someone who was born into power. He was someone who was powerful, but also knew how far the fall from power was. Someone who, even though he lived in comfort, would never forget the pain of sleeping on the streets. The very same look in my father's eyes. But the head researcher was definitely not my father, nor did he know my father personally. No matter who I asked, the head researcher did not disclose his name to anyone. Even when I shook his hand, he made my skin crawl when I touched his hand. There was something deeply wrong and upsetting with this man. I don't mean that he was a creep, though that was definitely also true. There was just something wrong. I have met many terrible people throughout my life. People who killed their own parents for their next dose. People who slaughtered the innocent in the name of the law. Thieves who stole for survival. Thieves who stole because they didn't think it was theft. Those who enslaved others. Those who used and abused others for their own pleasure. And even the cruelest of humanity who had no reason for cruelty other than to make the demons blush. The head researcher's sins were far darker than any of that. The walls around him were written in prophecy and promise, like the palace walls of Belshazzar. Writing that no one else could even see, but the head researcher's eyes often glanced over the writing and he only ignored it, clearly bored from the words telling him price, payment, partition, pardon, punishment. Such promises formed and broken wherever the head researcher stepped, invisible to all but myself. His hands gushed with the blood of all those he had slayed. A murderer's hands often do not wash off the blood. Usually it merely stained the hands. The generals and tyrants may have so much blood that it drips, blood that no one else can see. His hands were flooded with so much blood that merely standing near him would flood up to my knees in the untouchable blood that no one else could see. Even if you don't feel it, you feel disgusting being near someone who must have slaughtered billions. And the worst part was his forehead. It was branded with many different crimes and titles. Most people go their entire lives avoiding getting a single sinful title. A mark of a sinner, so much that the angels and demons that guard the bridge of trials would know to weigh them down. His marks changed every time I saw him again, and they never had a chance to repeat. Murderer, cannibal, slaver, necromancer, traitor, deal-breaker, and on and on. And yet no one else was able to recognize it, and as dark as the head researcher was, he did not recognize who I was. Usually, someone with far less sins would recognize me as an omen, a warning, a danger, an angel to some and a devil to others. And as covered and soaked in sin as he was, he should have known who I was just by meeting me. And yet even as I shook his hand, he did not care enough to remember my name. In the eyes of those that judge, the head researcher was not yet a guilty man. His sins and crimes were far greater than by any human I had ever seen, and yet in the eyes of judgment he was not damned. His crimes were not yet greater than his kindness. It is because of this fact that I stayed with the experiment, curious what stakes someone like this would have in an experiment like this. If I left, I would have been in far greater danger, and I couldn't act as a balance to the danger. At that time, I felt no fear for myself. It was some of my darker days, the days where I was convinced I had no future. The future of the world was so bleak that death would come for me before I would have a true chance to grow up, and that my past was so dark I would have to spend the rest of my short life making up for it, and I would never be enough. I'm in a better place now, but that was my mindset, and why I stayed as the experiments began and I saw just how dark the head scientist could get. The symbols carved into the walls and floors were extremely detailed, calling up names so divine they hurt to try and read. And in the center of the room was a single table, one meant to hold a person, almost like an operating table, but one not meant to hold any comfort. And they brought in the first patient, an old man who was dying with no family left, and who donated his body to science in exchange for a proper burial from the cathedral. I was never told his name, but I watched as he was brought in onto the table, and the only person allowed to see him was the priest. Through the viewing window, I could see the old man's skin looked paper thin, but his breathing was weak, and the priest gave him his final rites, saying a prayer for the old man's soul as his heart rate slowed further, and he finally let out his last breath. His heart beat for the last time, and the time of death was called. And when that was done, the experiment began in earnest. A white sheet, written in golden versions of those strange symbols, covered the man's body, as the priest took one look at me and spat in front of me before leaving. I don't think anyone noticed. No one cared for the priest spitting at the intern. It was just another day for this obscure experiment for the church. When 30 minutes had passed, the head researcher began to play a tape that played the words inside the chamber. This part I did know a bit. The incantation could not be recorded in whole because it would mean its activation, so it had to be in parts with different parts recorded at different times and then edited together to play at the right time. This would allow the incantation to be recorded without triggering the experiment, but it would also allow the incantation to play without having to rely on something as unreliable as a person, and the spell would be spoken correctly every single time. An early example of techno-sorcery, but one of the more reliable uses of it. Being able to copy and paste spells without human help. Being able to keep it going indefinitely was something sought after by the esoteric arts for countless millennia. Whatever the spell said within the chamber, we couldn't hear it. The tapes only played in the room, and the intercom was off. But as the tapes played, we watched as the body underneath the sheet twitched and moved. There were gasps as the hands dropped and the sheet was removed. The body underneath sat straight up and the sheet dropped from its face. The face drooped, and the old man was clearly still dead. The heart monitor was flatlined, and his respiration was minimal, more out of a habit than sustaining life, and yet the man was back. Once he realized he was back, he started to scream. He screamed loudly enough we could hear it through the windows, and as he screamed, "Send me back, send me back, send me back," the old man screamed, which confused everyone there, except for the head scientist, who pressed the button for the intercom. "We will send you back, but you will need to answer some questions for us first." That sentence that answered none of the other scientists' questions made the old man shut up. He stopped screaming, and he continued to sit up straight, waiting for the head scientist's questions. He had no reason to think the head scientist was telling the truth, but wherever he wanted to go, he believed that the head scientist was telling the truth. "Can you tell us who you are and where you were born?" the head scientist asked. "Robert Oak. I was born around the year 2000 in Westshire Albion," Robert answered. Well, the scientists scrambled down their results. The man was old, sure, but he wasn't over 700 years old. And his voice was very different. When he was brought back, was he brought back wrong? "Excellent. Now, Robert, can you tell us how you died?" the head scientist asked, which brought a wince upon Robert's dead, drooping face. "I was mugged on the way to the public house. I never saw the mugger's face, but I remember the feeling of a knife between my ribs, and getting really sleepy before waking up to judgment." This brought a few more remarks from the scientists as they wrote it down. The man before us was not the same man who died less than an hour ago. He wasn't changed from dying and coming back. He was literally not the same man. A different soul in his body after his death. Somehow the head researcher found a way to plant a different soul back in the old man's body, but where was he getting them? "Thank you, Robert. And now the final question. If you can tell us where you came from, we can send you back." This question made Robert very uncomfortable as his eyes flipped to all of the walls. "Don't you already know where I came from?" "Of course I do, but I need you to say it for documentation purposes." "I can't say," Robert said, his head in his hands. Wherever he was from, he didn't want to say. Even if it was going to bring him back to where he came from, he wouldn't say. "I've heard enough, Robert. Enjoy Utopia for us all," he said, as he turned off the intercom and played a different tape. Another one we couldn't hear, but as it played, Robert convulsed on the operating table for a moment, before he stood still again. The second tape finished, and the head researcher took out the final tape. "Prepare for the worst, just in case," he warned us as he started to play the tape. So I didn't know how he wanted us to prepare for the worst. As the tape played, even though I couldn't hear it, I felt like I had heard it before. Like the tune you hear as a child, and even if you go years without hearing it, it's in the back of your head. You can sing along with it if you hear it, but if someone asked you to say the words, you couldn't. Whatever was on that tape, it was so close to my heart that it was making part of my brain itch. This time, the body took a long, slow breath, and the heart started again. It wasn't a regular sinus rhythm, and more like it was spasming endlessly, but it was close to life. The body sat up slowly, adjusting to the body much slower than before. I was certain the soul was different this time. This one was much more cautious, and unlike the one before, it didn't start screaming. The body kept glancing around, and the body kept breathing, and the heart kept spasming. This result seemed closer to what he wanted. "Hello there, can you tell us your name?" he asked, as the body who looked up at the speaker. And he shook his head. "I don't remember my name anymore. In Pandaemonium, you lose your name. Slowly, but you do lose it. Flesh heals, scars fade, pain weakens, the torture passes, but the memories fade. In time, you forget who you were. All I remember is a few memories that are barely more than a dream to me. Dreams of a place called Earth." The head researcher smiled at this. I don't like the way he smiled. It was like he was going to have a chance to be cruel and he was going to use it. "Tell us about your dream. Do what we ask, and I promise we will keep you away from Pandaemonium." The head researcher promised, a promise that again the body believed. Why did they believe him? Why did everyone always believe him when I could see he was a liar? Even when a liar tells the truth, they're still a liar. And I could tell deep in my bones, even though he was telling the truth, he could not be trusted. "How do I know this isn't another torture of Pandaemonium?" the body hissed, and the head researcher chuckled. "Have you ever been tortured in a body that wasn't yours before?" he asked, and the body thought before it answered, "No." "Then you know you can trust us. So tell us about your dreams of Earth," the head researcher asked, and the body spoke. "I remember there were green forests, a white sky, a wine-dark sea, water clear that you could drink, gold that didn't bite when you held it. There was joy, sleep, soft beds." I could see tears in the eyes of the corpse. Not regular tears either. They were closer to black pus than anything, as the tears fell and the body twitched. "Was it a dream?" the body asked the head researcher, who shook his head. No, it wasn't. It was once your life. Do you remember why you were sent to Pandaemonium? Or maybe what your sentence was? The head researcher asked the old man, who tilted his head as he thought. And he tried to recall what he did that damned him to hell, or what his exact punishment was. I was a sailor, a well-respected one, sought after by a king and a queen, a recently united kingdom. They had dreams of conquering a new world. They needed workers, labourers. I travelled down the coast. I took slaves. I told the king and queen they would make good workers. I led 3 ships across Oceanus, but the slaves broke out and killed us all before we made it to landfall. I don't remember my name, but I remember the pain. I remember the iron collar, the contraption to seal shut my mouth, leaving only my tongue sticking out, the branding iron on my back, the lashes from the whip and the switch. The rest of my men were killed quickly, while I was not given such mercy. They weighed me down with the iron chains, the same I used to carry them across Oceanus, and they threw me over the side of the ship. The heavy iron carried me deep into the sea, far from the light above. My lungs burned, and I was crushed under both the weight of iron and the weight of the sea. When I died, I didn't know I had died. I just remember falling deeper and deeper as everything grew heavier, and then I fell onto a sandy shore, the shore of a small sandbar that was being washed away by the ocean. My chains came with me, but in the bridge of trials the chains were even heavier. Every single link felt as heavy as the ocean. The only way off the island was a bridge that was barely standing. It was made from rotting plants and barnacles, but on the other side I could see safety. A land where I could be safe. A land that was visible underneath a full moon. Even with my chains, seeing the moonlight was something that reassured me. No matter how long you were in Pandaemonium, you never stop dreaming of moonlight and sunlight. It's a hope that never diminishes, something that drives you to keep going, even under the weight of infinity. You have that hope. And it was that hope that drove me to take step after agonizing step across that broken down bridge. When I crossed the bridge of trials, I was also elsewhere. I remembered walking across the bridge, but I also stood before an infinite jury. But the infinite jury was also a singular judge. The witnesses behind me were all those I had known, and those I had never known but I had had an impact on. The witnesses were nearly as infinite as the jury. While I struggled across the bridge, so I also struggled in the courtroom. My crimes were read to the judges by one who stood against me, my prosecutor. Every crime read out made my burden on the bridge heavier. I could feel the wood bow under my steps, and I could feel the salt of the sea on my face. And in the court I had someone speak on my behalf, my exhaustion holding me down, while my own lawyer spoke to the judges, telling them my reasoning behind every sin, every choice, trying to argue I did what I thought was right. And as I made it halfway across the bridge, the judge gave me a choice. I could lighten my load if the good I created in the world outweighed the evil. When those words were spoken, my heart sank, along with my body, as I fell through the bridge, and I was still in front of the infinite jury. As I stood there, I was given my sentence. The sailor was silent for a moment, clearly remembering his sentence was very traumatic, but it was one he was willing to share with us all. I was told until I had lived through every lifetime that I stole, I would sail across the sea of blood in Pandaemonium, dealing with trials and tribulations until I lived through every lifetime. It was explained to me that it wasn't just the lives of people I had enslaved, but those I had killed, and all the descendants of those I had stolen their lives from. Truly a countless number of lives. As I fell into that endless pit, I begged the judge for mercy, for a way to end my sentence early. They spoke as one. They told me that another way I could earn reprieve for my sentence was to sail my ship across the sea of blood, same distance as the distance between worlds. The sailor held his head in his hands while he whimpered. I don't know which would be longer, so I fell for 9 days, thinking about my sentence. When I fell to a caravel made from bone and the sails made from skin, both were slick and sickening to the touch, and I would have to sail the ship myself across the sea of blood, an ocean that remained warm, and the blood would remain liquid until it splashed onto my ship, hardening into scabs and slowing my ship even more. I don't know how long I was sailing, but I was sailing for longer than I lived. The sailor finished as the head researcher wrote in his notes. Well, you're back in the land of the living now, and you've earned a bit of a reprieve. Serve me and do what I say. and I will keep you out of the sea of blood. For how long? For as long as you serve me, the head researcher said, and the sailor nodded his head furiously. After hearing his story, I was certain the sailor would have gone through 1,000,000 lifetimes before going back to Pandaemonium for even a single second. The time to sail between worlds would have been a minimum of over 6,000,000 years. And paying back for stolen lives was a much more difficult thing to gauge, but if I was to make a rough guess, it would be a minimum of 100,000,000 years. The only way to lessen that sentence would be to return the stolen lives back to those it had been stolen from, though I don't think that's what the head researcher was thinking about as he ordered guards to bring the sailor food and water. This does prove my hypothesis. A soul taken from heaven only wants to go back, but a soul from hell wants to do anything to avoid going back. That is going to help me a lot, the head researcher said as he continued his notes and more rooms were prepared. I was soon taken off the project, but there were dozens of rooms prepared, all of them full of bodies ready to take souls from hell. Every single one of them is eager for even a moment out of eternal perdition. I don't know how many were brought back in the name of the Pontifex, but I do know that the head researcher was looking for someone specific in Pandaemonium. But there's hundreds of billions of souls in Pandaemonium. He may be spending the rest of eternity looking for them, and never find the one soul he's looking for. Though maybe he'll find it sooner, and if he does, I shudder to think what he'll do with all those possessed bodies.
My friend stops speaking before she smiles again, trying to smile even in the face of adversity. We both know it's an ongoing problem, but by sharing this information with me, we can do something about what the Bethany experiment is doing. I don't have an easy answer, though. Does someone as evil and cruel as the sailor deserve 6,000,000 years sailing the sea of blood? Does offering the damned a reprieve offer greater good for the world, or am I denying some cosmic justice? Would releasing all of the possessed be worth it if I knew that every single one of the possessed are being sent back to endless punishment? Was offering them time on Earth even a kindness? Even if the sailor spends 10,000 years in a rotting body on Earth, that's barely a drop in the ocean of his punishment. It would barely be the amount of time that a person spends on a single daydream compared to an entire lifetime. It is questions like this that I pose to my friend, and she offers answers quickly and honestly. Taking a moment of reprieve can offer an eternity of hope. Even after all these centuries, the sailor remembers the sun and the moon. There is no sun, no stars, and no moon on Pandaemonium. Even as he forgets his name, forgets he was human, and even while his soul and mind are crushed under the weight of eternity, he will keep pushing himself and keep sailing, because he remembers the moon and the sun, and at the end of his sentence, he will see them again. That answer offers me some comfort as I embrace my friend and she puts on her sweater before leaving. Still, as much as she has offered me, the most valuable thing she offered me is knowledge that the necromancer is here, in Cathedral City. I will find you, you bastard. I know you're listening, but I will find you, and the world will know what you've done, and you cannot escape it through anonymity. The memorial is massive, so large that no one in the library knew how large the memorial was. They just knew that the entire library was built around the memorial, and they knew that the library was the size of the universe. The memorial has countless headstones and countless flowers, each headstone representing a single universe. Not just any universe, but a universe that has died. And the memorials are never ending. You could spend every second of your life looking at every memorial and never come across the same headstone twice. No one knows who made the first memorial, but we knew that when the first librarian made the first records of the halls of time, that the memorial of death was there, and as time has gone on, new worlds have been added to the memorial, and as every memorial is added, there are references added to the library around the world. While we don't know who created the Memoria Mortis, we do know who created the reference books for the Lost Worlds. For every headstone in Memoria Mortis, there is a history book of the Lost Universe written by myself, the immortal gravekeeper and student of Grandfather Death. He appears differently to every person, but what every person agrees on is he appears elderly and he appears to be a man. He is friendly, but rarely seen, and he does introduce himself as Grandfather Death, and he has shared a lot of information. And while he does admit to writing the history of every universe that was, is, and will be, he has also said he doesn't know who made the first headstones, because when he came into existence, the first tombstones already existed. On every headstone is the name of the universe that died, when it died, and what caused its death. And the flower that is near the headstone? It's the last flower from that universe, now made immortal so that life can continue beyond the end of all things. Forever memorialized in the halls of time, a never-ending list of names, one that forever grows and is forever cataloged by myself. That is the role I play in the halls of time. I ride with the first librarian, and I am also immortal to serve my task, as I catalog every world that has fallen, to learn from them, and to be able to tell my master where these stories are and how they ended. What I see and what I learned is beyond ends and beginnings. It's stories that will continue long after the last page is turned. A long time ago, before I was in the halls of time, I lived on a planet not too different from Earth, although we called it Diana. One of the many things you will learn as you explore and read about the multiverse is that although names repeat for planets, worlds, and even people, that doesn't mean that it is the same thing. Diana was a planet orbiting a yellow dwarf star with a single moon, so for all intents and purposes, you can think of it like Earth. Back then, I was an office worker drone, one of billions in a world with tens of billions. Back then, the world was so complicated you couldn't focus on anything further out than the weekend, nor on anything further back than the last workday. Still, even then you heard things from the news, or in a rare conversation from a coworker. But even though I could remember having conversations, I couldn't tell you what they were about. I remember being stressed from work. I remember being anxious of the world. I even remember hating my life. But I couldn't tell you why I was stressed and what I was anxious about, nor what about myself that I hated. Funny thing about the epochs that passed, they make all the world-ending stress seem so small. They make the work life and the stress so distant. So much of my life on Diana is forgotten. I have bare associations, a few emotions. I don't even remember my family's names nor faces. Almost anything about Diana I want to remember, I have to read in a book. Even with my own name, I have to read a journal I write to remind myself that I even have a name, and I'm not just the gravekeeper. What I can remember is the few crumbs that told me that the end of the world was coming. A few connection from Grandfather's Death's book on Diana, and what notes I could take from the other witnesses before they died or changed. The earliest thing that I heard that was odd that I could remember was a coworker talking about how their trip to the largest graveyard in the country was canceled less than a week before they could go. Apparently the graveyard was no longer seeing visitors. I remember thinking it was odd, and I moved on with my day. So much more gray time passed. It could have been a few hours or a few years. But I remember hearing it in a citywide announcement that there was now a permanent quarantine around all of the graveyards, mortuaries, and boneyards. The living was no longer allowed to visit the dead. There were protests, a few attacks to try and get into the graveyards, but the military cordoned those areas off, and they were willing to shoot anyone who got close. They weren't willing to kill anyone who got close. I remarked it was strange, and the news verified that was happening all over the world. If the dead were buried there, the living wasn't allowed near it. No official reasons were given at first, but there were rumors and speculation. Maybe there was a chemical weapon tested on the bodies, and now it was leaking into the local groundwater. Maybe there was a plague affecting the bodies that was contagious to the living. What was known was the military went from merely guarding the graveyards to digging them up, burning the bodies in massive crematoriums that cropped up overnight. By that point, cremation was mandatory for everyone who died. While there was some news about further shutdowns of archaeological digs and quarantines of historical battlefields. Whether it was a battle fought a year ago or millennia before, the military quarantined it, and in a rare case of world unification, all countries had refused to fight anymore. Their militaries were focused on quarantine and keeping people out. But by that point, there was too much land and not enough military to keep them all out. Even with police and volunteer guards, they couldn't hold everyone out. And eventually the first videos made it online. One of those videos we preserved all of these millions of years later. The video was made by an urban explorer whose true name had long since been erased, and all we had was a screen name. Seeker was the screen name. Now their name was engraved into an eternity of history because of the video they saved. I wonder if they knew that this was going to be their legacy, if they would have chosen a different name. The video opened with Seeker showing a dark tunnel that led into the Iapetus Cemetery, once a large cemetery in the city before it was quarantined. The tunnel was once part of the old city, and they explained the history of the tunnel and why it was built. Apparently it once connected to the docks, and then it was used for smuggling, before being used to dump bodies to the graveyard during the Red Death. Well, when the door that led to the graveyard was opened, the world got its first glimpse of the end. The dead man who stepped through the gate was half rotted, and when he grabbed Seeker's shoulder, he began to scream at Seeker, words that felt like nonsense at the time. "There's nothing left. They're coming for us. There's nothing left." The dead man yelled as Seeker held up his hand, and he calmly asked the dead man, "Who is coming for us? And what do you mean there is nothing left?" he asked. And that one question guaranteed that Seeker would be remembered in the halls of time. While we have thousands of videos from when the living first met the dead, thousands out of millions of different stories, all from billions of different points of view. But what made Seeker so unique? Two things. First, the fact that he remained calm and asked a question that gave answers and context, and so many others only panicked the first time they saw the returned revenants. And the other thing? The fact we still had his video. I am sure there are other videos where they calmly asked the dead for information, and they got information as well. But we don't have their stories. We just have Seeker's, and because his is the only story we have, it becomes a story of great value. The void! The one who peers from the void, and its forces have consumed Gehenna. They have consumed every hell, and they will consume every heaven, every purgatory, every path of reincarnation, until the only thing left to consume is death, and then the void will take Diana, the dead man told Seeker. If there was more he was going to say, it was cut short by the military arriving and shutting the camera down. How the video got onto the net or our archives, I don't know. What I do know is that soon after that video, the news could no longer be contained. Sure, there were skeptics of all kinds. Little stories like a miracle survivor of a terminal cancer, shared as a feel-good story in a world where we needed good news. It was easy to forget the little disclaimer that said the cancer progressed to a stage that science didn't even know was possible, and that they were provincially calling stage 5. There was a lot of stories they tried to spin as feel-good news. Survivor of a submarine implosion on the bottom of the ocean. Just ignore the little blurb that said the survivor was essentially brain dead due to the fact he had no bones left, and he was drowning for weeks, and they couldn't figure out how to get him breathing again. Just focus on the fact he survived. Or the survivor of a school shooting who would have miracle facial reconstruction surgery to help them get back to life. Just ignore the fact that less than 5% of their skull was left, and the doctors have no idea how they were still aware. And then there were the stories that couldn't be spun in a positive light. A young child tries to sacrifice their siblings and parents to the Shadow Man, but even when all of the blood of their bodies was drained, even when every internal organ was removed and burned, even with no brains left in their skulls, they still struggled against their bonds, and a confused child called the police asking how to kill their parents since the Shadow Man was refusing their sacrifice. They even live-streamed it, so it was impossible to suppress. Eventually, the police decided to cremate the struggling forms, declaring it a mercy for the affected, since it was the only way they knew that could kill them. By that point, though, most of us knew the police were just lying to themselves and lying to us. There was no mercy left in cremation, just quiet. Ashes to ashes or dust to dust. The dead were aware, and their soul remained with every single ash and crumb of their being. By that point, Seeker's video was public knowledge as everyone left tried to decipher what was happening. I wasn't sure when the shift happened, but eventually the news stopped reporting the revenants who refused to die. They started reporting on the few people who died and actually stayed dead. This grew many theories and questions. Why would an infant be allowed to pass on, but not the elderly? Why would a renowned soldier for the kingdom be allowed to stay dead when he was stabbed in the guts, but not his assailant? From the few priests and priestesses who actually possessed the gift, they told us there was still a heaven, even though purgatory was now gone, a new domain of the void. They said the gods and angels of every religion fought the void in a battle above our heads, and we could see above in the night sky. Every star represented a god fighting the void, every shimmer an angel, every planet a demigod. Our priests told us to keep our faith and our prayers, and in time they would throw the one who peers from the void back into the pit it crawled from. I don't know if they were lying or if we failed our gods, but considering how many different Dianas I have seen through the years and how few are left floating out in Altus, I think the void was going to win out eventually. By this point, even our most ardent atheist offered prayers to the gods above, and we turned our eyes and telescopes to the stars far above to watch the battle between heaven and the void. While some who had the gift claimed they saw the gods and angels directly, the few who tried to turn their eyes onto the void, their gift blinded them, and their minds were seared, leaving them with nothing left of their soul, and still they did not die. So to any who still had the gift, they turned their eyes on the gods, and our astronomers cataloged the stars. And we watched as the heavens above us died a slow and terrible death. It started with the death of the farthest star, Icarus. It exploded into a bright nebula, and in mere hours the nebula dimmed and died, too weak to be seen even by our strongest telescopes. Star after star, world after world, galaxy after galaxy, We watched as our heavens above died before us. Once our astronomers told us that the stars were so distant that even after death, their light was visible for thousands, millions, or even billions of years. They told us that the light of stars long since dead would still shine on us, and that our night sky was full of more invisible stars than we could ever believe, that we just didn't get a chance to see yet, because they would need hundreds or even thousands of years to arrive to us. If the astronomers were correct, then we weren't not watching an epic battle that was occurring in real time. We were watching the mass murder of our universe billions of years ago, and we were just now seeing it. A universe in its infancy, barely taking its first breath and smothered by the void before the cord was even cut. We prayed to our gods for salvation. We prayed to them to keep fighting. We prayed to any power or force out there in the universe to save us as the void grew closer and closer. Whether it was millions or billions of light years, the void closed that distance in mere nights. When one of the last messages from our astronomers revealed one of the last revelations we would get about the void. The pattern wasn't random, and it wasn't from one corner of the universe. The void surrounded the entire universe, and it was annihilating it all from the outermost edges towards Diana at the center. Whatever intelligence behind the void, it wanted to save Diana for last. And this void approaching us came from 5 distinct directions. The darkness that was suffocating the universe. The void was consuming matter, energy, and information. Planets, stars, and black holes alike. It was in the shape of a hand, one larger than the known universe, and it was closing in on our little world faster than light, faster than the expansion of the universe itself. A cosmic horror that would bring the big crunch to the universe far earlier than was initially expected by scientists and priests alike. By this point, it would have been madness in the streets if there was anything left to be mad about. By this point, there was no more dead. Dying now drew less sympathy than a chest cold. Humanity, the only ones affected by this undeath, had nothing left to fight over, nothing left to steal, nothing to argue about anymore. Why steal from a store when it was now given freely? Why bother arguing about homelessness when strangers offered their homes to strangers? We were all dead. We were all in the same grave. There was no more difference between the dead and the living. In those days, it was probably the closest that Diana ever got to utopia. We had food to share. We had stories to tell. People tried new, exciting drugs. People tried experiences they put off their entire lives, only to realize now there is no point in putting it off anymore. And every night we watched the skies above as more and more stars died, as the fingers of the void grew closer to Diana. Even as horrifying as the fall of our stars and the fall of our gods were, it was still beautiful to witness. In our true final days, less than a month before the void classed our world, I found an interesting book in the library. Yeah, even back then I was a big reader and writer. Even back then I was writing in my journal what was happening, and my big apocalypse party was reading the restricted books at the library. I discovered a book supposedly written by an explorer of other worlds back in the olden days. The explorer wrote of ways to access worlds outside of our universe, worlds disconnected from our laws of physics and magic. I thought it was foolish at the time. I figured if such a means did actually exist, someone would have shared it by now. Even though the world as a whole accepted its demise, there was those who resisted in their own ways. Those seen as extremists by those who accepted death. The ones who still prayed in nearly empty churches for their dead gods to keep fighting. the ones who dug bunkers and hoarded supplies in hope that they could avoid the void's touch, even knowing that it was strong enough to wipe out black holes, even those that waited for the void to approach to try and fight it, whether with guns, magic, swords, or their own fists. They believed it could be fought, and they would be the ones to do so. Still, if they had discovered this, they would have told everyone, right? Surely, unless everyone who found a way out of Diana decided to leave without telling anyone. And with that haunting thought, a flicker of who I was before the tribulations reminded me of a part of human nature I thought I had forgotten. Not everyone was selfish, but enough people were, they would ruin it for everyone else. So I tested the explorer's ritual, a ritual involving keys, crossroads, and mirrors. It worked. I opened a door and my first path. I could see a world unlike my own. A world with trees that grew far larger than on Diana, and in the distance, instead of a horizon, I could see a rising wall that rose above and then joined above the distant star. The world was an inverted sphere with the sun on the interior, not the exterior. If I knew the world's name, I have long since lost it. But in my excitement, I brought everyone I could think of to the door. It was easy to convince people to follow you. Even if they didn't believe that I had found a way out of Diana, they believed that I had found something interesting. And when the populace craved new excitement, they eagerly followed. The first revenant to step through the door fell dead, and he decayed in moments. Death couldn't follow us from this distant world, but death still existed there. And when the news of a place where the dead would be allowed to die and a world beyond the void spread, it spread like wildfire. I told them as long as the door was open, it would remain on this world. And I took to what was left of the net, and I told them how to open their own doors to different worlds. Despite the ritual's simplicity, the world it opened to was random. But by then, we had all decided that even hell was better than void. By then, I decided I would help others. It wasn't enough to just share it on the net. Not everyone could access it. Not everyone would believe it until they could see. And now I had hope in front of the impossible. I was now burdened with responsibility. When there was no way anyone was going to survive, it was easy to let go of guilt and anxiety. Who cared if you misspoke? Who cared if you were rude? Who cared if you were irresponsible? There was no future, so the present was all that mattered. Now, though, I was under the weight of the fact that there was no way I could ever evacuate everyone on Diana. There were tens of billions years ago. Now the population was closer to 100 billion, because the dead were also part of the populace. I was one person, and even if every person who learned how I did it on the net saved 1,000 people, it wouldn't be enough. But even one life saved is an infinity greater than none. An entire world of stories, an entire world of people, and an entire world of hope, all saved in a single life. And I knew I would save as many as I could. In that last month, that is what I did. I traveled from place to place, city to city, kingdom to kingdom, spreading how to open the doors to new worlds. I would open the doors. I would teach others how to do it. I saved a few. I brought death to many more who were eager to die. And for a few, I even brought them life. When the first star died 3 years before, births stopped on Diana. Deaths had been stopped for a while, but no more children were born. Caesarean sections weren't hopeful either, because the infants were stuck in a place of lifelessness. Not death, but not life either. No more souls to be reincarnated. no more to be created, no more souls waiting in heaven. Is leaving mourning parents with their living stillbirths or perpetual pregnancy. When these infants crossed the threshold, they took their first breaths and their first cries. They finally had their souls, a welcome gift from unknown gods, as for the first time in 3 years, they thanked the gods for their blessings. Or the women pregnant for 3 years, who finally went into labor as they crossed the threshold, finally able to give birth. The people who cried when they saw stars above for the first time in so long, or those who saw a world without void and who now carried hope once again. After so long without hope, they finally had it again, and it was overwhelming. Every door led to a different world, every path a different salvation. A tiny lifeline in a world of darkness, but I was making many lifelines as I traveled place to place. The night sky grew darker as the void grew closer, savoring our hopelessness and slowing its grip. Unaware of what we were doing, it expected us to be hopeless, to simply wait and die. I think if the void knew what we were doing, it would have crushed us all much earlier. I still remember the night when the last star died. The only light above was Artemis, her silvery glow reflecting her brother's light down at us. Our last gods, Helios, the star, Artemis, the moon, and Diana, the world. While most stars' death felt like a final triumph or hurrah, the fall of the last star was like the 12th stroke of midnight. You knew you weren't going to hear anymore, but you feared what was coming next. By that point, we saw the void's fingers even during the daytime, and we saw it getting closer. This was my last chance to tell people how to open the final doors. But I kept talking myself into staying just a little bit longer. I thought if I had just a few more days, a few more hours, or even just a few more minutes to help more people, I had an obligation to do so. The void was approaching. There was no gods, nor devils to judge me. I had saved countless lives by this point. I knew I had to save myself as well, but I had decided to save as many lives as I could, and I would do so. I would face whatever judgment in whatever world I escaped to. If I could save just one more life, no matter how many I saved, I convinced myself I could save one more. And then I watched Helios die. It was both sudden and it took too long as the fingers of the void gently brushed the distant sun. It was so gentle looking. It was barely visible. A gentle tap, really, as the void's fingers touched the star. And Helios shrank at the touch. The light cooled and weakened like an eclipse, but it wasn't an eclipse. He was getting weaker. It turned from yellow to red to white. As it dimmed and weakened, finally the sun simply fell into the void's fingers. I cannot describe it any other way. It was like the sphere was reduced to streamers that fell and collected into the void's fingers. Each stream a line of light and fire that disappeared into void, and within minutes we were left with a truly dark sky. The stars were all dead. The sun was dead. And Artemis still was above us, somewhere, but she had no light of herself. She reflected Helios's light back to Diana, so all we could see above us in the sky was Void's fingers. Now it was the final race against the clock, the silent, impossible moment between the 12th and 13th chime of the clock. Diana would freeze without Helios, probably within hours, maybe a couple of days if we were lucky. That was if the void gave us the opportunity. Light took 9 minutes to travel from Helios to Diana. It took only a few seconds from Artemis to Diana. I knew that the void reached Diana, because even though she had no light in herself, I could see lava cracks form in a rough circle far up in the sky. Even though the void slowed its grip, it was still moving so fast, as Artemis went from dark to a flame in moments, and even those flames were consumed by the void. A last defiance against the dying of the light from the last guardian of heaven. Before Artemis was even done falling into the void like her twin brother did, I watched in horror as falling stars lit up the night sky for the very last time. The satellites around Diana were being knocked down to the ground. We had seconds before Diana herself was consumed, and the only thing left was the void. The last door I opened was in front of me, and there was no one else around. I turned to see if anyone else was around, because when I closed the door, not only would the void not be able to follow, but neither would anyone else. For that dark moment, I saw no one else, so I stepped across the threshold, a step into a world of gravestones and a fog as far as I could see. Compared to the world I had come from, it was paradise. And I turned to the door as I began to close it for the last time, and I saw a distant flash. I paused my closing when I saw a man running for the door. He carried a heavy sack with him as he ran towards the door. The last of the satellites burned the last of their light, and the void grew even closer to Diana. But the man would never make it to the door in time, not unless someone ran out towards him. I was alone. The last door I opened was meant for just me, but even knowing that the void was so close, I couldn't close the door. I was already dooming a world. I couldn't doom the man in front of me. I dropped my books to prop the door open as I ran towards the man. Carrying nothing, I moved like a racehorse, and when I reached him, I grabbed one strap of his sack. As we both carried it, we both ran to the last path away from Diana. I wish I could tell you an adventure story about how we barely outpaced the void's fingers by mere moments, to watch the ground and atmosphere fall apart from the void's touch, as we hopped from floating stone to the door. That wasn't how the void worked. I was aware there was parts of the world I could still see, and there were parts of the world that were just not there anymore. It was miles away, but still it felt so close as we reached the door, and we removed the book of door stops, and I dropped his sack past the threshold, and we slammed the door closed together. All I could hope for every single door leading to every other world was that they were smart enough to close the door before the void arrived. I don't know if the void could invade new universes through those doors, but I didn't want to find out. Now, on our side of the door, I offered my hand to the man and he took it. "Welcome to this new world. Tell me, if you will, what is in your sack?" I asked the man as he opened his sack, and I saw a pile of books. Books on history, on science, on legends, and short stories from all over Diana. The last records of Diana. The last of our history. The last of our world. Except for each other. "Ah, I see why you risked your own life for those books," I said as I showed my own books, journals, and records of the void and the last days of Diana. The journal on top was signed with my last name, Elpis. It meant hope. I offered the man a smile as I offered my name to him. "My name is Anasadora Elpis. My friends call me Pandora. And your name?" I asked him, and he finally spoke to me. "My name is Orpheus retrospect. Pleased to meet my savior, he said with a nervous laugh, as we turned and we realized we weren't alone among these stone monuments. That was when we met Grandfather Death, and he explained to us about the halls of time and the Memoria Mortis. He explained how this place kept track of worlds that died and were dying. What made us unique is that we were the first ones he had ever seen who successfully not only survived the end of their world, but who saved many others. The door we entered through was actually in the memorial for Diana. He told us we could stay as long as we wanted, or we could leave for any world in all that is. And stay we did. Epimetheus kept track of the books. He organized the books I wrote or found among the dying worlds. I wrote the last stories of the dying worlds with Grandfather Death, and I gave others the chance they needed to escape. Sometimes entire worlds would be saved, sometimes only one person, and often entire worlds still died. So here I remained with Grandfather Death, mourning the worlds that died, carrying the melancholy and the hope of entire worlds, sharing their last stories, and my husband would be the one who shared those stories with those who asked for them. His knowledge and his library grew in size, and in time others came to help us. Some were refugees of dying worlds. Others sought us out. Others still, I have no idea where they came from or what they were. I am the gravekeeper. I bury the worlds that have no one else left to bury them. My mentor, Grandfather Death, is the one who collects the last stories of universes for their own judgment. My husband is the head librarian. We care for the dead universes of all that is. When the last being has drawn its final breath in the final universe, we will be there to collect its story and to share it with whatever comes after.